自分はなんて描いても消えない願いに見れるこぼれ落ちるかけらを掴むその手で揺れる心抱えて飛び込んでけ夜へ誰かのために来てこの時が全てでいいでしょう見せかけの自分がそっと捨ててただロリの中で
Hello, everybody. Welcome. It's the first edition of Fate Friday. One trip across the country, a visit from my mother, a birthday, and 2 B12 shots later, here I am. It's been a minute. It's been a hot minute. I've been having an eventful one. So I hope you guys are doing all right too. Hi. So, since this is the first part of a new series, we have a little bit of housekeeping to attend to before we start, so let me just get through the rigmarole really quickly, and I promise that we will be getting to it very quickly. Also, real quick, let me read these chat things. Nightmare Luna 69, Harmonia, and Kitty, thank you for renewing your channel memberships. Really appreciate it, as always. So, next thing, okay, so, reintroduce format. So, if this is your first time tuning into one of these storytime streams that we've been doing on these Fridays, before this point we did Higurashi and Umineko, allow me to explain the format briefly in case this is your first exposure to it. So for these storytime streams, what I basically do is go through these big, long visual novels, and for reasons of helping people with sort of accessibility, you know, people who aren't able to look at the screen for a very long period of time, or for one reason or another they're just too busy to, or if they have reading or processing issues or whatever. Basically, the idea behind these streams is that, yes, Fate, if you're already familiar with it, does have Japanese voice acting, but I will be voicing everything myself. Every single character, all the narration, everything from top to bottom. It's all gonna be me. This is not because I think I am better than the Japanese voice actors, mind you. It's just, you know, for convenience. Also, it's just fun. I like performing stuff. It's a fun thing to do. Second of all, I have to explain. Yeah, so with Higurashi and Umineko, I had already read both of them fully before I did a series on them. For Fate Stay Night in particular, I've actually only read part of it. I have gone through the first of the 3 routes that this game contains, which is referred to as the Fate route. Everything from that point on, I have not read yet. So this is actually going to be a partially blind playthrough, which means we're going to get some cold reading as well. I think that I'm decent at cold reading. I've had a lot of people question whether I am even cold reading at all when I am, so I think that's a good sign. But that means, especially, I mean, like, it's always been the case that I would prefer people completely keep spoilers out of the chat for any future events in the story that we haven't covered yet. But especially in this instance, please do not put any spoilers in the chat, because we're going to be experiencing some of this stuff blindly together. Especially, you know, people who are also joining who have never read Fate before. So I think that's going to be a lot of fun. Okay, yeah. Hold on, let me just answer a couple things that I see coming in. Will it be hard to voice because the game does typical paragraphs instead of text boxes like Umineko? Maybe occasionally, but it shouldn't be that bad, I don't imagine. Especially since I've already read Fate Route, so I should have, like, kind of a loose understanding of what we're going through in sort of, like, terms of context. Ferris, do you kind of know what happens in the other routes anyway? like some things here and there. I know some things like through osmosis, and yes, because I did watch Fate Zero when I was a teenager, so I do definitely have some surrounding little bits and pieces, but context-wise, I am not totally informed. So yeah, let's just steer clear of the hinting regardless. Okay, yes, so if you've never heard of Fate Stay Night before, by the way, it is a visual novel, 2004, released by Type Moon. They're a big company now, but they used to be a doujin circle back in the day, formed by Mr. Kanoko Nasu and Takashi Takeuchi on the art. No, I have not watched the Stay Night adaptations, Shiro Matsunoki. Their first work of big note in the visual novel scene was Tsukihime, which inspired Mr. Ryukishi07, who wrote Higurashi and Umineko that we read on these streams already. And you can definitely see it in his work, and you can definitely see the influence of Fate throughout his work, as well as countless other visual novels past this point. I mean, Fate became massively popular. To explain what version of the game that we're going to be going through here, we're going to be going through the Steam release, the remastered version. I'll read that donation in just a second. The original game had like some R18 content, some H scenes. The version that we're playing is based on the console re-release, which is Fate Stay Night Rialta Nua, which was released on PS2 and PS Vita. It strips out those scenes and replaces them with other stuff. So if you're wondering about that, there you go. I have applied a couple of small mods to the game before we start as well, and for full disclosure, I'll let you know what those are. One of them restores a particular music track which is not available in the vanilla Steam release, which was available in the original release, and the other one takes a particularly controversial localization decision regarding how to spell one of the characters' names, of which we will not be getting into until it becomes relevant, and restores it to how most people in the fandom tend to spell it, because I think the official localization for the name is fucking stupid. So, there we go. But, anyway, I think that's about it as far as that goes. Now let me read these donation messages real quick. Minato Emasato with the $5. I've been checking out the Umineko VODs, but this is my first time making it to a live stream. Thanks for getting me into these series. You're very welcome, and thank you for the donation. And Turak Enter with the $5. Hello, I've been watching both of your Umineko and Higurashi VODs, and I really enjoyed them. I played this novel fully, so hope you and others enjoy it. Thank you. I appreciate it. Alright, I think we don't really have anything else to touch on. I don't know exactly how long this stream is going to be. It might be a little bit longer than usual, just because I want to get like to a decent stopping point, and the beginning of Fate Route is a little beefy. So, yeah. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Okay, so let me pause our chatting music because we don't need it anymore. Pull up these windows, and all right, let's get started.
The tip of the spear was like a flash of lightning. A spearhead thrust to skewer the heart. Even attempting to evade it was pointless. It was but a flash, too swift for the human eye to follow. And yet, moonlight swept in to save me from the strike that threatened to end me. The sound was beautiful, like the tolling of a bell. No, truth be told, the sound hung over me, heavier than an iron weight.
Noza with the $5. Here we go. Haven't experienced Fate since I was a teen, so curious how I'll feel about it as an adult. We'll see together.
This beauty had little to do with aesthetics. The stark armor wrapped about her was like the frozen night itself. The ringing was not in itself pleasant. It was the sound of steel. But the night herself was beautiful enough to make it into the chiming of a bell. I ask of you, are you my master? Her voice resonated in the darkness. I've come in response to your summons. Henceforth my blade is with you, and your fate with me. Our pact is now sealed. Indeed, the pact was sealed, just as she chose to serve me. I'm sure in that moment that I swore to save her. The moonlight cut through the darkness. As if in imitation of the night, the storehouse regained its former calm. Time had stopped. The vision before me had lasted less than a second. Be that as it may, I will always remember the sight of her, as clearly as if it were still happening now, even if I fall into the depths of hell.
Digimaniac33 with the $5. Are you my master?
The faint slant of her profile, her serene, divinely green eyes. For a moment, time stopped, and her silhouette draped in blue swayed in the wind. I was struck by the pale blue glow. Her hair, as fine as golden thread, was bathed in moonlight.
Fate. And here we go. This happened 10 years ago. I see someone who takes me back. He's tall, with chiseled features. I've never known him to crack a joke. He ruffles my hair affectionately. No, that's not what this is. It's more like he's grasping my head and working it like a stubborn jar lid. Maybe he doesn't know how to control his strength. That's only to be expected. It's the first time he's ever done something like this. Demily with the 5-year-old. Saber exists! You're going through it with those Echo pods. It's very nice to see your reactions.
It's time for me to leave. You know what to do next.
I answered yes in a somber voice. He nodded once, withdrew his hand, and stood up. That's all. Had I known this would be the last time we would ever see each other, I would have done my best to make him laugh with a perfect joke. I'd been practicing punchlines in private, in the hopes of finally seeing a smile crack in that stony face. If I have one regret, it's that I never got to tell him any of my jokes.
Get the association in your debt before you become an adult. Any decisions after that, I leave up to you. I'm sure you'll manage on your own.
So he said, but I bet he was worried about me. He told me of our family's heirloom jewels, the gems passed down to us from our grandmaster, and how to manage the underground workshop. It was a rapid-fire course of subjects he'd never taught me before. Even as a child, I realized that he would probably never come home again. There was a war. Not a war between countries, but between people. But in this war, there were only 7 combatants. It might not have seemed fitting to call it a war, but having mages involved changes things. 7 mages from different factions competed, but I wasn't sure why. They killed each other using methods I didn't really understand. One of them was the man in front of me. It meant that he would kill, or eventually be killed. I'm sure he felt the ticking of his life's clock even more keenly than I did.
Rin, before long the Holy Grail will appear. It's the duty of the Tosakas to obtain it, but above all, it is a path we are destined to walk as mages.
And with that, he ruffled my hair one last time and left. I never saw him again. My father/teacher was one of the masters who participated in the Holy Grail War. He never came home. Safe travels, Father. I bid him farewell, as a well-behaved daughter should. I knew I was on the verge of tears, but I didn't let them show. I loved him. He was a great father and an even greater mage. Mages are stubborn people. As far as I knew, there wasn't a more upstanding man in the whole world. As my instructor, he trained me. As my father, he loved me. So I decided I'd accept the things he left for me and choose my own path.
Rin, before long the Holy Grail will appear. It is the duty of the Tosakas to obtain it, but above all, it is a path we are destined to walk as mages.
In the end, his final words for me were given as a mage, not as a father. That's the moment I made up my mind. Alright. Guess I'd better do everything I can to become a worthy mage. It's only natural for an apprentice to live up to her master's hopes. That's how I, Rin Tosaka, grew up after experiencing life's twists and turns. It's been 10 years since my father went off to war. I wouldn't say I've been looking forward to this day, but I am a bit on edge. That goes without saying, after all. That moment which was burned into my memory 10 years ago will soon be upon me again. Yes, backing up Digimaniac and Gloomy and Dav there. No vague mentions, please. No hints to anything in the future. We're keeping it totally spoiler-free here, please. Oh, no fuck off with the $10. My Fate experience is watching Zero 5 years ago, watching a Let's Play of Samurai Remnant, and various tidbits I picked up through osmosis. Looking forward to this. Me too. I hear something. I gotta get through this real quick. Sorry, I was gonna comment on that more, but... ring. Shut up. Stop. The noise doesn't stop. It's such an infernal racket. It's almost as if it were here to avenge my father. What now? I was up late. Just a little longer. I wish it'd just let me sleep a bit more. In fact, it should. I stayed up into the early hours deciphering my father's will, and I used a hell of a lot of magical energy to do it. I'm totally exhausted, body and mind. Good grief! Cut me some slack, would ya? Ring, 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 ring. The alarm clock is deaf to my complaints. What kind of machine makes a noise that seems like its sole purpose is to remind you that you're up late? Remind you that you're late. Late. I can't be late. True, but there's a time and place for everything. No matter how much of an overachiever I am, I should try to make it to school on time, at least for today, if only slightly. Oh, right. I set my alarm 30 minutes early, which means I should still be able to sleep another 30. Doesn't that sound off? 30 minutes early. I peer at the alarm clock through sleep-heavy eyelids. The hands point to 7 o'clock on the dot. I usually get up at 6:30, which means I've completely used up my safety margin. Speaking of which, why is my brain so slow in the morning? I glare at the alarm clock for several seconds. I shut off the alarm and climb sluggishly out of bed. Thank God! That took longer than I thought it would. Anyway, to comment on that, no fuck off. Yeah, it's definitely interesting considering Fate is a property that is so multifaceted. It has so many branches. Realistically speaking, it's pretty easy to stumble into the deep end without even knowing it. But this is the origin point. This is the very first Fate series entry. So, looking forward to sharing that with you all. The morning chill bites at me as I cross the hallway and enter the parlor. This is the final 7 a.m. in January. Winters in Fuyuki are relatively warm, but the mornings here are as cold as anywhere. Even at home, my breath mists white. It's that much colder without anyone else living here. Lord Omega 12 with the $10. Really good job so far. Wild to think you're finally covering this. Fate is easily my biggest hyperfixation franchise, and for you to cover FSN is huge to me. I'm honored to be along for the ride. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Heater. I turn on the heater and go wash up. Single living is so inconvenient at times like these. If there was someone else here to wake up before me, then the parlor would already be heated. I wash my face at the sink. I run a brush through my long hair and get dressed. A chilly morning in the frigid bathroom. The only thing to be said for it is that the cold water mercilessly beats the sleepiness from me. With the final tug on the ribbon at my collar, I finish getting dressed. All that's left is to have breakfast and go to school. The clock reads just past 7, so my morning rush feels a bit anticlimactic. Oh, I don't even have to run then. Of course, I'd never do anything so uncouth as sprinting to school. The Tosaka family motto dictates that we conduct ourselves with confidence and elegance at all times. My ancestors must have been some high and mighty aristocrats if that's what we've taught through the generations. The anachronistic mansion I live in is proof enough of that. Plus, the Tosakas are a line of spellweavers who practice what's known as magecraft. Philip Kanzarowski, sorry. Had a little stumbled there with the $8. Congrats on beginning FSN, Marcy. Been looking forward to this for a while, and I can't wait to see your reactions to UBW and HF when you get to them. Thank you. We're not just an old family. We have an admirably storied history. Not that it's anything to brag about. In fact, I literally can't talk about it. The truth is, I'm a mage. Who could I even brag about that to? As the name suggests, magecraft is what most normal people would see as magic. It sounds like some supernatural woo-woo, and if you'd like to think of it as just wiggling your fingers and saying abracadabra, that's fine too. Just think of us as people who can chant weird words and make equally weird stuff happen. That said, we don't fly around on broomsticks, we don't shoot stars out of wands either. We can do things kind of like that, but there's no point, so we don't. We're pretty much heretics who lurk in the shadows of society. We're not allowed to draw attention to ourselves, and anyone who has the time for that kind of thing would rather spend it on their research. Ordinary humans might call us magicians, but that would be wrong. In fact, there are only 5 magicians in the whole world. Magicians are what we call people who can do something no one else can. They can accomplish feats beyond the means of modern science and perform genuine miracles. Similarly, magic is the label we use for mystics, magical mysteries that can't be realized with any amount of time or skill. While magecraft, though it looks mysterious, is something anyone can do with enough time and resources. I'm a mage, and the kind of mystics I use are merely magecraft, not true magic. Confusing, I know, but that's how it works. Also, modern civilization doesn't accept the existence of mages. We believe in, manipulate, and study things that can't be measured, which puts us at odds with modern society. Above all, there's no point to any of what we do. You'd be so much happier just going off to a normal school and becoming a normal adult than you would studying magecraft. Human technology has accomplished great things. For the last few centuries, magecraft has been playing catch-up to the progress of civilization. Nothing is impossible for humanity anymore. Miracles that could only be realized with magecraft in the distant past have been reduced to common tools and appliances. Even so, magecraft does have its benefits. Just as there are some things only science can accomplish, there remain heights only mystics can reach. If science is racing into the future, then mages are racing into the past. I think the Tosaka Grandmaster said that. Whether you're heading into the past or the future, your destination's the same. 0. Or something like that. We can shelve the difficult topics for now. Philosophy's for the elderly. I finish my breakfast and pick up my bag. Oh, right, gotta bring my pendant. I'm reluctant to take something so valuable to school, but it'd be a waste to leave it behind. I mean, this thing's 100 years old. It's by far the most powerful jewel that we have. One could even say that it's on an entirely different level. I obtained the gem after decoding my father's will last night. It's imbued with 10 years' worth of my own magical energy. I've been told that the Tosaka family has heirloom jewels passed down since the olden days, and this might be one of them. Tosaka mages specialize at the conversion and flow of power. We channel our magical energy into precious gems whenever we have a spare moment. Simply put, I'm the gun and the jewels are the bullets. The other main thing I've inherited from my father is the magic crest engraved into my left arm. A magic crest is proof that I'm the heir to our lineage. It's like all the techniques of the Tosaka condensed into a tattoo. Can't let my guard down, even if it hasn't started yet. For now, I stow my pendant, my father's keepsake, in a pocket. It's my trump card. There's nothing I can't do with the power stored in there. It's 7:30. Better leave soon if I don't want to be late for school. Sleichung. Sorry. Just so you know, Rin does a lot of German. I'm probably gonna butcher a lot of it. When I was reading it, Fate Red on my own, I looked a lot of these up, but my brain, it's not very big. I don't retain that stuff very well. So I'm really sorry if I get it, like, totally fucking wrong at some points. I'm sure I will. I weave energy into a brief foreign phrase. As a mage, I can't neglect the security of my home base. That still applies even if I've never had so much as a single burglar, lost child, or stray cat wander into my home. Actually, I don't think the neighbors have ever even come over to say hello. That's fine with me, but why don't I ever get any stray cats around here? I look up at the mansion that's been my home for over a decade. Fuyuki is a strange city. One side of the intersection dividing the residential areas is filled with old samurai estates, while the side I'm on has an abundance of mansions built in European style. Apparently a whole bunch of foreign families immigrated here long ago, but I've never seen a single foreigner around. There's even a cemetery for foreigners in Shinto, the new part of the city across the river, but it was built for the generation that immigrated here. Maybe Japan just didn't suit them. I make a mental note to ask the priest about it next time I visit the church. He's nothing if not full of boring trivia, for sure. Oh? Something feels off as soon as I step outside. That's weird. It's quieter than I thought. There's no trace of the typical morning bustle. At 7:30 in the morning, there would normally be students and workers on their daily commute. Guess it's just one of those days. Maybe everyone slept in. It's unusually cold today, so everyone must be snuggled up in bed. Whoa! Dirt Smack 4 with the $100! Holy crap, thank you so much! Absolutely love Umineko, and I'm very excited to get to this and Higurashi. Thank you for all your amazing voice work. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that. Genuinely. Because I've been on break so much this month, I've actually kind of been lagging behind a little bit on the funds, so that is greatly, greatly appreciated. I very much have to thank you. Yeah. Glad you're enjoying. Still, though, even if that were true, it's strange that there isn't a single student on the street. At this time of day, you'd expect to see at least a school uniform or two. And yet, from where I'm standing at the school gate, it looks like morning club activities are just starting up. Which can only mean... Oh, Tosaka, you're awfully early today. I knew it. With a light sigh, I turned to face the student who called out to me. Morning! Sure is cold today. The girl who addresses me so casually is Ayako Mitsuzuri. She's my classmate in 2A, and she has quite a history. Morning, Mitsuzuri, and sorry for the weird question, but do you know what time it is? It's not even 7 yet. You still asleep or something? She waves her hand in front of my face as if to ask if anybody is home. Philip with the $8 yet again. Something to maybe consider for the other routes is using the game's original OST. There's a mod to restore it, and it's a great listen in its own right. I did think about that, and I did look at that mod in particular. The comments said something about some particular files messing up the game, though, and like causing it to crash at certain points, and I didn't want that to happen. So I was being a little touch and go about it, but maybe if it's like fixed at some point, or if somebody can like give me a little bit more information about that at some point, maybe we can try to sort something out there. Ayako is one of my few friends, and she knows I'm not a morning person. She's probably figured out by now that I'm still not completely with it. The clocks at home are an hour ahead. All of them, apparently. I thought it was just my alarm clock, but the grandfather clock was off too. What's going on here? Father must have set the clocks to go haywire once I took the pendant out of the underground cellar. Tosaka? Don't worry about it. It's no big deal. Are you on your way to morning practice, Mitsuzuri? Yeah, there's a lot of troublemakers in the Kyudo club, and we're down one of our best shooters. We need to put on a good show if we're gonna attract the first years in April. I see. Sounds rough. Way to show you care. Oh, wanna come see? Sure the boys would love to know you're watching. The Kyudo Club, huh? I'm acquainted with 3 of its members. One is Ayako, the girl I'm talking to now. I barely ever speak to the other 2. Of those latter 2, there's one I actually can't explain away as simply an acquaintance. I became friends with Ayako, the club captain, because I'd been watching the club from afar. Okay, as long as it's just watching, I'll come. It's not like I have anything else to do this early in the morning. Nice! Then let's get going! One of our school's trademarks is its well-equipped archery range. The chair of the school board has a passion for Kyudo, traditional Japanese archery, so they built a magnificent range on campus. It's kind of a waste for a high school club, to be honest. Come on, let's go! There's still time before practice starts, so I'll get you some tea. Ayako tugs on my arm, looking somewhat pleased. If I'm being honest, her brusque way of speaking is a bad habit. As Ayako said, there's no one else at the range. We sip Japanese tea that's so hot it numbs my tongue as we prepare ahead for today's classes. The hot drink is delicious in the quiet, wintry archery range. Okay, I'll get right down to it. What's up with you today, Tosuka? Did you finally reel in someone good? And she uses the occasion to ask me something completely ridiculous. You're just getting straight to it today, huh? Should I take that turn to mean you beat me to the punch? No comment. If you're not showing your cards, then neither am I. So, how about it? If you being so tired's anything to go by, I bet I'm right on the mark. No comment either, but I guess even if I tried to hide it, you'd see right through me. Sadly, not yet. How about you? What about you? Can you really afford to take your time on the romantic front? You're not wrong. Things aren't looking too good. Sure, I could grab someone just for appearances, but quality matters, you know? Shouldn't compromise when my future's on the line. Are you worried that you'll make the wrong choice and lose to me? Obviously. The important thing here is that you lose to me. What I actually gain in the process is secondary, really. She chuckles confidently. We're two peas in a pod. Oh yeah, have to read Philip's message here. By the way, everyone, one thing you'll notice as we go is Rin's amazing chemistry with the girls in this game. Fun fact, she is canonically bisexual. This is true. The confirmation we get of that is in one of the H scenes, which is in the original game, which is removed in the subsequent releases, obviously. But yes, Rin, our POV character right now, is, yes, canonically bisexual. Yeah, I told you when we met that this is what it'd be like between us. She did, didn't she? Kill or be killed. I'm sure that's how it'll be between the two of us. I was genuinely surprised to have someone say that right off the bat. Translation: our friendship won't bloom unless we're constantly trading blows, is what Ayako was getting at. I agree with her. In the 2 years since then, I still haven't figured out whether she's my friend or my nemesis. How'd we get on this again? What? You started it, Tosuka. You complained that you'd never have a boyfriend, so we decided to make it a contest to see who catches one first, remember? Oh, right. That was the deal. We said that whoever loses has to do whatever the winner says for a day, right? Yep. I don't even think the kids make deals like this anymore, but we're both sore losers. No matter what happens, the loser has to honor the deal. Gotta say, I'm looking forward to winning. Ayako snickers in delight. My goodness. Ayako Mitsuzuri is, to put it mildly, a handful. I'll admit, I'm looking forward to winning myself, so that goes for us both. I see, but Mitsuzuri, you can look forward to the future. Don't lose sight of the goal. There's more to our contest than being the first to finish. I know, it's not a real victory unless it's a relationship that makes you green with envy. That's the biggest challenge for us both, though. Doesn't matter how great of a guy he is if we can't bring ourselves to love him. Ayako's sigh is heavy. From what I've heard, she's known as a bit of a misandrist. Can't put too much stock in gossip, though. That she made this bet at all means less that she doesn't like boys and more that she hasn't found the right person. That aside... Wait, when did this become we? I'll have you know that I'm not an ice queen like you. I'd have no problem liking a boy. Yeah, not buying it. Maybe you just haven't realized it, but I can't imagine you getting soft on a boy. You're always getting asked out and you've never once said yes. You'd think that if you were actually interested, you'd at least date a few. I'd say your record speaks for itself. You don't care about boys. You have no imagination at all, do you? What if I already have feelings for someone? Wow, talk about tall tales, but sure, I can appreciate a good romance. Ayako's tone isn't mocking. She nods solemnly. Her sigh tells me that it would be nice if it were true. I don't believe myself. I really can't hide anything from her. So can I. She's right. I know very well how cold I am. I'll concede that I am a novice when it comes to romance. That you are. 2 peas in a pod, right? Damn, it's already 7. We better cut the secret meeting short. Who knows when someone might walk in on us. Time to start acting like students. Oh, look at you, what a social butterfly. It was worth waking up early just to see it. Not as much as the great Rin Tosuka. I'm the David to your Goliath. Your ability to fake being a goody two-shoes at school is practically an alternate personality. Ayako sniffs exaggeratedly. I empty the rest of the teacup she poured me and brew a new pot.
So, why not join a club? Don't feed me your usual bull about being unathletic. Still haven't forgotten how you beat me in every fitness test last year.
You had me beat in lung capacity, though. And weight. Yeah, I gained 3 kilos.
Wait, that's nothing to celebrate, damn it! You tricked me!
Ayako slaps the table. Careful, you might spill the tea. Shouldn't the club captain be taking better care of the place?
Shut it. I'm your rival first and club captain the somewhere after that. If there's no one else around, you can bet I'm ready to take the fight to you.
Ayako side-eyes me with a huff. She has a unique idea about beauty. A beautiful woman must walk the martial path. She's always going on about that. Not surprisingly, she's well-versed in most martial arts. Kyudo was the discipline she was least skilled at, so she joined the club and worked her way up to captain. She's probably one of the top 3 people in our school you'd least want to mess with. Should you really be saying that you stop being a captain if none of your club members are around?
Why not? I'm only captain for show. I can have the more unruly members take care of any grunt work. Plus, there's better shooters than me. There's better shooters than me anyway. I don't have any captain's honor to defend.
That's so. I recall Miss Fujimura saying that you were the best they had.
Coming from her, that's a bit of an ego boost, but still, she's only saying that because of the guy who left. You're right, though. If Miss Fujimura thinks that much of me, I'd better act like a real captain.
That's the spirit. And speak of the devil, here comes your club mates now. Time for me to go, but make sure you do your part.
What, you're not gonna watch us shoot?
I wouldn't understand it even if I did. It's one thing to watch from afar, but the uninitiated shouldn't loiter in the dojo. Just as I get up to leave, the first club members begin entering the archery range. Good morning, Captain.
Morning, Mato. You by yourself today?
Yes. I'm sorry I couldn't convince him to come.
That's fine. If he doesn't want to, there's no point forcing him.
Ayako speaks to the first club member to arrive. I'll be going then. See you later, Mitsuzuri.
Yeah, later, Tosuka.
Have a good day, Tosuka. Thanks. Hang in there, Sakura. I leave the dojo behind so as not to get in the way.
Morning, Tosuka. Funny running into you so early.
Oh no. And here comes the person I least wanted to see. Good morning, Mato. You're here early.
Of course I am. I'm the captain, so I need to set a good example for the first years.
Shinji Mato from Class 2C grins at me. He's the vice captain of the Kyudo Club and darling of half the girls at school. It's mostly thanks to his looks, of course, but he's also admired for his good grades, social graces, being kind to girls, and being an overall heartthrob, or something like that. I really don't follow that kind of stuff, it's just what I hear my classmates say.
I see.
Oh, wait. I see. Hate to burst your bubble, but I'm pretty sure you're forgetting an important part of that motto. Try to remember next time.
What's that?
Vice. I don't care whether you're captain or vice captain, but if you make a point of leaving it out, some people might think it bothers you, vice captain. Lord Omega 12, thank you for becoming a channel member. Or renewing your channel membership, rather.
You're right. Keep that in mind. Thanks, Tosuka.
Not sure I did anything that you should thank me for, but hey, I'm not gonna stop you. With that, I turn to leave the range.
Well, hang on. You're here to watch, aren't you? You're more than welcome to stay.
Pass. I don't want to interrupt your practice.
I don't mind at all. If anyone says otherwise, I'll kick them out, so why don't you stick around?
I already said I don't want to intrude. It's not that I'm particularly particularly interested in Kyudo. I'm not really excited to watch a bunch of people I don't know shooting arrows.
What's that, Tosuka? You don't care about Kyudo? I must be just be confused after seeing you watch us after school so many times.
I don't know what he's playing at, but he seems to have seriously misunderstood things. So, you knew, Mato?
Yeah, our eyes met often, you and I saw you watching me. I wanted to call out to you, but you know how it is. Can't raise my voice on the range.
Shinji starts closing in on me, looking pleased with himself. I see the triumphant glint in his eye competing with that affable smile.
I had it wrong all along. I thought you liked watching us shoot, but you aren't interested. Why were you watching then, Tosuka?
Ah, now I see. It would sound like that, wouldn't it? Would you mind taking a step back, Mato? I like my personal space.
What was that, Tosuka?
Wow, you are still not getting it. This isn't my usual style, but I guess it'll take what it'll take. Here, I'll make this real simple, so even you can understand. I am even less interested in you than I am in Kyudo. I didn't even know you were in the club, and I doubt I'll remember next time either.
What did you just say?
I must have touched a nerve because he tries to grab me roughly. I twist out of his reach and turn to leave. Bye, Mato. Sometimes a little self-consciousness can do you good.
Tosuka, you little...
Shinji sounds like he's about to say something, but he keeps his temper and doesn't chase after me. The guy is all style, no substance. If he had even a little backbone, the people around him wouldn't suffer nearly so much. I take the rear entrance into campus from the archery range. It's past 7 now, but there still aren't students in the hallways. Hey, it's Tosuka! Good morning, Miss Fujimura. Yep, good morning to you. I just love how you're so polite to teachers like me. The strange woman pretends to sob in delight. Lord Omega 12 with the $5. Bro thinks he's God's gift to women, then ends up getting refunded immediately after being introduced. What a guy. No, Shinji is such a character. Anyway, Taiga. I love you, Taiga. It may be hard to believe, but this extraordinarily affectionate and happy-go-lucky woman is actually a teacher here. Is there another way to say good morning? Well, there sure are. The first years all greet me properly, but once they're upperclassmen, they stop using my surname. Don't follow their example, all right? Oh, I'm not quite sure I understand, but I wouldn't be rude to you. Good girl. Oh, how I wish they could be more like you, Tosuka. With a parting wave and a see ya, Miss Fujimura leaves. Fortunately, she isn't my homeroom teacher. Miss Fujimura teaches English. Her sunny attitude belies her expert rank in Japanese fencing, kendo. In her student days, they called her the Fuyuki Tiger. That's the mystery, though. You'd think someone known as a tiger would be feared, not adored, right? Miss Fujimura cheerily heads off in the direction of the archery range. Instead of the kendo club. Oh, wait. Whoops. Oh, okay. I missed part of that. For some reason, she's the faculty advisor to the Kyudo club instead of the kendo club. There we go. And Master 3000, thank you for becoming a channel member. It's just before 7:30. I can see students doing their club activities on the school grounds, but there's hardly anyone indoors. Except...
Good. Tosuka.
He always blurts out my name like I did something wrong every time he sees me. Well, if it isn't the student council president, it's a little early for patrolling campus, isn't it? Or are you maybe fixing up the club rooms? You're diligent as always. Not that I care.
And just what are you doing? You're not even in a club, so why are you here so early?
I just felt like it. Not an early riser like your family, Ryudo. The student council president's handsome face darkens with suspicion. He seems to have it out for me. I really don't know why. Maybe me saying temples are so dull pass is what started it.
One question for you. Have you been staying late on campus lately, Tosuka?
Nope, I'm in the Go Home Club, you know that.
Naturally. As the appointed student council president, I'm well acquainted with all of our students' affairs.
That's nice. Not sure why you bothered asking then. Hope you're not trying to pawn your student council work off on outsiders. Spy on your fellow students yourself, don't ask me. It's got nothing to do with me.
In what way are you an outsider? Don't think I haven't noticed the way you used your wiles to get your hooks into our treasury, you vixen.
Well, that was uncalled for. Mitsuzuri just asked me to publicize your club budget allocation. Don't the students have a right to know how their funds are being spent?
That's all it was to you, was it? The psychological damage you inflicted on the treasurer made her take an entire week off. I shouldn't be surprised to see how just how twisted your ethics are.
Look who's talking. You ought to keep your staff on a tighter leash. Playing favorites with the cultural clubs doesn't seem fair to me.
I know that. That's why I was going to audit them myself. It's fixed, you say?
Just then, an unexpected visitor makes his presence known.
Oh, sorry, Emiya. You're doing all the work while I'm out here and I just tasked you for help with the repairs. Forgive me. Don't worry about it. Where's the next one? We don't have much time. The AV room, then. The equipment's been acting up for a while and it finally gave up the ghost. If it's completely broken, I can't fix it. It'd be easier to buy a new one. You're right, but I'd still appreciate it if you take a look. Looks like it's on its deathbed to me, but you might be able to nurse it back to health. Okay, I'll try.
Beckoned by the other student, the president leaves. I'd stopped thinking during the sudden turn of events. The other boy, wrench and screwdriver in hand, turns as if he's remembered something.
You're early today, Tosaka.
He awkwardly mutters and leaves. Was that supposed to be a greeting? The president and the student called Emiya walk off into the distance. That would be Shido Emiya from Class 2C. Hope that's all it was. How do I put it? The wrench looked right at home in his hands, but I'm not sure if it's because it makes him look tough or handy. At 7:30 a.m., there's nobody else in classroom 2A. I take a seat at my desk and flip through my math workbook. There's still 30 minutes until morning homeroom. Got time to kill until my classmates start arriving. The classroom's as lively as lunch break begins after 4th period. My school has a cafeteria, so only about half of the students stay in the room. It's mostly girls that stay behind. The girls think the cafeteria is a bit too liberal with the seasoning, so...
Tosaka, would you like to have lunch with me?
We girls tend to enjoy our lunches as a group. Sorry, I can't, Sayagusa, but thanks for asking. I'll be eating at the cafeteria today. I overslept this morning, so I didn't have time to make lunch.
Oh, of course. Sorry for ambushing you with that.
Sayagusa looks guiltily at her feet. Among the refined and well-behaved students of Class A, she's the most demure. For some reason, she's really nice to me. There's nothing to apologize for. I just didn't have time to make a lunch today. Please, ask me again tomorrow. I let her down as gently as I can and offer a genuine smile.
Oh, okay. So even you sleep in too, huh?
Perhaps my smile made her feel better. Sayagusa turns back to her table, looking relieved. She's adorable. Yukika Sayagusa isn't drop-dead gorgeous, but her smile always puts everyone around her at ease. It does happen. I don't let it show, but I'm not really a morning person. I can't get up early enough to be in any of the clubs. Sayagusa somehow maintains an elegant air even when startled. Watching her reactions is always so calming, but that doesn't mean I have time to just stand here and talk. If I keep up a conversation with someone so disarming, the real me is bound to show herself. I'm off to the cafeteria then. Enjoy your lunch.
You too, Tosaka.
Sayagusa and I exchange some graceful greetings, and she returns to her friends. I see that she's eating with Kaede Makidera and Kane Himuro. Oh, right. Wasn't Sayagusa the track and field club manager? Makidera and Himuro are the track and field club's rising stars. Makidera is a bad influence with whom I go window shopping on days off, but I don't know Himuro too well. Looks like you got dumped, Saichi. Told you that Tosaka doesn't bring lunch. If you want to hook her, you gotta bring enough food for both of you. Maki, can't we just go to the cafeteria with her too then?
No, it's too cramped in there to share space with us brown baggers. Plus, it's really annoying how the boys stare when you sit next to Tosaka.
The last time we hung out, she hogged all the attention. Oh wait, that's not you. It's too cramped in there to share space with us brown baggers. Plus, it's really annoying how the boys stare when you sit next to Tosaka. The last time we hung out, she hogged all the attention. She's an overachiever and all swanky too. Can't take it. Makidera takes hold of Sayagusa's desk as she continues to rant about me. Despite her foul mouth, she actually wears a kimono really well, like a picturesque Japanese beauty. Makino G. Oh, Makino G, Lady Tosaka can hear everything you're saying. Meanwhile, Himuro's cool and solid demeanor are a complete foil to that of Makidera. Oh crap, did she hear me? Ugh, I but she's totally glaring at me.
Oh, I don't think that she's glaring at you.
She's totally shooting lasers. It's the scariest when she's smiling at you. Oh, come on, just let it slide. We're pals, remember? I treated you to taiyaki that one time. Kaede Makidera puffs her cheeks out in a pout, waving her disposable chopsticks in the air. Actually, okay, yeah. I just wanted to make sure. I hadn't thought about if the Streamlabs notifications were still running, but they are. Good. Would you believe that her hobby is collecting wind chimes? The world works in strange ways. At any rate, it's rude to Saigusa to stare at the three of them. Caught between me and the foul-mouthed Makidera, Saigusa looks like she doesn't know what to do with herself. It's alright, Saigusa. And Makidera, I was the one who treated you to crepes, not taiyaki. You really ought to fix how often you work in hyperbole. Ugh, that smile scares the daylights out of me. Makidera holds up her lunchbox lid like some kind of shield. I bid the odd trio farewell, leave the classroom, and slide the door closed. Oops. Give me a break. Taiyaki, crepes, what's the oh wait, that's Makidera. Give me a break. Taiyaki, crepes, what's the difference? They're both sweet things wrapped in carbs. Makidera utters something blasphemous for a girl. She thinks taiyaki and crepes are the same? Is she even human? Are all desserts the same to her? If I'd known that her taste buds can't distinguish Floor's 500 yen very, very berry from an 80 yen taiyaki at Edomaya. Damn you, Kaede Makidera! I could have saved 420 yen! Wow. What am I getting actually upset for? Marie the Bee with the $50! Holy crap, thank you. I can't be here for the stream, but here is some support that I promised. I can't wait to come back when I'm free and watch Fate for the first time. I hope you enjoy it! I really appreciate that. Thank you. That's so sweet. I must be still tired from last night. The cafeteria sounds like a pain, so I'll buy some bread from the counter and eat on the roof. I purchase my lunch and head to the unoccupied roof. Though it's different in the summertime, during the winter the roof is a convenient place to eat that the other students tend to avoid. It's too cold to hang out here during lunch, but that's a small price to pay for privacy. Time to eat. I indulge in the tomato sandwich and hot lemon drink I bought from the cafeteria. It's a simple lunch, made all the more delicious by the fact that I can enjoy it here in peace. Phew. I finish the sandwich and sip on the warm lemony drink. I'm a little tired. It's hard to balance being an overachiever with avoiding human contact as much as possible. As the saying goes, one should be accomplished at both the pen and the sword. It's a point of pride, no conviction, that I be the top student of the school. I've decided that if I was going to be a student, then I would be the very best. I don't want people looking down on the Tosuka name. That's how Rin Tosuka came to be a perfect, flawless student. On the other hand, my occupation as a mage is dangerous, so I shouldn't associate too much with normal people. When a mage is discovered by the public, she has no choice but to eliminate witnesses to protect herself. I'd rather not resort to that. That's why I keep my social interactions purely superficial, out of necessity. I only hang out with Makidera on my days off, and I turn down invitations from more sociable people like Saigusa. It's difficult walking the tightrope of being the number one student at school while making sure I don't become anyone else's number one. And sure, there are times where it tires me out, and I feel like life is a real drag. Oh, it's already time? I finish the hot lemon drink and stand up. That's enough sentimentality for today. Time to go back downstairs and become Rin Tosuka again.
Homeroom is over. Make sure you log your day shifts and lock the doors and windows. If you don't have any club activities, try to get home quickly.
Class 2A's teacher gives his usual spiel and leaves the room. As far as I know, he's said it exactly the same way all year. Tosuka, you going home already? Yeah, had a run-in with Mato this morning, so I want to leave before it gets out of hand. I figured he sure had a temper this morning. You must have put him through the ringer. Did he now? Sorry for the trouble. It wasn't really. Mato's always hard on the younger students. Helps them build character. Glad to hear it. I'll make it up to you later. Sure. Hope it doesn't put you off. Stop by anytime. Stop by again sometime. I make my way home without taking any detours. My time as Rin Tosuka, the honor student, ends once I leave the school. The next half of the day is reserved for the other me. I have to become a mage of the Tosaka. When I arrive back at the house, I'm greeted with the pulsing light of my answering machine. Voicemail? Figures. It's Kirei. I have a feeling I know what he's gonna say, but I better listen or I won't hear the end of it later. I press the play button and hear a familiar male voice.
It's me. As I'm sure you're aware, tomorrow is the time limit, Rin. We'll have a problem if you procrastinate any further. There are only 2 spots left. I must ensure all the masters are in order soon.
The priest cuts straight to the point.
If you plan to forfeit your rights as a master, let me know by today. It will take time to dispatch a substitute mage.
Liar. I bet you could find a backup right away.
You've already shown signs of command spell. Promptly summon your servant and bind them to it. Of course, it's a different discussion if you choose not to take part in the Holy Grail War. If you fear for your life, then come to the church with all due haste.
The voicemail ends. It was a clear message in simple language. If you're going to fight, then be ready by today. If you aren't, then retire because you're in the way. I don't need you to tell me that. It's only to be expected, I guess. Today's the last day I can drag this out. Thankfully, I managed to decipher Father's notes yesterday. My battle preparations are in order. All that's left is to seize the right to participate, as he said. The Holy Grail War. A fight to the death over a single chalice. A ritual that's gone on for centuries. The mages who take part in the Holy Grail War are called masters. It doesn't denote a rank of any kind, it merely describes their role. There's a condition to participate in the Holy Grail War. You must summon a familiar called a servant and form a contract with them. Regardless of your skills as a mage, you're not recognized as a master until you become a servant, command a servant. There's a clear difference between servants and normal familiars. The way you summon and use them are different. Mages who plan to fight in the Holy Grail War prepare summoning catalysts, but I wish Father had left me something with a connection to a saber. I don't own any relics with a connection to a servant. I can summon one, yes. In fact, I could do it right now if I wanted to, as well as form a contract. This town's ley lines are under the jurisdiction of the Tosaka. I am the heir to a clan that's administered to the land for generations, so my performance will not take a back seat to some visiting mage. Although, while that is true, it'd be awfully incompetent of me to embark on a figurative voyage without a compass. Servants are drawn to symbols. To summon a powerful servant, one needs a symbol with a connection to that servant. In other words, I'd need some outrageously valuable item, like a sword or a piece of armor that servant owned, or maybe a bone or heraldry related to them. I had such big hopes for Father's will. No, he still did leave me a serious trump card. The pendant I discovered in the basement last night is an ancient artifact of the highest quality. It's amazing all on its own. Still, it won't help me summon a servant. Fine. I don't need to rely on something like that to figure this out. To begin with, I doubt there's any master more qualified to handle saber than I am. Alright, I've made up my mind. I'd rather not get another earful, and waiting until the last minute doesn't sit right with me. Now the real challenge begins. Tonight, I'm going to summon a servant while I'm in peak condition, and acquire saber by force. Late night. The clock reads almost 2 a.m. This is the period where everything lines up. My condition peaks at 2 a.m. sharp. In terms of limits, this will be my first and last chance, so I can't afford even the slightest mistake. Withdrawal within elimination. Engrave 4 circles of withdrawal and surround them with a summoning circle. There. I inscribe magic circles into the floor of the basement. Actually, it doesn't take a major evocation to call forth a servant. Servants are invited by the Holy Grail. Masters anchor them to the world and supply the magical energy to materialize them, but the servants are the ones who choose to respond to the summons. For the elements, silver and iron. For the foundation, stone and the Archduke of Pacts. For the ancestor, my great master, Schweinurg. Raise a wall for the wind that shall fall. Close the gates of the 4 directions. Come forth from the crown and follow the forked road leading to the kingdom. Still,
I need to keep cautious and focus. Magic circles are normally drawn with blood, but tonight I draw mine with melted jewels. I'm using up half of the jewels I've accumulated over my lifetime, so I'll never financially recover from this if it fails. I just remembered it was Schwein, not Schwein. Yeah. Fill, 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 fill. Repeat 5 times. But when each is filled, destroy it. It's almost 2 a.m. I finish drawing the summoning circle, pass down through the Tosaka line, and face it with all my being. Anfang. I flick a formless switch within myself. With a click, I feel my insides turn over to something else. My normal nerves invert and become circuits for conducting magical energy. Atropos with the $2. I'll never financially recover from this. It is a pretty funny line. Rin Tosaka is no longer human. She's just a component in the execution of mystics. I melt from my fingers. No, I'm filled up from my fingers. The mana I'm taking in is so dense it overwrites my bodily sensations. That's why I'm being destroyed at the same time I'm being filled. Running through my body is the power, mana, from the atmosphere. I converted it to a different type of energy through my body's circuits. A mage's body is nothing but circuits. Circuits to connect the ethereal to the material. The mystical outcome we produce is what we call magecraft. My body grows hot. It seems like horns are growing from my forehead. It seems like wings are sprouting from my back. It seems like scales are covering my hands. It feels like there's water pooling around my ankles. Sweat drips. Stab, stab. Swords pierce my body. These are the stigmata that reject my body, which becomes a circuit. No matter how gifted a mage is, we're only human. In a human body, the pain is something we must live with whenever we use magecraft. The cycle doesn't let up. Beyond the agony, deep within the trance, lies the mental state necessary for connection. Pain wriggles in my left arm. To aid the caster, my magic crest autonomously begins an incantation, invading my nervous system. The mana in the atmosphere I've taken in turns to blood. It's like molten lead, while my activated magic crest resembles thorny nerves. With a crunching sensation, it creeps throughout my body like a thorny centipede. Within the hurt, I forget myself. At the same time, I can feel it taking hold of me, like I've reached where I need to go. My hypersensitive hearing picks up the ticking clock in the parlor. 10 seconds left until 2 a.m. Atropos of the $2. The cycle doesn't let up. Me on my period. True! The power filling my body is unquestionably complete. Heed my words. Time to begin. I convert the mana I have collected into magical energy for fixation. All that's left is to feed all that energy into the engine, the summoning circle, until my body runs dry. Heed my words. My will creates your body, and your sword creates my destiny. If you heed the Grail's call and obey my will and reason, then answer me! My vision goes dark. What lies before me now is the 5th factor, said to be imperceptible to the naked eye. My vision shuts off on its own, fearing what it might see. I hereby swear, I shall be all the good in the world. I shall defeat all evil in the world. 7 heavens clad in 3 great words of power. Come forth from the circle of binding, guardian of the scales! That went off without a hitch. It feels so perfect. It's like I'm reeling in a whale with a fishing rod. Flawless. I'm positive I just drew the strongest card. I can't wait for my vision to return. It'll take a few more seconds, but when it does, I'm sure the strongest servant will be nowhere in sight. Huh? Nothing's there. The room doesn't look different at all.
I spun that much ether into this ritual only for absolutely nothing to materialize. On top of that, I think I just heard something explode in the parlor. Why? I bolt. My head's empty at this point. I just run. I race up the stairs from the basement. The door is broken? The door to the parlor is askew off its hinges. There isn't any point in turning the doorknob. And since it won't open whether I push or pull... Ah, damn it! Move, you stupid thing! I kick it down and burst into the room. And the moment I enter the parlor, everything becomes clear. Everything is in tatters. Rubble is strewn across everything, as if something has fallen through the ceiling. On top of it all sits a man cocking his head arrogantly. He must be some kind of criminal. But something graver draws my attention. The grandfather clock, having escaped destruction, tells the time precisely. Now I remember. Right, of course. The clocks were an hour ahead today, weren't they? Which means it's 1 a.m. Still a full hour left until I'm in peak spellcasting form. I screwed up again. I can complete tasks as well as anybody else, but suffer from the curse of my genetics. When it really counts, I somehow manage to bungle things on an unbelievable level. What's done is done. Just gotta learn from this. I can't believe my own stupidity. Still irritated, I direct my glare at the man lounging haughtily on the rubble. So... what are you? Harmony with Canadian $2. Oh my god, Dante from Devil May Cry.
That's the first thing out of your mouth? I seem to have been dealt a truly ridiculous master.
And Lord Omega 12 with the $2. Hey lady, your clock's off. Want me to fix it? The man in the red mantle shakes his head in a show of exasperation. To add insult to injury, he mutters something about drawing the short straw. Oh, now I'm dead certain. This guy has a messed up personality. And is this a servant? I thought familiars were shapeless beings, but this is just a man. No, not just a man. Even from here, I can tell that it's brimming with a shocking amount of magical energy. Don't be fooled by its appearance. I'm staring at something that's undoubtedly more than human. It's a human-shaped ghost that's on some level of an elemental. There's no time to be dumbstruck. That thing belongs to me. I need to get my head in the game. Just checking, but you are my servant, right?
That's what I wanted to ask. Are you even my master? I've never been summoned so violently before, and honestly, I'm still struggling to get my bearings.
It's my first time too. I'm not answering questions like that.
I see. But you weren't here when I was summoned. Care to explain why?
Philip with the $15. Fun fact about the CG is the OG game was in 4x3, but instead of cropping the artwork like the Vita version, they actually filled in the sides of the CGs for the remaster. Yes, they did. That's one thing that I really, really like about the remaster, actually. It's very cool.
You serious? You're no baby bird. Don't joke that you can't decide who to
Oh, wait a minute. Different voice. Are you serious? You're no baby bird. Don't joke that you can't decide who to serve if they aren't there when you open your eyes. The unidentified servant frowns and a grunt escapes his lips. Maybe he didn't like the way I said it, though he had a mixed reaction, as if still impressed by the logic in my words.
Whatever.
Oh, whatever. What I'm asking is if you're my servant and no one else's. I don't have to answer any of your questions until we make that clear.
This is what I get after a failed summoning, huh? Believe there's something else you should be saying.
There isn't. In a master-familiar relationship, this is the first detail we need to hash out. The servant's eyebrow twitches. He isn't even bothering to hide his dissatisfaction with me. I wonder if it's because of the half-baked summoning.
You want to clarify who serves whom. At least you know how to run your mouth, even if you failed at everything else.
Sure, I agree with
that opinion. We ought to make clear who's strong and who's weak, or else it'll make this dynamic difficult.
The servant eyes me meaningfully, still relaxing on the rubble of my living room. Who's weak?
Yeah, I'm a servant, and I'll acknowledge that I serve my summoner. But that's only how it is on paper, wouldn't you say?
We still need to establish, sorry. Just the lack of quotes always gets me.
We still need to establish who's superior and whether you're worthy to fight alongside. On that point, are you a mage worthy of my service, little girl?
The servant smirks. First he destroys my house and acts like he's king of the castle, and now he has the nerve to ask whether I'm worthy? I didn't ask for your opinion. I only asked if you're my servant or not. I repeat myself, stealing my gaze. I'm not going to back down from this condescending jerk.
Oh, I see. You wouldn't even deign to answer such an obvious question. At least you got spirit. You can talk the talk, but can you walk the walk?
Like I said, you're getting ahead of yourself. It's the summoner's duty to confirm this first. Now answer me. Are you my servant or not? I step forward aggressively, ready to pounce depending on his answer.
Such a stubborn girl. We'll get nowhere at this rate. Very well, for discussion's sake, let's assume that I am your servant. In that case, are you my master? Hypothetically speaking, of course.
Obviously, you're the servant I summoned, so who else would it be? I glare at this rude man, giving my seething head a moment to cool down.
Oh? Well, I suppose it would be. I would be, hypothetically. Then where's the proof that you're my master?
The servant blithely asks, smirking all the while. He's clearly trying to goad me with these questions into losing my temper. Right here. This proves that I'm your master. I show him the command spells on my right hand. Don't think I was born yesterday. Father's told me enough that I know what command spells are at the very least. Good enough for you yet? Any other complaints? I thrust the symbols at him in challenge, but the lounging servant rolls his eyes.
Are you serious right now, girl?
His face darkens, looking even more disgruntled. What do you mean?
I'm talking about the way you think. Command spells automatically make you my master. They're merely tools to compel a servant. I can't believe you think flaunting some symbols is enough to play master. What I want to see is whether you deserve my loyal service.
That makes sense, but normally you'd think of command spells if someone asked you for proof you're a master, right? What, you think I'm unqualified to be your master?
I wish that were the case, but unfortunately your command spell shows that you summoned me. As hard as it is to believe, you appear to be my master.
He shrugs in mock exhaustion. Uh-oh. I've reached my boiling point, and I'm not going to cool down in time.
I'm hardly satisfied, but I'll concede the point. For now, you're my master, but I have conditions. I'm not going to do what you say. I'll decide the direction of battle, and you'll act as I see fit. This is the greatest concession I can give you. I'm sure you don't mind, girl.
Sorry, Father. I'm at my limit. Okay. You're saying you'll recognize me even though you don't like it, but you'll ignore my opinions? Aren't you supposed to be my servant? I ask in a trembling voice. After our spat over the command spells, this is my last desperate attempt at dialogue. And yet...
Yes, technically. Therefore, I'll obey you, in theory. But I'm the one who'll be fighting. You can just hide underground in your house and behave until the Holy Grail War's over. That way, even a novice like you will survive.
He's looking down on me, declaring that he expects nothing from me.
Did I make you angry? Of course, I respect your position. I was summoned to bring my master victory, after all. My victories will belong to you, as will any spoils of war. You hardly have anything to complain about.
Oh.
You can't even use those command spells. Just leave the rest to me and worry about your own skin.
I've had it with you! Fine! If that's how it's gonna be, then I'll use them! Anfang! No more mercy! I've got nothing else left for a jackass like this! What? Don't tell me! It's exactly what you're thinking, you dirtbag! Vintrag! I knew Nagel! I knew es Gesetz! I knew es Wildblättchen!
Wait! Have you lost your mind, Master? Who would waste a command spell on something like this?
Shut up! You're my servant, get it? That means you absolutely have to do what I say! The emblem on my right hand aches. The 3 command spells. They allow a master to issue 3 unbreakable commands to their servants.
Did you even think this through? If you use a command spell on such a vague order...
It's too late to whine now. I didn't expect this to happen either. I want to die of self-loathing. I can't believe I just burned one of my precious command spells on a petty squabble. And to retread real quick to say what exactly the probably butchered German I just said was, I hereby invoke my command spell in accordance with the laws of the Holy Grail, bind my servant in absolute obedience. After that, I retreated from the ruins of the parlor and went to my bedroom. Before me stands the servant whom my command spells compelled absolute obedience from. Supposedly, anyway.
I see. I more or less have you figured out, Master.
Who would call this absolute obedience? Oh, it still works if you say it in Japanese. Okay, I see. Fair enough. I mean, yeah, I guess I can just read anything that's in parentheses in English. I just, wanted to try it a little bit, but maybe I shouldn't push my luck.
Just to be clear, do you understand how critical the command spells are, Master?
Sure I do. They let me order my servant around 3 times. What about it?
Ugh. Listen, command spells let you force a servant into action. You can use them not only to stop actions, but also strengthen actions. For example, normally I can't come to you instantly from a distant location, but if you order me to with your command spell, it's possible as long as it's something that's attainable with our magical energies. That's what the power of forced compliance means. Not even we servants can resist. Your command spells are 3 crystallizations of grand magecrafts that can make us overcome our bodily limits, though you're down to 2 now.
I know that, so what? I still have 2 more, and it's not like the first order was wasted on you.
You're right, I did miscalculate. The more vague an order is, the more the power of a command spell diminishes. They're weaker on long-lasting, broad commands like protect me until the end or win this war for me. The compulsion will be sustained, but there will be servants who can resist the minor pain of disobedience. On the other hand, singular commands like unleash your next attack at all costs or do not break that glass are absolute, and even powerful servants will find it difficult to defy them. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you, Master?
Yes, you're saying that vague commands are pointless. If the effect and restriction are both weak, then servants can act against their command spells. It's better to use them on a simple, straightforward order rather than something abstract.
That's correct. A command spell's meant to cause miracles beyond our own means. It's unforgivably foolish to spend them on a task that can be executed by other means. That goes doubly for the way you used it earlier. You could have verbally persuaded me to obey you, and even 100 command spells would have failed to enforce absolute obedience.
So you're saying it was all for nothing?
Normally that would be the case, but it appears that you are an outstandingly talented mage.
Is he shocked or happy? My servant's lips twitch upward even as he sighs. By outstanding, you mean... Hang on. Tell me honestly what your condition is like right now. The implication dawns on me and I ask him eagerly.
That was my miscalculation. Your command should have resulted in a change of heart that would make me want to respect your opinions slightly more. But I can feel a strong compulsion from your every word. If I voice an objection, let me think. It's as if my defiance would weaken me. In other words, my body will grow heavy, making it difficult to move if I defy my master's will.
My servant shrugs in resignation. So he's saying that my command spell wasn't a waste, but an actual benefit? He's still being as sarcastic as ever, so it doesn't seem to have had any effect. Besides, even if he's weakened, I doubt even 10 of me could resist if he decided to rebel against me.
Allow me to retract my previous statement, Master. You may be young, but you are a superior mage. It was my mistake for underestimating you as a child and trying to keep you out of the fight. I apologize for my rudeness.
The servant straightens his posture and gives me a formal bow. Eh? Wait, hold on. I know we said a lot of things to each other, but it's not like we need to make up after.
Is that so? Good, I'm glad you're so understanding.
Awfully quick on the uptake, aren't you?
I indeed miscalculated, but this must be what they call a happy accident. I have no qualms bringing a mage of your talents into the war.
this his roundabout way of saying I'm a strong master? So you'll recognize me as your master even without the command spells?
Of course. I was still getting my bearings after the summoning earlier, but we're now completely connected. As a mage, you should be able to feel the bond of our pact.
Our pact? Now that he mentions it, something does feel weird about my body. It's as if my closed-off nerves are now connected to the outside. Specifically, I can feel a portion of my magical energy flowing up to the man before me. Oh, the Holy Grail calls the servants, but masters keep them in the world.
Yes, that's your power as a master. You supply your servant with magical energy so that they can remain in this world.
And my supply is adequate. I have concerns about your
Oh, and my supply is adequate. I have concerns about your inexperience, but your powers make up for it.
A common mage would probably faint. Oh, god damn it. Sorry.
A common mage would probably faint the second they summon a servant. Yet you're standing here, full of life. Considering the command spell you used earlier, your energy capacity unquestionably makes you a master of the finest caliber.
Flattery won't get you anywhere. I break eye contact out of embarrassment. Well, I didn't see this coming. I know the command spell is making him obey me, but still, this superhuman servant is sincerely acknowledging me as his master. So, which servant are you? I clear my head and return to business.
You can't tell by looking? Very well then.
I take it all back. He's definitely making fun of me. Fine, then I'm asking as your master. Hey, aren't you a saber?
Unfortunately, I'm not equipped with a sword.
I suspected as much. When all is said and done, I got the time wrong. My summoning circle didn't do its job, and my servant was spat out into some random room. It was far too sloppy of a ritual to summon the strongest servant, Saber. I really botched it this time. I'll never live down failing to pull Saber after spending that many gems.
Sorry I'm not a saber.
Huh? Well, sure, it's a painful mistake, but I'm the only one who screwed up.
Yes, I bet you think Archer isn't a very attractive class. Alright, I'll make you eat those words. When the time comes, I won't be taking any apologies.
What? What a surprise. The unidentified servant seems to be sulking. Maybe my fixation on Saber offended him. That strike a nerve, Archer?
It did. Just you watch. I'll show you how lucky you are to have me.
Archer retorts with a sidelong glance. He has a really spiteful air about him, but that reaction felt somehow childish and free of malice. You know, he might be a pretty decent guy. Okay, make sure I regret what I said, Archer. Lord Omega 12 with the $2. I can't believe Rin admitted that she lost the gacha. Yeah, literally true. I'll apologize from the bottom of my heart if so.
You'd better remember that, Master. You'll be grateful once you learn how capable I am. Of course, an apology might not satisfy me at that point.
Archer huffs even as his lips twist into a grin. Oh yeah, this one's got a rotten personality, alright. Fine. Anyway, you're a heroic spirit, so where's your legend originally from? Archer doesn't answer. His sardonic expression is replaced by a deepening frown. Archer, your master just asked you a question.
It's a secret.
What? I
can't tell you where I'm from. Because...
Hey, I'll get mad if you give me a lame excuse.
Well...
There's that face again. Archer opens and closes his mouth as if he's having trouble voicing an uncomfortable truth.
Because... I don't know.
Wait, what? Huh? Are you making fun of me again?
I don't mean to insult you, but it must be because of the imperfect summoning. My memories are jumbled. I know who I am, but my name and origins are a haze. Still, it isn't valuable information, so there's no need for concern.
Of course I'm concerned. If I don't know which heroic spirit you are, then how am I supposed to know how strong you are?
And what's the problem? That's a trivial question.
There you go again. How am I supposed to form a strategy if I can't tell how strong my partner is? We can't fight a war like this.
What do you mean? I'm the servant that you summoned. Naturally, that makes me the strongest.
He's so straightforward. The Crimson Knight fixes me with a gaze full of confidence and trust. What? My brain grinds to a halt. There's no deception in Archer's words. He's sincerely giving me more credit than I deserve, even though we've just met. My cheeks are burning. I'm sure I'm blushing bright red right now. Surprise attacks like this tend to be my weakness. Fine then. At least nobody else knows who you are. So you have to fool your allies to fool your enemies. I turn away from Archer to hide my embarrassment. I'm sure I'll figure out in due time what sort of servant he is anyway. For now, we have other priorities. Okay, I won't ask about your identity for the time being. Then, Archer, here's your first job.
Jumping straight to it, are we? Guess you're an aggressive type. Where's the...
Before he can say enemy, I toss a broom and dustpan at him. Go clean up the mess you made downstairs. A few seconds pass in stunned silence. When Archer finally regains his senses, he grips the broom indignantly.
Wait. What exactly do you think a servant is?
A familiar, right? A little uppity and hard to deal with, though. Archer cuts himself off. I have no intention of letting him off, and if he tries to weasel out of it, I still have a card to play.
I object. I refuse to...
Are you sure? This is a direct order from your master. Thought you said you'd feel weighed down if you went against me. It's too bad if that's too much for you to handle, but the penalty will continue until the parlor is clean, you know? Won't that pose a risk to you when we start fighting tomorrow? He stands there for several more seconds with broom in hand, grumbling under his breath. And so, the archer in the red mantle closes his eyes.
Understood. Go to hell, Master.
And gracefully accepts my order. Now then, it's getting late, so I should rest. I can decide how to deal with him once I wake up. A fateful day draws to a close. No, rather, my fate was shaped by this night. That makes 6, including me. Once the 7th and final master summons their servant, the Holy Grail War of this generation will begin. In the not-so-distant future, the battle I've been waiting 10 long years for is about to commence. February 1st. The Holy Grail War. It's a grand ritual that's been repeated for hundreds of years. A fight to the death between 7 participants, of which only one can survive. It's said that a Holy Grail exists in the land of Fuyuki, and that a number of mages fought over it in the past. Their one and only objective was to obtain the relic called the Holy Grail. However, the Grail's origins are unclear. We're sure it isn't the chalice that held the blood of God, but its power is fearsome enough to be compared to the genuine article. That's right. They say the Holy Grail can grant any wish. Only one person can possess it. The Holy Grail can only grant one wish for one person. Despite that, 7 mages are needed to summon the Grail to this land. 7 collaborators to create one miracle. So, as you might imagine, it was only a matter of time before they started fighting over the Grail. Like so many conflicts, it started as a competition over property rights. The 7 mages equally used the power of the Holy Grail to summon their respective familiars, then do battle over the Grail itself. Only one mage can obtain the Grail. As a result, 7 people who started as colleagues ended up in a ferocious battle to the death. That's the gist of the ritual known as the Holy Grail War, a struggle for ownership between mages. The mages chosen by the Holy Grail are called Masters, who use the blessing of the Grail to acquire powerful familiars known as servants. 2 things serve as proof that one had become master: the summoning and command of a servant, and the mark of command spells to compel the servant's servitude. The first goes without saying. The archer I summoned yesterday, no, a few hours ago to be exact, is Rin Tosaka's servant. As for the second, A master must closely guard the command spells that control one's servant. This is probably the most critical aspect of being a master. When I summoned Archer, symbols appeared on my right hand, namely, command spells. Stigmata bestowed by the Holy Grail upon the summoning of a servant that marks one's new status as a master. A massive amount of magical energy is compressed into these seals, whose power is fleeting rather than long-lasting. They disappear once they're used, and as their shape suggests, each mark represents a single use. In other words, one only gets 3 shots. A master has used up all 3 command spells can no longer control a servant and is as good as dead. Therefore, command spells must be handled with care until the very end, since they're as valuable as one's own life. It pains me to no end that I burned one right off the bat, but it wasn't a total waste, so I'll chalk it up as a win. After all, a servant could turn on its master at any time. If one command spell is what it takes to put a collar on him, then I consider it a fair trade. That's about it for the broader strokes of this business. Once 7 servants have been summoned, the Holy Grail War will begin. Tonight's sleep will be a fitful one. I don't know when the final master will appear, but they could be right around the corner. Is it morning already? I feel sluggish. My bleary gaze goes up to the window, only to see that it's already bright outside. It's after 9. That doesn't even count as being tardy. After a drowsy check of the clock, I make up my mind to skip school today. Body's heavy. Feels like that business mostly drained me. Sitting up in bed, I heave a long sigh. Not being a morning person isn't enough to explain why I feel so dull. I think Archer mentioned something about it. A master would be out of commission after summoning a servant. That's right. I summoned Archer, not Saber. I remember it all clearly now. I'd rather not, to be honest, but it's not as if denying the facts will let me do it over. It'll take a day or so to recover my power, and I'll just treat today like a break-in period. I drag myself out of bed. A mental boxing match rages between the outside air, which is quite warm for winter, and the comfort of my bedsheets. It concludes in a 3-second knockout against the temptation of going back to sleep. I check my body in the mirror. Nothing out of place, aside from the loss of half my usual magical energy. Not that it's a problem. I review the situation. I summoned the servant, Archer, who doesn't have an ounce of respect for his master. To make matters worse, he doesn't even know who he is. Wow, talk about a headache. I guess that means his trump card's off the table until his memories come back. Can't expect him to use a power he doesn't even remember. Servants are strong familiars all on their own, but what makes them truly formidable is the secret weapon they each possess. Frustratingly, Archer claims to have forgotten what his is. It's my fault he's in this state, so I'll just have to make it work. We're both in the same boat then. I can only pray that he'll sort his memories out, but who knows how long that might take. Good grief. I've really got my work cut out for... Whoa. I might have to reevaluate my opinion of him. The parlor is completely back to normal. I thought he'd maybe just clear away the detritus, but the room is so spotless I can't help but be impressed. He must have felt bad for wrecking the place. Doubt he would have gone to the trouble otherwise. I guess I ought to commend him for being a more decent guy than I...
Still taking your sweet time, I see. Need I remind you that we're wasting daylight?
I retract my statement. There isn't a remorseful bone in his body. Good morning. You seem to have made yourself right at home.
I did spend the night after all. No, I took the occasion to tidy up the kitchen. I expected it to be inadequate, but it's rather thoughtfully furnished. Quite well kept for a girl living alone in a mansion.
I have a headache. Why do I have to put up with the servant judging my interior decoration? I thought servants all cared only about fighting. Are we sure this guy isn't defective?
I see you weren't in your best condition. You were so feisty last night, but the fatigue must have finally caught up with you. I'll pour you some tea. I hope Black is fine.
Acting like he owns the place. Without missing a beat, Archer produces a teacup and fills it with the expensive reddish tea he's been brewing. There's a lot I want to say right now, but oddly enough, I can't work up the indignation to. The way he does it is all so refined. I've got to admit, he might be rather cultured.
Fine.
Fine. I am pretty exhausted, so I'll have some. I sit down on the chair. The teacup is placed soundlessly in front of me. I take a sip. Oh, it's delicious. I expected as much since it's my favorite Chinese tea, a Spring Harvest Hongcha. I'd be upset if it didn't taste good. On that note, I'd normally be upset if someone used my favorite tea leaves without asking. Makes me mad, but the tea was brewed so exquisitely that the pleasure it brings overcomes my anger. Hey, what's so funny?
Well, I was gonna ask how you like it, but your face tells me enough.
I set the teacup down with a forceful thud.
Oh, what a waste. You should enjoy it while it's still hot. I can leave if I'm spoiling the mood.
No need. Thanks for the tea. I didn't become a master to be a tea snob, and I didn't ask you to do that either.
I see, I agree. I did make a contract with you to be your tea brewer. I'll show more restraint in the future, if that's what you want.
Yeah, you're only here to be a combat familiar. I've never heard of a servant that does household chores, nor do I particularly need one.
What do you mean by particularly?
Interpret that however you want. More importantly, do you remember who you are yet? Archer shakes his head in the negative. That doesn't bode well. If he can't remember after a single night, then his memories probably won't return easily. There are some measures I can try today, but... Alright, I'll think of some solutions for your memory issue. For now, get ready to head out, Archer. You probably don't know the lay of the land yet, do you? I'll give you a tour of the city.
Get ready. There's no need for that, surely. If we're leaving, we should go right now.
Do you plan to walk around town in that outfit? Anyone can see that you aren't a normal person, and if another master spots you, they'll know you're a servant right away. I don't plan on announcing our presence to the world.
So that's your concern. There's no problem. While I'd need to change clothes to blend in, that's only while I've materialized. Servants are fundamentally spiritual beings. When we're out of combat, I can take an incorporeal state to reduce the burden on my master.
Oh, okay. That's what makes you a heroic spirit. You need your master's magical energy to form a body, so if I cut that supply...
We naturally return to spirit form. In this state, servants are more like guardian angels. We can only be observed by masters connected to a ley line. Of course, we're still capable of conversation or reconnaissance.
Wow, that's handy. That would make it really hard for other masters to locate you.
Yes, but just as mages can sense other mages, servants can sense other servants. A servant who is skilled in magecraft may even be able to locate other servants from afar.
Archer has it in one. Masters are supposed to be capable mages. And the more magical energy the mage has, the better they are at detecting traces of magical energy. As far as I know, however, there isn't anyone else around with that degree of power. So, what about you? Can you tell where the other servants are?
Master, have you forgotten which class I am? Do you expect a knight to be able to scry faraway enemies?
He has a point. Archer's magical energy isn't on that level. It's likely the only magically powerful caster is capable of easily locating distant foes. Fine. Then follow me, Archer. I'll show you the world you've been summoned to.
I doubt it'll be particularly new to me. Moreover, Master, haven't you forgotten something important?
Something important?
My goodness, you really aren't at the top of your game. We still haven't exchanged the most critical point of our contract.
The most critical point? Is he demanding equivalent exchange? No, that can't be it. The chance to take part in the Holy Grail War is already reward enough for a servant. There shouldn't be anything else left to trade.
Wow, you really aren't a morning person.
Archer sounds exasperated. His oh-so-sardonic manner of speech finally gives me an idea. Come to think of it, he's never once called me by my name. Oh, crap, my name!
Finally caught up, are we? Suppose it isn't too late. So, Master, what is your name? What shall I call you?
Archer sounds sulky. Oh man, he really is a decent person. I'm sure of it now. After all, there's no tangible benefit to exchanging names. Servants are forcefully bound to their masters by the command spells. While names are key to contracting with a regular familiar, there's no need for a master and servant to be so intimate. But it's important to Archer. He's clearly trying to establish trust between comrades in arms, regardless of the command spells. I'm Rin Tosaka. You can call me whatever you want. I answer in a clipped tone, unwilling to let slip any admiration. He'll probably just call me something impersonal like Master or Hey You, which works out just fine for me. Except... Archer chews on Rin Tosaka for a moment.
Then, Rin, yes. The sound of that suits you very well.
He says something really forward.
What's wrong, Rin? You look unwell.
Shut up! We're leaving, Archer! This is no time to be sitting around! I turn on my heel and storm away, huffing. This is so infuriating. I'm not even sure why. Damn that Archer. Did he say that just to mess with me? I bet he did. Definitely sounds like something he'd do. Yeah, I'm sure that's it. Must be all part of his plan to get me all flustered. Better be careful. Gotta work with this wise guy from here on out. I take Archer outside. Fuyuki City, my hometown, is broadly divided into two halves. There's Miyama, which is left over from the village from the city from the village the city grew out of, and Shinto, the developing modern region across the river. My house is in Miyama, the old part. Miyama itself is split into two areas. The European-style neighborhoods, originally inhabited by immigrants from abroad, and the old Japanese-style houses set against a mountainous backdrop. Both areas are situated on hilltops along the outskirts of town. The street dividing the two residential areas is fairly normal by comparison. How normal, you ask? This normal. This is the crossroads of Miyama. On one side lies the road going up the hill to the European neighborhoods where I live. Opposite is the road to the Japanese houses, and between them is a path leading into Shinto, where my school and the shopping areas are, as well as Ryudo Temple in the mountains. We come to the bridge connecting Shinto and Miyama. Years ago, a big train station went up in Shinto, bringing with it a frenzied urbanization. They may belong to the same municipality, but Miyama and Shinto couldn't be more different. The name Fuyuki is written with the kanji for winter tree, is supposedly inspired by the long winters here. Which, by the by, are pretty long. Despite that, temperatures are warm. February here is only about as cold as the very start of winter elsewhere. I bet if you randomly started digging, you'd turn up a hot spring or two. Though, of course, our temperate weather disqualifies this town as a hot spring resort location. We've got an odd climate where the mild winters suddenly turn to springtime bloom come April. This is what Shinto looks like. A number of tall buildings have been erected as if in a hurry, giving the hastily developed city a distinctly artificial feel. It all happened in the last decade or so, too. 10 years ago, there was a large fire that wiped out a residential area. Someone built a bunch of glass and metal buildings on the depopulated land. And here is the center of it all. This is Shinto's park. What are your thoughts now that we've been to all the key spots? I ask Archer, who's next to me.
Actually, hold on just a second. Maybe I should do something a little cool for when he's not materialized.
Of course, he's invisible.
It's a big park. Is there a reason why nobody is here?
Feels that way, doesn't it? There's a story behind it, actually. I look out over the park. You'd think that a wide open space like this would have children playing in it, even on a weekday. But instead, there are only a handful of people. The place feels dull and lifeless. It was 10 years ago, apparently. There was a big fire that burned for an entire day and only went out once it rained. Although the town was rebuilt, this place stayed basically the same. The burnt meadow eventually got turned into a park. Archer says nothing, but I can tell he sensed something odd, even if I can't see him. Noticed, have you? That's right. This is where the last battle of the previous Holy Grail War was fought. It all ended here.
I see. So that's why there are so many grudges here.
You can tell?
Servants are spirits first. Our very existence is similar to grudges or obsessions. That makes us sensitive to lingering emotions such as these. There were other areas around town that felt dense with such a feeling, but this is on a different level. From our point of view, it's almost like a reality marble.
Oh, wait, what? Huh? Huh? Tosca mutters under her breath. Archer's inflectionless voice mentions an unusual... Oh, wait, what? The change of POV confused me there for a second. Archer's inflectionless voice mentions an unusual bit of magical jargon. Innate bounded fields. Mages call them reality marbles. Reality marbles are considered one of the apexes of magecraft. They're said to be infinitely close to true magic. For the last few centuries, bounded fields have served as mages' defensive barriers. To put it in simple terms, they're like a home security system with real teeth. Bounded fields are conventionally erected on a piece of land or a building to guard against outside threats. They're merely an alteration of an area that already exists. Reality marbles, however, are something else entirely. You can think of them as a space that consumes reality itself. When a mage materializes their imaginary world, a representation of their mind, and overwrites the real world with it, we call the resulting field a reality marble. It's a large area magecraft that twists, no, rebuilds the world according to a mage's wishes. I would be very surprised, by the way, if any of you were Jujutsu Kaisen readers or viewers in the chat. I would be very surprised if the domain expansions and stuff were not at least somewhat based on reality marbles.
Rin, is something on your mind?
No, I was just a little surprised. I didn't expect to hear the words reality marble from an archer.
Is it so strange that I would know it?
Well, yeah. To mages, reality marbles are a taboo among taboos, some of the most esoteric arts out there. It doesn't make sense that an archer would know what they are. I shoot a quizzical glance in his general direction. In reply, I feel an incorporeal sigh.
Ren, the word hero implies someone familiar with both martial and magical arts. You're free to assume that your archer only knows how to use a bow, but I hope you don't hold the same illusions about the other servants.
Oof. That does make sense when he puts it like that. Okay, I get it. I didn't think that through, and I'll be more careful next time. Good enough for you?
Ren, let me be blunt. You're certainly talented, but that makes you tend to underestimate other people. You should break that habit before you become an adult.
You really don't know when to stop, you know that? Break my habit? He's talking about me like an unruly racehorse.
Oh, forgive me. I didn't mean to suggest you're a horse, but it did feel like an appropriate choice of words.
Hey, that's just as bad. Ow! My right hand suddenly flares with pain.
Rin?
Quiet down for a sec, Archer. The command spells on my right hand hurt. They're throbbing, almost like a dull alarm warning their owner. Someone's watching us. I scan my surroundings. I mentally weave a detection web and cast it over the park. I can't find them. Any luck, Archer?
Doesn't look like it. I can't even sense them spying on us.
Which means it's a master. I don't know who it is, but if Archer can't tell, then it must be a master. We don't have all 7 yet, but the fighting could still start at any time. Maybe whoever is watching me is up for an early skirmish. Commands... Oh, wait. Okay, yeah. Command spells react to other command spells. If we're dealing with a master, then you should be able to identify them if we come across them. Would they be able to do the same wait. Shit. Again. It's kind of hard to tell who's who sometimes. That was the exact problem that you guys were talking about earlier. Advanced spellcasters can hide their energy signatures. Our command spells may react to each other, but it still takes magical energy to activate them. Yeah, our command spell sounds like Rin. Yeah. Activate them. As long as the master keeps their magic circuits shut, it'll be hard to find them.
That's troubling. Does that mean we're broadcasting our position?
Pretty much. If I looked around at home, I'm sure I could dig up a way to mask my power, but...
You don't need to.
Yep, they'll just come to us first, right? Saves us the trouble of looking. Archer doesn't respond. Maybe he's irritated with me. What? Are you gonna tell me not to get cocky? I ask, a little defensive, thinking of our earlier exchanges. Archer mentally brushes the question aside.
You're at your best when you're like this. Yes, let the small fry come to us.
I can feel the smirk in his tone. I'm not saying I like what he said, but it is enough of an olive branch, I suppose. We start walking around town again. I spend the day taking him to all the important places, and even drop by some less significant spots that might be useful to know. After dinner, I make for our final stop. It's now after 7 in the evening. This is a good chance to show him the best vantage point in the city. The wind howls. We're atop the tallest building in Shinto. I do definitely agree with that to some extent, 364 and birthdays. But for what it's worth, I mean, like, the original version of the game didn't have voice acting either, so I feel like that would have been something you encountered either way if you read it back in the day, TM. The commanding view of the city makes for a fitting end to our tour. So, pretty great view, isn't it, Archer?
I feel sorry for any future boyfriends. You really know how to run a guy ragged.
Huh? What did you just say, Archer?
Just an honest thought. It is a good position, though. If you'd taken me here first, it would have spared you all the effort of that walking.
What are you talking about? It's nice, sure, but you need to visit places to really get a lay of the land. This only gives you a bird's eye view of the city.
Not necessarily. You think too little of the archer class. One can't be a good bowman without good eyes.
Really? Can't you see my house? Can you see my house from here, then?
Not quite that far. Just to the bridge or so. I can count the number of tiles there at least.
No way! The tiles on the bridge? I didn't expect his vision to be as good as the telescopes I often see on rooftops. Sharp-eyed doesn't begin to cut it. I'm surprised. You really are an archer. Did they take out the iconic line that, wow, the archer class really is full of archers? Oh, jeez. Even I remember that one. That is also true. The Japanese language thing, since they have specific specific speech patterns, but English doesn't have all those quirks. Yeah, definitely. I think that with that especially, you would probably be able to tell who the character speaking is a lot easier. Oh.
Ren, you mocking me?
Of course not. I just didn't take you for the bow and arrow type. My mistake.
That's a misconception we'll have to address once we get home.
With that, Archer goes quiet for a while. He must like the landscape from up here. He's probably considering the layout of the city. I shouldn't interrupt him while he's thinking. I step away from Archer and approach the edge of the rooftop. All I can see from here are the lights below. Headlights flow through the streets, and I can make out people on the way home from work. I can't tell what kind of cars they are or who exactly is walking. I can see them, but not clearly. It's not unlike how I could tell someone was watching me earlier, even if I couldn't pinpoint them. At the very least, I know someone's made their base in Shinto. I squint down toward the ground. There are 7 masters in total. I don't know who they are, nor which servants are with them. At this point, every master is probably gathering intelligence on their rivals. Suddenly, I feel someone's eyes on me. There's no reaction from my command spells. I simply sense that someone else is looking at me. Down there? I peer down. People are walking on the street, but one in particular is gazing up at me, as if staring at the moon. I'm not sure exactly who that is. I can't say for certain, and yet I know exactly who. I can't believe that guy. What's he doing out this late?
Have you found an enemy, Ren?
Archer calls out to me. Maybe he can make out my rising hostility. Not really. It's just someone I know. A normal person who has nothing to do with us. Unable to clamp it down, I irritably snap back at him and step away from the roof's edge. He couldn't have seen me from the ground. I'm sure it was just a coincidence. I haven't given myself away. And yet, my mage side is screaming at me for allowing an eyewitness to catch sight of me. By the time I get back to Miyama, it's 9 p.m. Unlike Shinto, Miyama is mostly residential. After 9, there really isn't anyone outside, and the streets are silent as if it's much later at night. That's it for the tour. Did you get a good look at the city?
Yeah, I understand the layout. And I'll pick up more details along the way.
Then we're done for today. I'm still not feeling great, so I'm going home to rest. I start up the hill at a relaxed pace, when I noticed someone up ahead. Is that Sakura? Uh-oh. Now would not be a good time to run into her.
Rin, why are you hiding?
Quiet! There's someone I know up ahead. I skipped school today, so I don't want her to see me. As I answer, I keep an eye on her. In the middle of the street, there's the first-year student I know. And a foreigner I don't. They're talking. No, it looks more like he's trying to pick her up, while she'd rather be anywhere else.
Are you acquainted with the foreigner?
No, I don't know who that is. There are a lot of European houses here, so maybe he's a tourist. Even as I finish the sentence, I'm mentally telling myself off for being so soft on that girl. Archer, is he human?
Who knows? I can tell he has a human body, so that makes him no servant at least.
Yeah, he isn't a master either, so it's probably just some lover's tiff. Though even I know that she isn't the sort to get caught up in something like that.
They're gone. The girl's going up the hill. The man.
The blonde-haired man descends via the street we came by. Ooh. You can use this room. Any questions before I go to bed?
None of... Oh. Yeah, okay, yeah, we're out of the spirit mode.
None in particular. It was wise of you to avoid a premature battle. You should let your strength recover tonight.
Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. Make me that tea again. Once I'm back in my room, the fatigue washes over me. Oh, yeah, I need to call Kire first. That annoying priest left me a message. By now, he's probably sent for a backup mage. It isn't my problem, but he is my legal guardian. I owe him a phone call, at least. Phone... I punch his number into the telephone. Before long, the fake priest picks up. Kire, it's me. I contracted a servant yesterday, so you can register me as a master now. There's a brief pause. Kire's silence is deafening. I can feel its weight even through the earpiece.
Understood. What will you do next? You should stop by. I have something for you from your parents. They asked me to pass it on to you, only if you become a master before adulthood.
Oh, are you talking about Father's will? I already decrypted that. I'll drop by the church if I feel like it. Bye!
Wait, Rin. Now that you're a master...
I hang up before he finishes. If I have to listen to Kire's nagging while I'm this tired, I have a feeling my magical energy will drain away instead of recover. Alright, I should be ready. All that's left is to sleep. Once I open my eyes, it'll be a brand new day. 10 years ago, my father fought as a mage in the Holy Grail War and lost. Now it's my turn to risk it all for the same prize. February 2nd. Yay! Sorry if you hear me shifting around a little bit, by the way. I did get a shot directly before stream, so kind of like shifting around because of the soreness a little bit. Turns out I probably had a bit of a vitamin deficiency going on, so that's why I got it, by the way. Shout out to my aunt for helping me with that. And after breakfast, I lay out my plans for the day.
You're going to school?
Yes, Do you have a problem with that, Archer?
It's not a problem, but
Archer looks reluctant, but doesn't protest. After spending a whole day with me, he probably understands now that Rin Tosaka doesn't go back on her word when she's made up her mind. I can sense his disagreement even if he doesn't voice it, but I've also learned that Archer has a sincere side beneath all the sarcasm. He won't whine about a decision he's accepted. Yep, he's loyal and awkward, like that. That's what my intuition says, at least, after watching him yesterday.
Ren, now that you're a master, you need to always be wary of enemy masters. If you're ambushed at school, it'll be difficult to protect you.
Not necessarily. Listen here, Archer. I don't intend to alter my lifestyle just because of this. Besides, masters fight out of public view, don't they? I don't think anyone would try to sneak up on me in front of everyone at school.
If that's your choice, then I'll follow along. But at the very least, let me stand guard in spirit form. Surely you don't intend to go there without me.
Of course not. You'll stay with me whenever I'm outside, not just at school. That's a servant's job, so I'm counting on you.
I'm glad to hear it. A knight has a duty to repay his lord's trust. You won't be disappointed.
Still, hypothetically speaking, what would you do if the enemy was in a place you thought... Oh, wait, that's probably still him.
What would you do if the enemy was in a place you thought safe?
Are we supposing that there's a master at the school?
Yes. Well, it's hard for anyone who isn't a student or teacher.
Oh, wait, okay, no, it is reversed. Well, it's hard for anyone who isn't a student or teacher to enter. It could spell trouble if a master's already infiltrated.
I don't think that's
Oh my god. Sorry. Maybe I did get it wrong. Ugh. I don't think that's likely. The Tosaka are the only functioning mage family left in this town. The other one's gone belly up, so they won't produce any masters.
How do you know?
Hey, if there's any other mage families in Fuyuki besides the Tosaka, you can bet I've looked into them already. He isn't a master. As the heir to that family, he can't wield the strength to become one. We can safely ignore them.
I see. So there is another mage at your school, but they lack the magical energy to be a master.
That's right. Most of the other masters will be coming from the outside. They wouldn't be at my school. You can play the voices in the log, but you need to turn the voice volume back up. And it's a little bit troublesome. Borklaser 9000, thank you for renewing your channel membership for a whopping 2 years. Glad to have you around for that long.
For now, perhaps. But there are exceptions to every rule, Ren. What will you do if you encounter an unknown mage at school?
I'm telling you, it won't happen. Mages are sensitive to each other. I've spent a whole year at that campus, so I'd be able to sense any magic no matter how hard they try to hide. I'm certain that there are only 2 mages at school. Me and that probie without enough power to be a master. Get it now? You're just being paranoid. The scenario you're imagining won't happen.
That's why I said hypothetical. But the unexpected has a way of happening. Sometimes destiny decides to make the impossible come about.
Yo, the 20 gifted memberships! Let's go! Thank you so much, Borklaser! I appreciate it! Remember the Ultimate Edition for the fan translation of the OG shows the character profiles next to the text in the log, which was helpful. Ah, yeah, I remember that too, from when I briefly gave that a look a while back. Wish we had that. It's too bad, like, genuinely, like, picking between the Steam release and the Ultimate Edition had some, like, caveats either way, because Miramoon's translation is a little bit awkward in a lot of places, but then the Steam version has, you know, obviously all the removals from Rialto Nua, and also, as I noticed when going through Fate Route, keep an eye out for this too, this is an officially released thing from Aniplex. This translation has a shit ton of typos. It's, like, actually kind of embarrassing sometimes. But anyway.
Sometimes destiny decides to make the impossible come about. If we find ourselves in such a situation, I hope you'll remember not to take it out on me.
Archer chuckles dryly. His smug attitude already makes me want to do exactly that, but I'll be late for school if I keep on letting him push my buttons.
Look, it won't happen. It's a what if because...
oh wait. Look, it won't happen. It's a what if because it would never happen in the first place. And if it does, it would just mean that I was too naive.
I'll remember you said that. Let's get going then.
Sorry, sometimes if the sprite changes on a line, I immediately just assume that it's that person who's talking. But I realized pretty quickly that that would be Rin saying that. That's usually most Type Moon official translations. Yeah, it's like, as far as I can tell, it's because they are being done very quickly. I mean, like, Hollow Ataraxia just came out, the remaster of that just came out, and, like, that was only, like, a year after this, which is crazy. I mean, like, these games have huge scripts, so, I don't know, but, you know, whatever.
It takes 30 minutes to get to your school, so you'd better leave soon if you want to be on time.
Yeah, it is the Higurashi brain in me. I'm legitimately shocked. It really did happen. Oh, wait. Okay. Sometimes I think I'm just gonna have to... Yeah. Sorry, I really need to figure out the flow of this conversation or else it's gonna drive me insane. Okay, who was that? Okay, that was Rin first. Now I know. Okay. There we go. Anyway.
I'm surprised as well. Huh. It really does pay to be a pessimist.
This is our exchange the moment we pass through the front gate. It's almost time for homeroom, so there are some students on their way to class. All around us. Archer and I stand like a pillar amid the swirling human sea. The air isn't just stagnant. Someone set up a bounded field, don't you think?
It isn't finished, but yes, prep work's already underway. We must think they're...
Did I get it wrong again? They must think that they're a big shot to go about it this openly. Also big shot, haha. Or, well, actually, I think that was correct. It's just, I don't know. Sorry. More an unbelievable amateur. Only a third-rate mage would make such a conspicuous field. Or, well, I'm so sorry about this. Thank you, Crosstrash. I appreciate it. I'll just take it with that assumption.
More an unbelievable amateur. Only a third-rate mage would make such a conspicuous field. Someone with actual skills would conceal it until it was time to strike.
And how would you rate this mage?
Who knows? I couldn't care less. More importantly, trying such shoddy work...
Okay. That, yeah. I reversed it. More an unbelievable amateur. Only a third-rate mage would make such a conspicuous field. Someone with actual skills would conceal it until it was time to strike.
And how would you rate this mage?
Who knows? I couldn't care less. More importantly, trying such shoddy work in my territory is going to earn them a beating. I let out an indignant huff as I crossed through the grounds. As a mage, there's no sugarcoating it. I won't be surprised until whoever made this bounded field gets what's coming to them. Yeah, Iconic Laser, Rin and Archer are just doing really good with their impressions of each other. Yeah, anytime that happens, just assume that that's what's happening. That joke is gonna get far more real estate in this playthrough than it did in the Higu one, didn't it? Isn't it? And the Umineko one too. I mean, it happens regardless. It's bound to happen sometimes, even if there were markers. But that's gonna be kind of funny. Anyway, I'm on my way back from the music room after second period. I spot a first year floundering in the hallway. She looks like she could use a hand with the large stack of documents she's carrying. Let me help, Sakura. Tosaka. Pronounce? Our class is supposed to take care of world history. What's that Kuzuki thinking, making you carry all these? Here, I'll take half. Thank you. It's fine. Are we taking these to your classroom? No, to Mr. Kuzuki. He said he needs to take them back because there's a typo. I can believe that. Kuzuki's got such a huge stick up his butt. He once suspended an entire exam over a single typo.
You mean an exam here at this school?
Yeah, it was during midterms last year. It was near the end when everyone's answer sheets were already filled. He just came out and said there's a typo. The questions are incorrect, the exam's suspended, and we'll redo it tomorrow. The teachers were as surprised as we were, and the people still talk about it.
That does sound like Mr. Kuski. He's the type of person who believes teachers shouldn't make any mistakes.
But he goes overboard. You better learn that while you can, that once Kuzuki's got his mind set on something, he's as hard to move as a mountain.
You must like him. It's unusual to hear you talk about someone like that.
Is it? I do wish he'd just relax. Though he's alright the way he is, ultimately. The faculty at our school is made up of both really nice teachers and some really scary ones. It's a delicate balance that Mr. Kuzuki is an important part of. He's the stick to the carrot. You'll see more of him next year, since he teaches ethics. Oh, right, Sakura, there's something I wanted to ask you.
What is it?
It's about yesterday. Were you talking to a foreigner?
You saw that? I just
happened to. What's going on? Is he someone you know?
No, I don't really know who he was. It sounded like he was lost. He asked a lot of questions, but I couldn't really understand what he was saying.
Ah, and that's when she slipped away. I see. Sorry, I was just curious.
No, I don't mind. Oh, it's just in here. I can get the rest now.
Okay, see you later then. I returned the printouts to Sakura, but before I head back to my classroom, I find myself stopping. How are you lately, Sakura?
I'm okay. I'm doing well.
I see. Let me know if Shinji is up to something. He doesn't know when to quit, so it'll just get worse if you keep quiet.
You don't have to worry. He's been nice lately.
There isn't much I can say to a smile like that. We say our farewells again, and I leave my underclassmen acquaintance. The school day is over. The classrooms steadily empty, and the campus darkens by the hour. The crimson sun will set soon. Once night falls, there won't be anyone left around. Let's begin, Archer. First, we'll investigate the bounded field. Once we determine what type it is, we'll decide whether to erase it or leave it. I speak to my invisible partner. I feel him nod in acknowledgement. Bounded fields are meant to protect their casters. You can consider them a terrain-based magecraft formed by weaving magical energy into a net and applying it to the earth to affect the inside of the field. There are countless types of effects they can have, ranging from wards that isolate an area from the outside world to avoid detection, to fields that limit the type of magecraft that can be activated within. The most offensive type suppresses biological functions inside the area of effect, and that's what's been applied to the school grounds. While it isn't finished, everyone in the school will collapse once it's activated. Something like that wouldn't work on me, though. Bounded fields are, after all, targeted at the area I'm in, not me specifically. Such indirect magical interference won't affect a mage with magical energy flowing through her body. Similarly, the electrical charges that flow in the atmosphere won't disturb the electrical currents within my body. That means the bounded field has some other purpose. Whoever it was that put this thing here isn't trying to defeat a master with it. I don't want to believe it, but they're targeting all the people within the school. There's only one possible reason for that. It's a thought I can't stomach. After checking all around campus, I finish my search on the roof. It's thoroughly dark outside now. The school gates shut at 6 p.m., and it's now 8 p.m. Archer and I are the only ones left, and Archer is in his spirit form. That makes the 7th one. Looks like this is the origin point. There are 8 symbols boldly drawn on the rooftop. They're purplish red marks that only a mage can see. I've never seen or heard of sigils like these. Well, they've got me there. I don't know what to do about this. Whoever set up this bounded field did it recklessly. But while imprudent, the magical working itself is an order of magnitude beyond my own skills. I could temporarily erase the energy of the curse, but I have no way to dispel the bounded field itself. All the spellcaster needs to do is supply it with more energy to reactivate the curse's effects. Archer doesn't comment. He's probably remained silent since encountering the rooftop sigils because he too has realized their nature. This bounded field does more than drain its victim's stamina. It will literally melt everyone inside once it's turned on. There are bounded fields which rob victims of their life force and spiritual energy, but the spell that's been applied to the school grounds is on a whole different level. This is no less than a soul eater, a blood fort which melts the human bodies inside it and forcibly collects the souls that ooze out. Since antiquity, souls have always been difficult to handle. They're theorized to exist and are considered to be necessary components of magecraft, but only one mage has ever proven their existence. Our definition of souls stops at that which examines within, and that which is transferred between vessels. To not only extract souls, but to then capture them in one place, it defies comprehension. What is a mage supposed to do with a bunch of energy we can't even convert? So if I had to think of a purpose for it... Archer, is that what you and your kind are? It comes out colder than I intended.
You surmise correctly. I did say that we are fundamentally spiritual beings. That means we feed on the second and third factors, the soul and the mind. Just as you sustain yourselves with the flesh of creatures, we servants derive nutrition from the mind and soul. While said nutrition doesn't change our base abilities, acquiring more of it does make us more durable. It increases our reserve of magical energy, in other words.
He's right. The way to make your own servant stronger is to indiscriminately attack human beings. So, your own master's magical energy isn't enough?
It's sufficient, but it never hurts to have more. In war, some weaknesses can be compensated with material when one is lacking in fighting strength. It's a basic strategy for a master to take energy from the humans around them. In that sense, this bounded field is an efficient tactic.
Archer's saying that I should murder people and take their power if I want to win. It's so simple. I've always known this to be true, and I know it's the path that I'm supposed to walk. That really teased me off. Don't ever bring it up again, Archer. Staring at the sigils, I make my stance clear. Oddly, Archer sounds just as put off.
I agree. I'd never do such a thing.
His answer comes firm and resolute. Time to erase this, then. Won't do much good, but I can at least slow it down. I approach the sigil and extend my left hand. The magic crest engraved on my arm is like a grimoire passed down through the Tosaka line. A mental switch is flicked. I pass magical energy through the magic crest, load a verse of bounded field erasure, take a deep breath, and activate it.
Housek.
Oh no, wait, I decided that I can just read these. Yeah. Sorry. Erase. Surgical removal. Verse 2. I then send a pulse of magical energy via my left hand. That should wash away the sigil for now.
What, you're gonna erase it? What a waste.
Suddenly, a third voice chimes in while I'm casting the spell. I whirl around. A man is perched on top of the water tower, some 10 meters above, looking down at me. He's clad in a deep blue that blends into the night. His mouth is drawn into a grin, and he has a bestial air about him. The beast's gaze is sharp and clear. In this bizarre situation, the man in blue watches me as if greeting a friend he hadn't seen in a decade. Did you do this?
Nah. It's a mage's job to play little tricks. We just fight whomever we're ordered to. Isn't that right, mate?
His tone is lethal yet carefree. This man can see Archer. You're a servant!
That I am. And if you know that, lass, you must be my enemy.
Atropos of the $2. Which Fire Emblem lord is this? My spine tenses. The man's voice is detached and nonchalant, but it's colder than anyone I've ever heard. So scary, it's nauseating. What's the best move here? I don't know, but my brain is still working enough to tell me that I absolutely must not fight him.
Oh? I'm impressed. Here I was thinking you don't know heads from tails, but you figured out what really counts. And blew that. Shouldn't have gone out of my way to taunt you.
The man raises an arm. It appears in a flash. His once empty hand now holds. A scarlet, 2-meter-long weapon. My legs throw me to the side before I can think. There isn't time to even hesitate about jumping off the roof. With all my might, I make a mad dash for the fence, intending to barrel right through it. A cyclone lifts my hair into the air. It was by the skin of my teeth. In that instant, something slices through the space I was just in, tearing the fence apart with it.
You've got a nice pair of legs on you.
A blue whirlwind pursues me. There's no way out. The fence is behind me. My flanks are cut off. I won't make it. Light mass! Heavy pressure! I react swiftly. My magic crest surges to life so I can weave a single count magecraft. The spell lightens mass and manipulates gravity. Light as a feather, my body bounds into the air.
Ren!
I know! I got this! And I jump over the fence to plummet off the roof. Air resistance and gravity push and pull along my body. It's about 15 meters to the ground, 1.7 seconds away. Too slow. He's going to catch up to me. Sight precept! The funeral returns to the earth! Archer, handle the landing! I let Archer absorb the shock of the landing and break into a dash as soon as we touch down. I couldn't stay on that rooftop. We need a less cramped arena from which to maneuver freely. A battlefield without obstacles where Archer and I can truly shine. It takes me less than 7 seconds to escape from the roof to the schoolyard. A distance of over 100 meters, crossed at a pace no normal person can manage, much less clearly see. And yet...
You really do have good legs. I almost feel bad about having to kill you here.
Against a servant, it's wasted effort. Archer! At the same time I draw back, Archer materializes before me. It's a cloudy night. Archer's hand grips a short sword that faintly reflects the moonlight.
Oh?
The man's lips twist into an ominous sneer.
Yeah, that's how this ought to be. Can't say I hate guys like you who are quick on the uptake.
The whirlwind howls. It's the weapon he swung at me on the rooftop, a spear of blood like crimson that came mercilessly from my head. A lancer.
That's me. That must make your servant a saber. Nah. He doesn't feel like one. Who the hell are you?
Gone is his carefree ease from a moment ago. Archer stays silent, facing off against Lancer's unconcealed bloodlust. There's just under 5 meters between them. Lancer's weapon is nearly 2 meters long. It doesn't feel like this beast of a man is going to be deterred by a mere 3-meter distance.
I can tell you're the type to settle things man to man. That must make you Archer.
Atropos with the $5. I join your stream to read the German, but I do it insistently like it's Yiddish, the superior language. That would be a very funny gag to do. Archer doesn't take the bait. An unusual clash of blue and red stare each other down. The two knights, somewhat similarly dressed, mutually calculate the other's demise.
All right. All that's left is to throw down. Draw your bow, Archer. Not how I usually do this, but I'm polite enough to wait that long.
Archer doesn't answer. His back, as steely as a sword, seems to convey that. He must not have anything to say to someone he must defeat. That's when I realize it. I'm such a fool. Archer was waiting for my word. Archer. I call out to him without getting any closer. Don't hold back. Show me everything you've got. Was that a laugh? The Red Knight surges forward, his lips curled in response. Wind swirls. A scarlet bullet flies forth, blade in hand. Fool! A blue spear thrust intercepts him. If the charging archer is a gust of wind, then the spear tip that rises to meet him is a divine storm. Streaking blades, elegant parries. Archer is put on the defensive, fending off the swift thrusts with his short sword. Yeah. The man in red is stopped in his tracks, his advance denied by the enemy. He can't even breach the 2-meter coverage of the spear. A polearm wielder can control his opponent's range. Lancer, with his nearly 2-meter reach, needs to simply engage his foe whenever he comes within range.
It's easier for him to stab an advancing opponent than it is for him to go after Archer himself. Despite this, Lancer closes the distance himself to press the attack, all the while keeping Archer from advancing further.
You're a damn fool of a bowman trying to challenge me in close combat.
Lancer's snarl is fiery. With each thrust, Lancer closes in, the assault never letting up for a second. Moving in too close is suicide for a spear wielder. The advantage of a spear is the ability to control the enemy's position. Lancer shouldn't have a chance if he keeps closing in.
No way.
But that's only But that's only according to conventional wisdom. Unerringly, unceasingly, Lancer's spear seeks to pierce Archer's throat, shoulder, forehead, heart. The strikes are too swift to even leave an afterimage. Archer is forced to parry, block, or evade every move of the spear. Any strike, if true, would be a mortal blow. Still, Archer is a servant, even if he specializes with the bow. He won't be brought down so easily by mundane attacks. The thrust at his forehead is quickly batted aside, and Archer renews his charge in spite of Lancer's spear. One might think that swordplay is all there is to Archer's attacks, but he's exploiting a weakness of spear tactics. Against a spear's considerable reach, neither retreat nor evasion are viable defenses for long. A half-hearted withdrawal isn't enough to get out of range, while probing attacks will lead to evisceration. A reckless charge will similarly end in impalement at the edge of the spear's range. Archer and Lancer have more or less the same physical stature. Without heavy armor, it's difficult for Archer to penetrate the lethal storm of Lancer's attack radius. But Lancer's strikes are a different story. The high-speed thrusts intended to pierce vital points are indeed terrifying, but each strike has a set trajectory and target. If one can predict these, then there are ways to avoid harm. Just as Archer is doing, one can block the strikes aimed at vital points or just barely evade their arcs to create safe openings. Lancer probably underestimated him as a ranged specialist. The advantage of a long weapon is the generous range at which one can engage the opponent. By giving that up, Lancer has assured his... The man in red stops in his tracks. I watch a nightmare unfold as if time has rewinded. Lancer's attacks become even faster than before. Archer's short sword is knocked aside as he twists to avoid being skewered. Lancer's spear doesn't allow retreat. Or rather, his endless attacks are so fierce and sharp that even servants are doomed against them. We were the ones who underestimated our enemy. That servant, that Lancer, and his spear can't be described in mundane martial terms. Who could possibly survive such a relentless barrage? Archer beats a desperate retreat while parrying strikes, creating slightly more distance between the fighters. In that moment, Lancer steps into the gap and unleashes an even more ferocious attack. The storm of attacks is a little different from what he's already been doing, but their execution is truly godlike. They've already clashed 10 times. No, it's actually several times more than that. The torrent of spear strikes increases again in intensity and number, threatening to take Archer's life 1,000 times over. It isn't even a change in speed, but in precision. At a steady pace, Lancer's spear comes down on Archer like a waterfall. How can Archer get inside his guard? It's such a short weapon, all he can do is defend against the spear. He has no way to close in on Lancer. In fact, he's being forced backwards. The steel vacuum stretches out. I should be backing Archer up, but the right words die in my throat. My magecraft isn't easy to aim precisely. I risk hitting Archer too if he can't get far away enough from Lancer. Meanwhile, Lancer's advantage will only deepen. And to be honest, I'm captivated by their duel. So this is a battle between servants. The Holy Grail War is a battle between familiars of the highest order. Heroic spirits, beings that we mages can't begin to approach. Servants. Familiars divided among 7 classes and roles serving 7 masters. Supreme familiars called forth by the Holy Grail itself. Familiar is really a misnomer for them. Familiars are supposed to be subservient minions who act on behalf of a mage. Normally you'd imagine something like Puss in Boots, an elegant white bird, or a disobedient black dog, something like that. Those sorts of familiars are what a typical mage can manage to command. Familiars are just that, from the Latin for a menial servant. It's inconceivable that a mascot used for menial labor would be stronger than its master. Servants are a different story.
They're quite literally the most powerful examples of humanity. Even the 5 magicians wouldn't be able to control them. It's difficult to summon a servant, but not because servants are more powerful than mages. Servants are beings that surpass magecraft itself. To be clear, servants are heroes of the past. Myths, legends, fables, histories. We call the glorious superhumans from our traditions heroes, whether the tales are true or not. Immortalized by what humanity says about them, they cease to be merely human after death and ascend to something greater. People who work miracles, who save the multitudes, who accomplish great feats, are elevated to the status of heroes, either in life or after death. They become a type of elemental we call heroic spirits, guardians of the human race. It doesn't matter whether they were historical people or characters from mythology. Heroes are created by the thoughts of people. We imagine them as idols that we wish they were, and treat them as if they were real. Objective truth is irrelevant. Fame and faith are sufficient to give form to these legends. They're humanity's ultimate ideals, the greatest among us. That's what it means to be a hero and a heroic spirit. Naturally, it's impossible for a mere human to control something greater than human. What mages usually do is borrow a portion of their power and imitate their feats. Summoning a complete heroic spirit is simply impossible. Yet the Holy Grail makes it possible. It allows us to summon these spirits in the flesh and even bind them to our command. The sheer absurdity of it proves the Grail's omnipotence. That's how heroic spirits are summoned from across time, whether from the age of gods or as recent as a century ago. The 7 heroic spirits serve and protect their 7 masters, and each master sends their servants out to defeat enemy masters. It's a deathmatch between heroes of every age and every land. That's the story behind the ritual we call the Holy Grail War. Of course, there are limits to what the Grail can do. Even the Holy Grail can't indiscriminately summon mythic beings akin to elementals, just as a form created by the people is required to materialize the 6th theoretical factor known as demons. Heroic spirits need a material form to operate in this world. This is their temporary label, and the way they're allowed to exist in this world. The Holy Grail provides vessels that heroic spirits can easily materialize in, called classes, and only heroic spirits that fit these classes can be summoned. A class is like a passport that lets a heroic spirit visit the modern era to act as a familiar. It's a material vessel that they temporarily possess. There are 7 masters and 7 heroic spirits to serve them. Each is assigned one of 7 classes. Saber, the Knight of the Sword. Lancer, the Knight of the Spear. Archer, the Knight of the Bow. Rider, the Cavalier. Caster, the Mage. Assassin, the Silent Killer. Berserker, the Mad Warrior. Only heroic spirits with attributes corresponding to the 7 classes can be summoned to the modern world, and then they become servants whom the masters command. That's the servant system. Humans summon and make contracts with heroic spirits beyond our ability to handle, all in hopes of winning a miracle beyond our ken. It's the greatest of battles that can only happen here in this land, like no other Holy Grail war. The duel reaches an even higher pitch. The short sword goes flying from Archer's hand after blocking one of Lancer's strikes. Lancer's skill is consummate. A seemingly straight thrust suddenly whipped into a disarming arc at Archer's wrist. It was an attack that Archer couldn't have avoided, even if he saw it coming. There isn't an effective way to parry the spear with his sword. A forceful block is countered with an even keener strike, while defending with minimal force will never create an opening to exploit. The clash between sword and spear is shaping up into an intense struggle to defeat an enemy outside of Archer's reach.
You fool.
There's no hesitation in Lancer even as he taunts Archer. He pauses from the constant pressure he puts on Archer. Does he intend to settle the duel in an instant? Lancer takes a firmly rooted stance, trading a fiery glare with the now untamed Archer. It happens in an instant. In the span of a breath, Lancer looses a flurry of blows that's no less than a flash of light. Imperceptible. Forehead, neck, and heart. The spear moves to skewer all 3. And yet, Another flash of light counters the first that I couldn't even follow. Archer's hand grasps a short sword once more. Like the weapon he used earlier, it's a Chinese sword not dissimilar to a cleaver. But the greatest difference between them is...
A dual wielder, eh?
blade and blade. In each hand he grips a sword, each clearly meant to complement the other.
Playing swordsman, are we?
Lancer's spear sings through the air. It becomes even faster, as if to herald Archer's certain death. The duel becomes a symphony of clashing blades. Two steel instruments play a resounding chorus, the sparks of their conflict rising to a never-ending crescendo. Their battle is like a vacuum. It sucks in all the air around it, making me feel like I'll be cut if I even dare to approach. It all happened in an instant, really. But as I watched with bated breath, the moment seemed to stretch on. Lancer keeps his foe out of his fatal pocket, while Archer attempts to close the gap with his shield of dual swords. They've clashed over 100 times already, Archer losing a weapon each time. But instantly another sword appears in Archer's empty hand, and Lancer is slightly driven back each time. Lancer finally acknowledges his miscalculation. He has no idea who he's fighting, but it would be a mistake to keep dismissing his opponent as a bowman. A space opens up between them. Lancer puts significant distance between them. Maybe he intends to start over. That agility isn't normal. Archer's charge defies human ability, but he's sluggish next to Lancer. The swiftness of Lancer's retreat had the speed and grace of a leopard.
27. I've disarmed you 27 times, and you still have more?
Lancer sounds irritated. Actually, he sounds more confused than upset. I feel the same way. According to my father, servants typically only have one weapon. They're supposed to be singular relics of unimaginable power, not expendable items to be drawn over and over like Archer is doing. Servants are heroes whose spiritual rank are elevated to the magnitude of elementals or divine spirits after death. In a way, they're not unlike angels and demons. They're powerful familiars on their own, but their greatest strength is the mighty weapons that prove they're heroes. We call these magic items noble phantasms. They are the favored weapon or armor that a servant used while it was a living hero, and it's literally the servant's secret weapon. To a servant, a noble phantasm is a one-of-a-kind armament. It's the servant's indispensable ultimate weapon as well. The same goes for Lancer's spear. It can exhibit its power as a noble phantasm if he so chooses. A noble phantasm is a formidable weapon of its own, but its true power is expressed by invoking its true name. Heroes' weapons are known to have slain dragons and gods, to have conquered the earth. Servants activate noble phantasms. 0 out of 10 fucking relocalization. Anyway. Servants activate noble phantasms with their own magical energy. It's not unlike magecraft, actually. Servants use their noble phantasms as catalysts to recreate the destruction from their legends. A noble phantasm is most certainly not a disposable tool. Archer has produced dozens of swords by now. Each seems like a masterwork unto itself, but they surely can't be his noble phantasm. He's an archer, after all. His secret weapon must be some kind of bow.
What's the matter, Lancer? It's not like you to be so cautious. Where'd all that fire go? Sneaky bastard. Think you can bait me like that?
The cause of Lancer's irritation is obvious. Atropos with the $2, Noble Fantas. And Digimaniac33 with the $5. Holy Grail War in Australia. Everyone has Noble Tam Tams. Oh, God. You really got the 1-2 punch going on there, huh? Lancer has been fighting as a spearman, while Archer has been fending him off as a swordsman, meaning that Archer hasn't revealed his cards yet. That must be frustrating to deal with.
Fine. Then let me ask you this. Which land are you a hero from? I've never heard of a bowman who's also a dual-wielding swordsman. It's easy to tell who you are, though. They say only the swiftest heroes are chosen as lancers, but you're outstanding even among them. There can't be 3 spear wielders as fine as you in the world, and only one has such bestial agility. Oh? Well said, Archer.
For a moment, the bloodlust is so strong I forget to breathe. Lancer's arms move. It's a deliberate stance, without any of the nonchalance he's shown thus far. His spear tip dips as if to puncture the ground, but Lancer's eyes bore straight through Archer.
Then, will you taste my killer technique? I won't stop you. You're a foe we have to overcome sooner or later.
Lancer lowers his stance. Simultaneously, a thorny, bitter cold overtakes the schoolyard. The air freezes. I don't mean that metaphorically, it's literally ice cold. All of the mana in the atmosphere freezes solid. Only the warrior Lancer is allowed to breathe in this space. The spear in Lancer's hand is undoubtedly magical, its true form eager to burst forth. Oh no. He's going to die. I don't know what kind of noble phantasm that is, but Archer is finished. It's the first time I've had this kind of premonition, and as hard as it is to believe, I don't doubt it for a second. If Lancer unleashes his spear, Archer will die. That's absolutely certain. As Lancer says, his spear means death. Archer will lose. Lancer will stab him through the heart and he'll die. Despite that, despite these premonitions, despite this insight, I can't even help Archer. I feel like if I so much as lift a finger, it will be signaling the beginning of the end. If there's a way to prevent Archer's defeat, then it can only be...
Who goes there?
the sudden appearance of a third party whom we've all overlooked.
Huh?
Lancer's ferocity disappears. I hear the sound of someone running away. From behind, I can clearly make out a school uniform. A student? Someone was still on campus?
Apparently, it saved our lives.
Archer answers coolly.
I got it right. Good.
Sure enough, the interruption did save our skin. I screwed up. I was so distracted by Lancer that I wasn't keeping an eye on our surroundings. Wait, what are you doing, Archer?
Can't you tell? I'm resting because there's no one left to fight.
That's not what I mean. What about Lancer?
He went off to chase the witness, probably to get rid of them.
For a moment, my thoughts grind to a halt. After them, Archer! I'll catch up! Archer pursues Lancer immediately. Damn it, I'm such a dummy! I curse my own negligence. It's standard mage policy to eliminate witnesses. Until now, I've been careful not to allow anyone to see me as a mage to avoid that scenario. Why did it have to happen today, of all days? The night feels oppressive, not letting even the moonlight through. I find Archer standing over the body of a student, collapsed on the floor of a terribly cold hallway. He looks wordlessly down at the student. An odor reaches my nose. The sight of slowly pooling blood makes me realize that it's the smell of death. Follow him, Archer. Lancer should be running back to his master. If we can at least catch sight of their face, then tonight isn't a total loss. Archer goes off after Lancer. Only the fallen student and I remain in the corridor. I can't look him in the eye, but I have to. This is my fault. This is my fault. This is my fault. Since I was young, since I made up my mind to inherit the Tosaka legacy, I've been prepared for this. Mages aren't governed by good or evil. I've known all along that this path would be a bloody one. A single thrust from Lancer's spear. If he got you in the heart, there's no saving you. I don't know how many seconds ago Lancer killed him. It's just a matter of whether he was unlucky enough to get stabbed through the heart. The blood loss isn't as bad as I would expect for a destroyed heart, so maybe the injury isn't too deep. It might not be too bad, but he's still screwed if blood has been cut off to his brain. Though, yeah, if his heart was wrecked, then he would have died instantly. Still not dead. You're really something. It's hard to hear, but just barely. My ears pick up faint breathing that might be a death rattle, but it won't last more than a few seconds. I don't have the power to save him. I don't even have a way to heal my own wounds. I have to look him in the eye at least. I start to reach for the face of the prone figure when I realize that my fingers won't move. They're shaking. But why? I'm used to this. I've made this choice countless times.
I've lost so much thanks to my own mistakes, my own selfishness. That's why I've always been ready for this day to come. Then, why am I so angry at myself? I'm sorry. I'll keep you company. You deserve that much. I use cold logic to still my trembling fingers and legs and check the fallen student's face. A great weight falls onto me. I feel like I've just been struck by a hammer. Don't do this to me. Why did it have to be you? I grind my teeth, no longer able to brace myself against the shaking. No longer to brace myself against the shaking, but because I'm truly angry. Why did it have to be him? Why him especially? I'm not upset with Lancer for silencing a witness, as a servant should. But at school today of all days, at this hour? You fool, why would you of all people? Sakura's face comes to mind. I'm sure she'll cry. And I find myself recalling a day after school some years ago. The sky glowed a distant red. A boy that always ran, and a silly little girl watched him absently from afar. That boy got involved in something he shouldn't have. And now his corpse is right in front of me. There's still a way. If I fail, I might lose my trump card, but there's still a way to save him. No, I'll lose it whether this works or not, so the outcome is the same to me. This is a mistake. His impending death is a foregone conclusion. It's my fault for not paying enough attention to what was happening around me, and his fault for having the dumb luck to be here tonight. There's no need for me to go this far for him. My father, who left me with nothing to remember him by, did in fact leave me this heirloom to help me. It's a massive store of magical energy, meant to be a trump card that helps me win this war. A precious, precious treasure, just for... So what, stupid? I turn back and kneel by the dying boy. Well, that's that. The pendant in my hand gets lighter. My father's keepsake is nearly empty. With a clink, I drop it onto the ground on the guy who was a second away from becoming a corpse. Nothing else I could have done. There really was no other way. I don't have the power or skill to bring someone back to life, especially not someone with a destroyed heart, damaged blood vessels, and brain death mere seconds away. All I can do is patch up his missing parts with brute force. You're lucky to still be breathing. If you were totally dead, then there would have been no bringing you back with any amount of magical energy. But if he's still alive, then I just need to help him the best I can. I would have really hated myself if I failed, but it worked out, I guess. Yeah, I feel fulfilled, if I'm being honest. This wasn't such a bad experience. Though really, I'm lying to myself. I should go. I did what I came to do. Better get out of here before he wakes up. Yeah, there isn't any point hanging around. Archer's off tailing Lancer, so I should just go home. On the way home, I remember. I left my father's memento at school, though now it's just a pendant with all of its magical energy wrung dry. Oh well. I don't suppose I need it anymore. It might have a little bit of energy left in it, but it's less than the 10 gemstones I'm carrying. What Father wanted was for me to have enough magical energy to win the Holy Grail War. Now that I've used that resource up, its container doesn't mean much. I arrive home without announcing my return and plop down on the sofa. Archer still isn't back yet. I heave a tired sigh and listen to the clock tick for a few minutes. Need to get my head in the game. After a battle like that, what am I even spacing out for? I jump to my feet and make some black tea. I have plenty to think about. The servant we encountered most of all. I finally watched a battle between servants, which until today, I'd only known about through books. Lancer, huh? I panicked when he seemed about to use his noble phantasm, but at least it would have let us learn who he is. Learning a servant's identity is key to defeating a servant. With the exception of the idiot who doesn't even know his own name, a servant's greatest weakness is their identity. Once you learn a servant's name and identity, then you can mostly deduce that heroic spirit's noble phantasm. It goes without saying that since servants are heroic spirits, they have legends associated with them. Unraveling their history can reveal a lot about their abilities. Masters address servants by their class names to hide their true names. The more famous a hero, the more likely their weapons and weaknesses are to be known. A heroic spirit who has become a servant will never willingly divulge their identity. That knowledge is reserved only for their master. There's a tacit understanding that a master conceals their own servant's identity while trying to figure out the identities of the other servants. Including this one, there have been 5 Holy Grail Wars thus far. Each servant's quality depends on the caliber of the summoned heroic spirit. Naturally, a famous hero, or one with a legendary weapon, is powerful. Accordingly, it's difficult to summon such heroic spirits. For that, a summoner needs a connection to the heroic spirit they're summoning, such as a weapon the hero wielded during their lifetime. Even the Mages Association, with all of its resources, only has a few such items in its possession. That's why most mages, myself included, summon a heroic spirit whom we have an affinity with. A servant's strength is determined by the caliber of the heroic spirit, or so the logic goes. But reality isn't so clear-cut. Even a superior heroic spirit might struggle when the classes in play aren't favorable. Class-specific abilities can have a large impact on the outcome of a battle. Each of the 7 classes comes with additional abilities, and the interaction between these can allow one to triumph over a stronger opponent. To continue the example, it's said that great heroes were defeated by lesser-known heroes in each of the previous 4 wars. And as far as I know, the best servant class is Saber. Finding tree with the $2. Surely someone made a mod to correct typos, right? No, they have not. This version of the game only came out last year, and it's a big book. I presume that it might happen at some point, but it's probably going to be a little while longer before that comes into reality, if anyone is even working on something like that at all. Saber, Lancer, and Archer are said to have powerful magical resistance. Magecraft isn't effective against these 3 classes. After all, they're warriors from ages of myth and legend, when magic was still prevalent. I worry about it for the blind reading. I mean, I wouldn't worry about it too much. I did stumble a couple of times with it when I was reading it blind, like reading this first route blind by myself. But for the most part, a lot of the typos are the kind that, like, if you're reading it out loud, your brain just kind of auto-corrects. It's usually nothing, like, too bad. Spells cast by modern mages would probably fizzle out on contact. That's why the first 3 classes are generally considered the most desirable. The other class to watch out for is Berserker. Heroic spirits summoned in this class lose their sanity. As the name suggests, they become crazed warriors and puppets of their masters, but are strengthened beyond the powers they had in life. Just taking the text down for a second, because I know somebody said they wanted to see this full thing earlier, so just giving you a better look at it there. It's also worth noting that the stronger a servant is, the greater its burden on its master. In the past, masters who drew berserkers couldn't control their servants, and ultimately self-destructed due to running out of magical energy. No exceptions. In the vast majority of cases, Holy Grail Wars are won by the summoned servant's abilities. Of course, there are plenty of ways for masters to win battles, but it basically comes down to fighting between servants. That's why a master needs to commit the utmost diligence and effort to summoning a servant. Discontented, I decide to come up with projections for the battles to come. Before long, it's 11 p.m. Yes, I fixed the clocks already. Archer comes home. Welcome back. How'd it go?
Sorry, I failed. His master must be a cautious one. I was at least able to tell that Lancer's master isn't on this side of the city.
Figures. Lancer was all alone, and his master didn't seem like the type to show themselves. I see. Well, we knew it wouldn't be that easy. Everything can't go according to plan, so there's no use worrying over it. I'll just give up and treat tonight as a learning experience.
You seemed dispirited, Master. What happened to all that combativeness? Don't tell me you're cowed after a single skirmish. If you order it, I can go back out right now and re-engage Lancer.
Archer doesn't say it, but I can tell he thinks that's the right course of action. Oh, I must look pretty depressed right now, huh? That's not it at all. I'm not going back out there because I don't want to waste the effort.
Waste what effort?
The masters aren't all accounted for yet. Tonight's fight was unavoidable, but we're not supposed to fight until the signal to start the war. Father told me that's a rule of the Holy Grail War.
I see. So your father was a master too.
Archer nods in understanding. Actually, he's making a rather mixed expression. What? You got something to say to me?
Yes, I forgot to ask you something. Rin, you've been raised from a young age to be a master and followed that lifestyle accordingly, yes? That means you always expected to become a master.
Of course I did. Some mages are appointed as masters, but it doesn't work like that for me. I'm a Tosaka. Winning the Holy Grail War has been our goal for generations.
That makes sense. So, you already had an objective in mind. That's what I wanted to ask you about. I need to know my master's wish before I offer my sword in service. So, Rin, what is your wish?
My wish? I don't really have one.
What?
Uh-huh. Archer's making a funny face.
That can't be true. The Holy Grail can grant any wish. Mages only become masters to obtain the Holy Grail. So what do you mean you have no wish?
Archer drops all pretense. Right. Once the Holy Grail is won, the victorious master's wish has nothing to do with the servant. But that's weird. Father mentioned that servants have their own wishes too, but that's their own business. It shouldn't matter to Archer whether or not I have a wish.
Fine. Since you don't have a specific wish, what about a general one? Like conquering the world, for example.
Why? The world already belongs to me.
What?
You know, Archer, the world is just a set of values that revolves around yourself. I haven't had that ever since I was born. I don't need to take over something that's always been inherently mine. I've had that, so yeah. Not, I haven't had that. Sorry. Archer looks at me with a strange expression. Man, he's stubborn.
I don't believe you. The Holy Grail has the power to grant wishes. You could obtain anything you want in the material world. How can you not desire anything at all?
World domination sounds like a pain, and I wouldn't know what to do with it. Not everyone looks at things the way you do, you know. Iconically over the $2. The world is hers. I believe I've heard a song about that at some point. I wonder who sang that song. Who can say, really?
I'm having trouble understanding this. What do you fight for?
If there's a fight to be had, I just want in, Archer. I'll take whatever I find along the way. I don't really know how the Holy Grail works, but if I find that there's something I want, I can just use it on that. Not all people live to acquire things, you know.
Meaning?
That's right. I'm just fighting to win. Archer sighs and shrugs. Maybe he's fed up with me, but he finally relaxes.
I give up. You truly are fit to be my master.
I don't know how to respond to comments like that, so I wish he'd stop making them. Servants may not have the right to choose their masters, but what makes you think I'm worthy of you?
Do I need to spell it out? It's because you are without a doubt the strongest master. I don't need any other reason than that.
Oh, well, thanks. That doesn't sound like flattery, coming from you. I turn away to hide my embarrassment. Archer usually acts like a smartass, so this sincerity is blindsiding me. Admittedly, I'm happy he feels this way. I've come to trust him, and he's come to trust me. I don't think this mutual sentiment is a bad thing.
I suppose we should take a breather then. The seventh master has yet to appear, but it might not happen, right? Might not happen, right? Wait, Rin, what happened to your jewelry?
My jewelry? Oh, you mean the pendant? I forgot it back there. It doesn't have any power anymore, so I don't really need it, do I?
I suppose not. If you say so.
Yeah, it's a keepsake from Father, but it's hardly the only memory I have of him.
Don't say that. You don't always have to act so strong, Rin.
As he nags me, Archer holds out the pendant I left at school. Oh, you picked it up for me.
Don't lose it again. It really belongs with you, Rin.
Archer avoids eye contact as he passes the pendant to me, looking almost bashful. Okay, thanks. I accept it. To be honest, I'm not sure whether to be embarrassed or play it off right now. The pendant is as I left it. As I thought, it really doesn't have any energy left. It's just an expensive jewel now that it's empty. But to put it in Archer's terms, maybe it still has meaning as a memento of my father, even without its power. I suppose I can laugh this off as a net win since I spent my trump card to save someone's life. Wait a second. I jolt up in my seat. I wasn't thinking straight while I lamented what I lost, but as I pull myself together, it strikes me. He saw us, so I ought to alter his memories. Meanwhile, Lancer prioritized eliminating witnesses over fighting us. Lancer's thinking should reflect that of his master, which means if a master who went out of their way to kill a witness finds out that he survived, they won't let him live. I stand up from the sofa. It's already been 3 hours. I might not make it in time, but I can't let this happen, not after all the trouble I went through. I sprint through the night. Fortunately, I know where he lives. Not because I bothered to find out, but because someone I happen to know goes over to his place often. I've never been there personally. Good grief, you're really making this harder on yourself. Oh, okay, that's Archer. I see.
Good grief. You're really making this harder on yourself.
Archer gripes unenthusiastically. It's going to be as much of a struggle to rescue the guy now as it was to save him earlier. It's midnight. The sky is shrouded in clouds. I arrive at an old samurai estate. The building closest to the outside shows no signs of life. There aren't many neighboring houses, so it's unlikely anyone would come even if they noticed something was amiss. My breath mists white. The wind picks up. It must be pretty strong because the clouds are starting to move. I find myself trembling despite the temperate Fuyuki weather, and a chill runs down my spine. People call Fuyuki a warm place, but you can feel the winter chill from the hilltops. The air is bitingly cold. The chill presses in and makes it hard to hear. In the midst of the air that seems conquered by the cold, I keenly sense the enemy. He's here. The Lancer from earlier. I bite my lip. Something's on the other side of the outer wall. Lancer must have already infiltrated the house, waiting for its witless owner to come home to his death. We'll just have to jump over. I'll think about what happens when it happens. Just as I'm about to order Archer to go in. A flash. From the house emerges a radiant white light, bright as the sun. Its presence is all-consuming. The power radiating from Lancer is being washed away by the newcomer's even greater aura. An instantaneous explosion of ether gives the spirit physical form, and the summoned being overpowers Lancer. No way. All I can do is whisper in awe, but the truth is staring me in the face. As if to prove the point, Lancer bounds over the wall, fleeing the compound. Hey, Archer, is that one of your hypotheticals?
Perhaps, but now all 7 of them are here, Rin.
Archer is calm. Meanwhile, my rational thought goes flying out the window. What happens next should have been obvious, but I'm not thinking straight. There's a strong gust of wind. The clouds cover the sky like an umbrella. Darkness shrouds the lightless outskirts of the town. A servant leaps over the wall and lands gracefully like an unworldly bird. Archer reacts. I fail to even twitch in response. That's my fault. The fight ends before even a second passes. 1 second might be a brief instance to me, but it's a massive opening to a servant. A bladed wind closes in on me. Archer! Archer lunges in front of me, while the servant cuts him deeply. It really was just an instant. Is Archer, who so gracefully fended off Lancer's brutal assault, going down in 1 hit? Vanish, Archer! I made it in time. Before the servant's next strike takes off Archer's head, I force him to retreat. Pain throbs in my right hand. Because it was such an extreme order, it used up one of my command spells. Now I only have 1 left. But this was for the best. It's worth losing a command spell or 2 to make sure Archer doesn't die. Without skipping a beat, the servant comes for me next. Don't underestimate me! I pull out a wind-imbued topaz and feed magical energy directly into it without any extra steps. It's a cluster of wind spells that I've been feeding into it day after day, and they're enough to blow away a house or 2 without leaving a trace. This is one of 10 jewels I've been building up for the last 17 years without skipping a single day. Even if I can't beat this thing with it, it should be enough to slow... Or not. It didn't work at all. The moment it touches the servant, what ought to have been a tempest that would hew apart anything in its path disappears like a simple stage magic trick. What terrifying magical resistance. Are you telling me that a mage doesn't have enough magical energy to hurt this servant? Oh no. My magecraft doesn't work and I've lost Archer's protection. I have no way to stop this servant. Even if I barely manage to dodge the first attack, I'm finished. I look up at the night sky. In it, I imagine a ruthless reaper coming for me, sprawled pitifully on the ground. The wind blows. Through a break in the clouds, the moon peeks out through the spiral-like sky. The moonlight highlights her elegant profile. So this is the face of the servant who drove off Lancer. Took down my archer in one blow, and shrugged off my magecraft like it was nothing. That was an admirable display of magecraft, mage. The girl's voice rings clear like a bell, yet her voice is the stuff of nightmares at the moment. But this is the end for you, Master of Archer. The sword she's thrust at me seems to shine. I know that this is my dying moment. One glance is enough to figure that out. This is the card I wish to draw. The sword-wielding hero said to be the most powerful servant. I look up at the moon, prepared to die. There's no room to beg for my life, no time to escape. With my death, Rin Tosaka's Holy Grail War will have ended on the third day. You'd think I'd go out hating my foe, feeling nothing but shame and regret. But I don't feel that way at all. Something is seriously wrong with me. I'm one moment away from certain death, and here I am, entranced by my killer. Yeah, it's frustrating to be sure, but there's nothing I can do now. The strongest servant is going to kill me. She looks all at once heartless, utterly noble, and so very beautiful. We'll be reading more Pining Tree. But yeah, that's the prologue. That's how long it takes you to get to the fucking title screen. If you try to, like, hit the, like, menu and go return to title before this point, it will literally just drop you wherever you've saved in the prologue if you have. It will literally not let you go to the title screen until you finish all of that. So yeah, that's the beginning. We're locked in now. But before we get started moving forward from here, I am going to take a quick break to grab some water. So I will be right back. Hope you've all been enjoying it so far. I've definitely been enjoying myself. Can't wait to see who all you get attached to for this playthrough, and what wonderful jokes and bits we're sure to bound into together. A bounded field, as it were. Okay, anyway, that was stupid. Okay, anyway, I'll see you in a minute. Be right back. Alright. We're back. I returned with my water bottle that I just bought. That is 64 ounces. I actually decided somewhat recently, you see, to cut down on my caffeine intake.
And it has been difficult, but I have been managing it. I only just started doing this like maybe 3 or so days ago, but I've been successful so far. I have limited myself to only have soda once per day, and after that once, it's like, okay, no more, cut off for the day. So yeah, wish me luck. That's really hard for me because I've been drinking a metric shit ton of soda since I was a child. But yeah. Anyway, let's get right back into it.
I am the bone of my sword. Steel is my body and fire is my blood. I've created over 1,000 blades, unknown to death nor known to life. Have withstood pain to create many weapons, yet those hands will never hold anything. So as I pray, unlimited blade works.
Lord Omega 12 with the $2. You say this, I just opened another can of soda right now. Tempting me with the devil's elixir.
When I came to, I was lying in a burning field. It must have been a big fire. The familiar town was an unrecognizable, smoking ruin. It looked like a scene from a war movie. The sight didn't last long, though. As morning dawned, the fires gradually died down. The towering walls of flame shrunk to embers, and most of the buildings looked to have collapsed. It felt so strange, being the only unchanged thing in the town. I was the only one left alive. I was either fortunate, or the house I'd been inside was built on the luckiest ground of all time. Either way, I was the only one alive. Since I'd survived, I felt I needed to keep on living. I walked aimlessly, thinking it would be dangerous to remain where I was. It wasn't that I wanted to avoid becoming what had happened to everyone around me. Those scorched, blackened masses. It wasn't a feeling of disgust. Some other emotion was driving me on. At the same time, I had no hope. It was a miracle I was alive at all, and I didn't think I was going to last much longer. There was just no way in hell I was going to survive. There was simply no way I would ever escape this crimson hellscape, no matter what I did. That was how desperate, how hellish this place was, even through the eyes of a young boy. And then I collapsed. Either there was no air around me, or I simply couldn't breathe anymore. I just collapsed, and all I could do was look up to the slowly clouding sky. The scorched black masses around me lay motionless. The dark clouds covered the sky, promising rain. Good. The rain will put out the fires. I took one final deep breath and looked up at the rain clouds. I couldn't breathe, but I still felt pain. I said that out loud on behalf of all those people who couldn't say those words themselves. That was 10 years ago. Miraculously, in the midst of all that, I was saved. My physical body survived, but everything else was scorched, reduced to ash. When a young child loses their parents or their home, there's really nothing left of them. And so, everything other than my body perished. Put as simply as possible, in exchange for my body living, my heart died. I'm dreaming. I squinted, seeing a bright white light. It was blinding. Light stabbed at my eyes when I woke. I doubt I really knew what the sensation of blinding light was in the first place.
What?
As my eyes adjusted, I woke, alarmed. I was lying in a bed I didn't recognize, in a room that I didn't recognize. I was honestly stunned, but the cleanliness of the white room made me feel at ease.
Where am I?
I looked blankly at my surroundings. The room was spacious and beds lined it in neat rows. All the beds were full, and it looked like each bed's occupant was injured. But the room didn't feel depressing at all. Everyone injured survived. I let my eyes wander. I looked out the window. The clear blue sky was so incredibly beautiful.
Cross trash. I love how this parallels Tsukihime's prologue. Yeah, me too. Especially too because there are so many music tracks in Fate that also just sound very reminiscent of Tsukihime's soundtrack as well.
Forgive me for the water sounds.
A few days passed and I was finally able to take in the situation. I had no problem remembering what happened the days before, but I wasn't much different from a newborn during this time. Strange as it is, that was closer to the truth than might seem possible. The fire was just that bad. I was rescued from the fire. I awoke in a hospital. My parents were gone and my entire body was wrapped in bandages. I didn't really understand what was going on, but I did know that I was alone. It didn't take long for me to accept my circumstances. Maybe I had no choice, really. All the other children were in the same boat. And then, later, in the moment I, naive as I was, started to worry about what would become of me, I walked in. He appeared the day my bandages came off and I started eating on my own.
Sorry, just 1 second. I'm gonna do something in another window real quick. Okay.
His hair was disheveled, but his suit tattered. He looked a bit younger than my doctor. He looked more like someone's older brother than someone's father.
Hello. You must be Shiro.
His beaming smile seemed to blend into the pouring white sunlight. His voice was somehow irritatingly fake, yet extremely gentle.
I'll come right to it. Would you rather go to an orphanage or go home with the man you just met?
He was offering to take me in. I asked if we were related. He said we were complete strangers. He looked like an unremarkable, unreliable guy, but then again, he was no more or less familiar than the orphanage. So I decided I'd go with him. No.
Good. Then let's pack up quickly. It'd be best if you got used to your new home as soon as possible.
He started gathering my things hastily. Even as young as I was, I could see he wasn't any good at it. And after he made a mess packing...
I forgot to mention one important thing. Before you come with me, there's one thing you need to know.
He turned, asking for confirmation. He asked so casually, as if asking me if there was somewhere I wanted to go.
Yep. Let me be direct with you. I'm a magician.
He said it in a serious, almost ceremonious manner.
Cross. I forgot that he was voiced by Matthew Mercer in English. I give him the like dirtiest, scruggliest vibe because that's what I always think of him.
It happened so fast. Now that I think back, I was also immature. I just accepted his words as fact. I took it neither as a joke or genuine statement.
Really? That's so cool, Pops.
I guess I said something like that, eyes wide in astonishment. And I was his child. Actually, I don't remember how that conversation went. But every now and then, my old man would bring it up. He would recount that scene over and over, acting all embarrassed. That scene might have been the happiest day of my old man, a man named Kiritsugu Emiya's life. You can say that it was one thing for him to tell a recently orphaned kid he was a magician, but I was no better, the way I so eagerly bought into it. And that was how my old man adopted me, and how I took the last name Emiya. Shiro Emiya. When I said that name out loud, I felt really proud of having the same last name as Kiritsugu. I'm dreaming. It's from my childhood. It's probably about 8 years ago, since it's about the time when I talked my old man into making me his apprentice. Kiritsugu had started going away on a regular basis once I was old enough to stay home by myself. He'd always give some unchildish, unbelievable explanation like,
I'm going to go on an adventure around the world.
Then he'd actually do it. From then on, that's how it always was. It wasn't unusual for him to be gone for a month, and at times he didn't come home for half a year. The Emiya mansion is an expansive Japanese samurai-style house, and Kiritsugu and I were the only ones living there. It felt too big and empty for a child like me, and at times I felt lost. But I liked my life there. Whenever Kiritsugu came home from his trips, he would brag and tell stories like an excited child. And another child, one who shared his last name, always looked forward to those stories. I may have been alone in the mansion, but Kiritsugu's stories always helped lessen that. He was always pursuing a dream like a boy. I was weary of his whims, yet at the same time he always looked radiant to me. Maybe that's why I hoped to be like him one day. Well, as childish as I might have been, I realized I needed to get my act together since I had an old man with his head constantly in the clouds.
And hey, wouldn't you know it, we're back to January 31st. So, yeah, let's do a little bit of a retreading, as it were.
I hear a sound. The heavy, rusted hinges on the door creak as if it's being pushed open. Light pours in through a crack in the door. My mind tries to shake off the slumber.
Senpai, are you awake?
I hear footsteps drawing near, and I feel the winter air flowing in. Morning, Sakura.
Yes, good morning to you too, Senpai. Senpai, it's morning. It's still early, but Miss Fujimura will be mad if she finds you sleeping here.
Oh. Yeah, thanks for waking me up, as always.
It's no problem at all. You're always up early in the morning. I don't often get to wake you up like this.
Not sure why, but Sakura looks more cheerful than usual. I don't know about that. I think you wake me up more often than you think. Then again, Fujine is brutal when she's the one waking me up, so I prefer you do it. Yep, I've learned my lesson. I'll try not to sleep in here next time. I answer, still half asleep. My head's still not right, so even I don't know what I'm saying.
Well, okay, but personally I'd prefer you not try too hard.
Sakura is giggling. Crap. I must still be so sleepy I said something weird. Give me a minute to wake up. The cold winter air helps at times like this. The chill snaps my lethargic mind awake. And in front of me stands my junior at school, Sakura Mato. I'm in my house's storehouse, and it's just about 6 o'clock in the morning.
Senpai?
Yeah, I'm awake now. Sorry, Sakura. I did it again. I need to help you with breakfast.
Don't worry about that. You were up late again last night, weren't you? Then you should take your time this morning. I'll fix breakfast.
Sakura is practically bounding with excitement. That's odd. Sakura is weirdly energetic this morning. No, I'm getting up, honest. So let's head to the kitchen together.
Kato, thank you for renewing your channel membership. Almost a year now. That's... wow, thank you. Very generous.
Okay, I'm ready. Let's go, Sakura.
Senpai.
What? What? Is something wrong?
No, not exactly, but, I believe you should change before you head back inside the house.
Oh. I finally look at myself. I fell asleep working last night, so I'm still wearing my coveralls. The coveralls I wear while I'm working are usually dirty. Who knows what Fujine would say or do if I went into the house as is. Okay, guess I'm not quite awake yet. I must be more out of it than usual.
You might be right, which is why you should leave breakfast to me, and you should take it easy, Senpai. Besides, Miss Fujimura would be really angry if she saw the mess here.
Yeah, then I'll get changed, so you go on ahead.
Okay, I'll be waiting, Senpai.
Sakura quickly walks out. Okay, then. I'll change into my school uniform first, then I need to collect all the parts I left scattered around. The storehouse is in the corner of the backyard, and all sorts of junk is crammed in here. Though I've always liked to tinker with gadgets, so the place is a treasure trove to me. The old man forbade me to go into the storehouse, but I ignored his warnings and snuck inside almost every day. Now it's sort of a base for me. I guess you could call this place my real room. The massive Emiya house never felt homey to me, but I've always felt at ease in here, surrounded by all this junk. Besides, it's wasteful. It may be junk, but a lot of it still works. The majority of the things in the storehouse are everyday things, mostly unusable. I'm not sure whether I brought it all in because I liked it in here or whether I liked this place because it was full of junk. Either way, I snuck into this storehouse almost daily, and I made sort of a hobby of fixing broken things. I'm not the type who gets attached to things, but it just didn't feel right to neglect things that are still usable, or maybe it'd be better to say the idea of doing that just bothered me, which is why I stayed up all night trying to fix a broken stove. Guess I'll be done tomorrow. Falling asleep midway is proof I'm not concentrating. I try to shake off my self-disgust at that. I gather the parts for the stove and put them back on the shelf of things waiting to be fixed. There's no more room, though. Once I fix the stove, an old VCR is up next, both of which were destroyed by Fujine. We can set that aside for now. Okay then. I change into my school uniform. Since the storehouse is like my own room, I have all the essentials, including changes of clothes in here. The rest are things like haphazardly drawn blueprints scattered all over the place and literal junk from my failed attempts at fixing various things. Also, there's some sort of pattern carved into the storehouse's floor, perhaps used as some sort of an altar in the past. Okay, gotta work hard again today. I clap my hands in prayer at the storehouse and turn towards the mansion. I walk from the storehouse to the mansion. This Emiya residence is a Japanese samurai-style house located on the outskirts of town. My old man wasn't from a notable family, yet for some reason he owned this giant house. That in itself was a mystery, and it also seems like he didn't have any relatives here in Japan. And so, when my old man died, there was no one else to inherit this mansion, so it came to me as his adopted son. Though to be honest, I don't have any administrative abilities, so things like inheritance, property taxes, and any other complicated things are all handled by Old Man Fujimura. Old Man Fujimura is a major businessman who lives nearby. Kiritsugu described Old Man Fujimura as an old man who's like a Yakuza boss. Obviously, that was his own biased view. In fact, Old Man Fujimura is not like a Yakuza boss, he is a Yakuza boss. That may be a problem in itself, but I try not to dwell on it. Anyway, that's why I live in this giant mansion on my own. It's been 5 years since my old man died. Time sure does fly. I sigh thinking about how much I've grown in those 5 years. I trained every day to become like Kiritsugu, but that's easier said than done. It's not surprising since I didn't have what it takes from the start, but the fact that I haven't improved at all in these past 5 years forces me to reassess things. If I had to sum up my current situation, I'd say I'd set the bar too high. I haven't even started reaching the finish line. No, rushing won't do me any good. For now, I'll just have to do what I can. Okay then. What I need to do now is... Oh, what? Oh my god. Is it the fabled visual novel with choices? So another thing about Fate, if you've been so used to watching the Higurashi and Umineko streams, those were linear stories. They did not have choices. But Fate does. And it's kind of important. So... Let's see. What shall we do? We can either go help Sakura or take care of our daily tasks. Well, I think, we should probably be responsible, so let's stick to those dailies, shall we? There's a respectable dojo built within the Emiya house. It was added as an afterthought when the entire house was being built. Digimaniac 33 with the $5. Making our own choices? This is too much responsibility. Yeah. It was nothing more than a hobby and indulgence. Okay then, I'll do some light exercise before breakfast. I'm not really studying martial arts, but my old man once told me, if you want to be like me, you'll need to harden your body. Since then, I've made a point of working out every day. 99, 100. I finish my daily sit-ups and change from my dogi into my school uniform. Since I overslept, I decide to work out just enough to satisfy me. A few sit-ups with no stretching should be enough. I'm not built to bulk up, and no matter how important they say bodybuilding is, it's not like I want to get into fights. All I need is to gain enough athletic ability to handle unexpected situations and be able to move the way my silly ideals require. After all, the thing I most want is to be the complete opposite of an athlete. Oh, it's getting late. I tossed my sweaty dogi into the laundry hamper. It's already 20 past 6. The Emiya household's mornings start early, so even this time would be considered late for breakfast. Breakfast is already prepared. The appetizing scent of the breakfast Sakura cooked wafts towards me from the dinner table.
You must have had a good workout. Breakfast is ready.
Oh, thanks. Sorry I made you work more because I overslept.
It's no trouble. And you did not oversleep. You're not in any school clubs, so it's still early.
Clubs have nothing to do with it. And if they do, you coming by in the mornings must be a lot of trouble since you do have morning practice.
Oh, well, I want to do this, so please don't worry about me.
Yeah, you keep telling me that, which is why I wake up early. Clever now. If you're coming by, it'd be rude to still be asleep. To me, waking up early is waking up before Sakura gets here, and oversleeping means I make Sakura prepare breakfast on her own, like today.
You really are a stickler about this kind of thing. Even Mitsuzuri-senpai says you're honest to a fault and annoying, even though you're so crude.
Mitsuzuri is the captain of the Kyudo club Sakura's in, and she and I seem to cross paths often. Is she still griping about me to you?
Yes, she's working hard every day to bring you to your knees with her archery skills before you graduate.
Is that so? She must be getting better than me by now. You know how memories get glorified. I don't mind the reverence, but I guess that depends on who sees me that way too.
Mitsuzuri-senpai's really competitive. I'm sure she sees you as competition.
Sakura scoops rice into a bowl as she talks. It's almost 6:30. The Kyudo Club's morning practice starts at 7. Attendance is not mandatory, but she doesn't have much time left. Fujine should be here soon. Well, it's her fault for not being here on time. Sakura, let's go ahead and start eating.
You're right. Here you go, senpai.
Sakura hands me a rice bowl with a smile. Oops. I should be used to this every morning, but her delicate fingers catch my attention. I can't explain it, but it's awkward. I'm not sure if it's our age, but Sakura's been looking more provocative lately. Her casual movements are so pretty, she often takes my breath away. Okay, shut up.
Alright, buddy. What do you mean, her finger? Anyway. Sorry. Taking a drink.
Maybe it's because I never saw Sakura that way before, but now I'm noticing how feminine she's becoming.
Senpai, is something the matter?
No, it's nothing. Don't worry about it. Honestly, it's baffling. Why the hell am I getting nervous around my friend's younger sister? Sakura is just a really good and considerate younger friend of mine, and she's someone I need to look after. She's the younger sister of a friend of mine. We used to be friendly, though initially we weren't very close since she's a grade below me. It was only a year and a half ago that our relationship became more what it is now. Sakura started to come and cook meals for me when I got hurt, and things kind of stayed like that. I think this arrangement was supposed to last until I got better, but I guess something or other happened, and somehow she ended up helping out with household chores. Either way, Sakura's a good cook, and her cleaning and laundry skills are perfect. Having her come early in the morning is a big help, but it's been disconcerting recently. And Sakura isn't the problem, it's me. I'm sure being flustered by my friend's sister is part of the reason I feel guilty. Usually I'm unfazed, but when I blush because I get caught off guard like now, I wonder whether that's problematic as her senpai.
I mean, yeah, Tomi, who just said, well, this was originally an eroge. And, like, yeah, that's true, but for what it's worth, too, I mean, like, even Nasu himself said that the eroge portions of the game were very, like, shoehorned in at the advisement of other people, like, basically telling him that that was the best way to sell it at the time, and ever since he got the opportunity to take them out, he pretty much did so immediately. Because even he was like, I don't really personally think they're that important.
But yeah.
Sorry, I was just looking at something real quick.
Usually I'm unfazed, but when I blush because I get caught off guard like now, I wonder whether that's problematic as her senpai. Breakfast is lined up neatly on the table. A perfectly balanced meal of chicken with parsley salad, grilled salmon, blanched spinach, miso soup with radish and carrots, and grated yam soup.
Thank you for the meal.
Sakura and I sit down and bow and begin our meal in silence. The gentle tapping of chopsticks is the only sound in the room. Sakura isn't typically talkative, and I hardly have anything to chat about during meals. So we eat in silence. Normally it's much rowdier than this, but the person who usually causes the commotion must have watched a spy movie or something last night because she's eyeing the two of us through a newspaper sheet propped up in front of her food.
Miss Fujimura, it may not be wise to read while you eat.
Sakura remarks diffidently, but Fujine ignores her. Fujine is acting weird, but her being weird at breakfast isn't really all that weird for her. Sakura is used to it too, and she's eating as if nothing is the matter. Sakura typically cooks up Western dishes. She really only began learning to cook Japanese dishes since she started coming here to help me out. Sakura learned to cook simple Japanese dishes, at least for breakfast, because Fujine and I prefer them. Now Sakura's cooking skills have improved to the point that she's better than me, and I'm the one who is teaching her. Her miso soup is flavorful and refined now, and she's even gotten to the point where she can grate yams to make yam soup. Actually, I think today is the first time she's served yam soup. Sorry, Sakura, could you pass the soy sauce?
Here. Oh, my senpai, you've run out of soy sauce. The soy sauce you usually use.
Then I can use Fujine's. Pass it over.
Miss Fujimura, do you mind?
Fujine nods. The newspaper shuffles.
Here you go. Are you using it for your yam soup?
Yeah, everyone puts soy sauce on grated yams. A line of soy sauce streams from the bottle onto the grated white mound. I stir the mixture up, pour it over my rice, and take a bite. The stickiness of the grated yam combined with the intense flavor of the soy sauce.
What the? This isn't soy sauce, it's oyster sauce!
Fujine tosses her newspaper onto the table with an enthusiastic flick of her wrists.
What'd you think of my little stunt switching the oyster sauce and the soy sauce labels first thing in the morning?
The not-so-mysterious spy punches the air in victory.
Who pulls a stunt like that first thing in the morning? You're gonna turn 25 this year, but you're still the same childish Fujine I've always known.
That'll teach you a lesson after yesterday. You and everyone else who ganged up on me deserve divine justice.
People can't enact divine justice. I knew you were weirdly quiet, but I can't believe you've been plotting this since yesterday. You have entirely too much free time on your hands.
That's right. And because of that, I really need to get to work grading tests, so I need to skedaddle or else I'm in real trouble.
Fujine sits back down and shovels her breakfast into her mouth.
Thanks for the meal. Breakfast was great as usual, Sakura. Oh, it was my pleasure. And now I'm heading off. You two will be in trouble if you're late for school.
And off she goes, stomping out in a rush. There's something terribly wrong with a world that allows someone like her to be a teacher.
Senpai?
Sorry that Fujine hardly savored the breakfast you took so much work into making.
No, it's not that. What did you do to Miss Fujimura yesterday? She wouldn't usually go so far as to mess with someone's meal.
Master 3000 with the $5. I've only known Taiga for a day, but I already love her. Oh no, I adore her. I love her so much.
Well, I accidentally called her by her nickname.
Well, guess there's no avoiding her getting angry again. And you didn't apologize?
Sorry, I forgot. But only because that kind of stuff happens all the time.
Still not good. You know how much Miss Fujimura hates being called by her nickname. You made her cry again, didn't you?
Not only did I make her cry, she also ran away like a scared rabbit. And thanks to that incident, yesterday's English class ended up being a study hall. In fact, everyone in class worked together to make an award for me from their notebook paper because of that. I threw it away, obviously.
Oh my, sounds like you brought that on yourself then, senpai.
Fujine is like an older sister to Sakura, so she's typically on Fujine's side. Which is fine on its own, but I wish she would consider the fact that I have to deal with Fujine all day long. Fujine was originally an acquaintance of my old man, and she's swung by the house pretty frequently since I was adopted. She kept on coming over even after my old man died, and now she acts like a freeloader, eating breakfast and dinner every day.
Lord, to make it 12 with the $2. Hard to discipline a kid when her dad's an oyabun.
Actually, it might have been thanks to Fujine that I was able to make it on my own after my old man died. And now it's me, Fujine, and Sakura who are the residents of this Emiya house. But at the same time, I'm the only one who knows that my old man was a mage. They say mages have to keep that part of their lives secret, which is why I've also been hiding from others that I'm learning magecraft after I became my old man's apprentice. Learning may be a bit of a stretch, really, since I can barely use magecraft properly.
Philip with the 3. Almost forgot, we getting the bad ends as you go. Probably not, like, super often. Like, I mean, basically kind of my thought about it, at least tentatively, was that we would probably save them for, like, the ends of routes to be like, okay, let's go back and see all the ways you could have fucked this up. But that's just my thought right now. Maybe that will change in the future. We'll see.
So it wouldn't make much of a difference whether I hid magecraft or not, but since it was my old man's dying wish, I've been training in secret. I finish breakfast and get ready for school. I put away the dishes with Sakura as I listen to the news on TV in the background. Sakura is looking blankly at the TV.
Ah, the TV flipping through different Tsukihime tracks on the different channels. That's cute.
A flashy caption reading, "Gas leaks continue," pops up on the screen. There seems to have been a big accident in the neighboring city of Shinto. It happened in a building in the business district. Apparently everyone on one of its floors lost consciousness from oxygen deprivation. Authorities have been calling it an accident resulting from gas leaks, but for some reason these incidents have been happening often. Are you worried about the incident, Sakura?
Well, not really. I was just thinking that this happened in Shinto, which is very close to us, senpai. Your part-time job is in Shinto, right?
Yeah, but the shop's not that big. I don't think an accident like that would happen there. But I can't entirely ignore the idea either. Gas leaks can happen in any building, and it especially pains me to think that hundreds of people have fallen victim. Some say that these accidents are happening because of faulty construction work done during the rapid development projects in Shinto. Either way, I hope there won't be any more victims. It's a disturbing story, and we need to be careful too.
Well, don't worry about that, senpai. I always make sure to check that the gas is turned off properly. Twice.
Sakura proudly proclaims. No, that's not my point. Yep, I've always known Sakura is a little off too.
Senpai, did you lock the back door?
I bolted it. Is that a problem?
Not at all. Then I'll lock all the doors. What time are you planning to be home today, senpai?
I think I'll be home a little late. What about you, Sakura?
I should be back at the usual time. I think I'll be back before you, so I'll make preparations for dinner.
Yeah, that'll be great. I'll try to come home as soon as possible, too. The gate's locked tight. Sakura and Fujine both have keys to the house, and the rule is that whoever leaves last is in charge of locking everything up. Let's go. You'll be late for morning practice if you don't hurry.
Okay, then let's hurry up, senpai.
Sakura and I walk into town. We walk downhill along a long wall to reach a more populated residential area. The Emiya house is located on top of a hill, away from the center of town. Heading down the hill leads us to the residential area. Going further down, we reach the intersection at the center of town. Several roads reached out from the center of town. There's a large bridge that connects to the neighboring town. A hill that leads to the Ryudo Temple. A residential area located opposite to my house. a shopping district that both Sakura and I often go to. And finally, there's a path that leads to our school. We head straight to school without taking any detours. It's barely 7 o'clock, so there's hardly anyone around. Students making their way to their morning club activities are the only ones to be found along our route. See you later. Good luck at practice. I see Sakura off at the school gate as usual. Sakura is in the Kyudo club, so this is where we usually split off. And yet, Sakura doesn't budge this morning. Sakura, are you not feeling well or something?
No, it's not that. Senpai, maybe it's time you come visit the dojo?
Well, I don't really have any business at the dojo. Besides, Issei asked me to do something, so I need to go to the student council room.
I suppose you're right. I'm sorry for bringing it up.
Sakura quickly bows her head.
I'll be going then. Please look forward to dinner tonight.
Sakura runs towards the dojo, seeming almost apologetic. What was that? I wonder what that was all about. Issei, you in?
I'm here. You're a little late this morning, Emiya.
Issei glances up from his desk, looking like he's been studying some papers. Is it just you, Issei? Where's the rest? They should all be at school by now.
Well, unfortunately, the rest of the members are all very on the clock. They all have their set work hours, and they don't want to come in early or stay late.
So, that's why the student council president's doing busy work himself. Guess you got your own problems to deal with.
Well, I live for these sorts of problems. I don't need your sympathy, Emiya.
What are you talking about? I'm not sympathizing with you.
Well, that's too bad. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that. After all, the fact of the matter is that you still care.
It's actually very interesting. If any of you have read Tsukihime before in the chat, I think it's kind of interesting how, at least like design-wise and slightly dynamic-wise as well, Shido and Issei's friendship is very much like similar to Shiki and oh god, why am I blanking on his name all of a sudden? But he's also a guy with orange hair. I'm sure somebody... Arihiko, yes. It's very interesting how they're sort of like similar but different in that way. Many such cases in Fate doing kind of like similar but different things from Tsukihime. And that's just another one that I noticed that I thought was kind of interesting.
He's been working to reform the student council, which has grown quite lax, and he's been a friend of mine since our first year in school. His full name is Issei Ryudo. Despite his old-fashioned sounding name, he has elegant facial features, and he's popular with the girls. He's also the student council president, so you'd think he would have the leg up over everyone else, but that's not exactly the case.
Nothing beats a scalding hot cup of tea in the morning.
It's saying stuff like that as he sips tea that prevents him from quite sticking the landing. As evidenced, Issei is quite plain. He's prone to be misunderstood, yet he neither dabbles in relationships, nor does he do what typical students do for fun. He's the heir of Ryudo Temple, which sits atop a mountain. He himself understands that he'll inherit the temple, and there's a strong possibility that he'll shave his head without so much as a complaint as soon as he graduates from school. So, what do you want me to do today?
Well, I'd like you to sit down and relax, but we don't really have time. I'll explain as we go, so grab your tools and follow me. Let me get right to the point. Our school's spending habits are quite extreme.
I know. The athletic clubs are favored, and there's not much money to go around in other places.
Exactly. As a result, the culture clubs get the short end of the stick. I've been trying my best to establish a better budget for the arts, but the money trail's been pretty muddy, which is making my life harder, so the arts are suffering.
The lack of heaters during
the winter is especially concerning, and I have no solution for that.
I see. Hey, hand me the flathead screwdriver, the biggest one.
Oh, and give me some conductors, too. Yeah, this one looks salvageable.
Conductors? These? Sorry, I don't really know my way around tools. You can get mad if I'm wrong.
It's fine, you got it right. So, what about the lack of heaters? Is there anything else that's broken?
Yes, the heating system in the second audio-visual room and the art club room might be on its last leg. Forms requesting to purchase new ones are piling up by the minute.
And you're saying that there's no room in the budget? Well, this one's just corroded. Good thing the inside is still intact.
Oh? Is that one salvageable, Emiya?
Yeah, I can fix it. It's a good thing old machines are easy to figure out. The wires are just burnt out, so as long as those get replaced, this should last until the end of the year.
Is that so? Way to go, Emiya. I'm glad you're so reliable and helpful.
You say some weird stuff, you say. Oh, hey, I'm almost done, so go ahead and step out.
Got it. I won't get in your way.
Issei quietly steps out of the classroom. He might be thinking that I'm going to start on some sensitive work. Well, I guess you can call it sensitive work. I put my hand to the old electric stove. No matter how long someone's been fixing things, they can't usually figure out what's wrong by sight. So the fact that I can means what I'm doing is not ordinary. I close my eyes and look inside the stove by touch. And then, suddenly, a single image pops into my head. There are two places where the wire's about to break. The electrical pipes should last a bit longer. The power cord should be fine with just insulation tape. Good. I should be able to fix it with just the tools I brought along. If the electrical pipes were broken, it wouldn't be fixable by an amateur. Had that been the case, a certain strengthening would have had to be done, which no amateur could manage. But I should be able to fix this one by sight. This is the magecraft Kiritsugu taught me. Okay, let's begin. I take off the cover to begin my repairs. I already know where it's broken, so the rest of the work is easy. This is the one thing I'm good at. That's right. I, Shido Emiya, have absolutely no talent in magecraft. But for some reason I have a knack for visualizing the structure of things or blueprints, like I did just now. My old man once saw me imagine and recreate a blueprint. He looked surprised, then muttered, "What a useless talent." My special talent appears to be pointless. According to my old man, the fact that I can visualize object structures isn't really helpful. A mage normally wouldn't need to survey an object's entire structure like I do. He claims the mage's struggle is to instantly seek out an object's center, or its core, and transform it as quickly as possible. That's why reading blueprints is a waste of time, and even that only helps seek out areas for magical energy to pass through. And so fixing broken stuff is one of the only things I'm good at. After all, I don't have to open the entire thing up to find the problem. If I can find the problem quickly, I can fix most things as long as I have the know-how to repair it. Though I only do with things an amateur could reasonably be expected to fix. Okay, done. What's next? I put away the conductors, pick up the screwdriver and wrench, and head out to the hallway. Issei, repairs are done. Oh, hey. A female student standing next to Issei in the hallway. I'm a little surprised. The girl talking to Issei is Rin Tosaka, a second year from Class A. She lives in a giant Western-style mansion up on a big hill, and she's an extraordinary honor student. She's pretty, smart, athletic, no flaws at all. She's intelligent and polite, and she never brags about her looks. She's truly the ideal girl to guys, apparently. Which is why the male students treat her like an idol. But Tosaka is just too good, and she's become unattainable. The guys all say that the only people who can talk to Tosaka are Issei and the teachers. Well, okay, I'm also a guy. And I'm including myself in the list of her admirers. Tosaka is looking at us, annoyed. I guess rumors are true that Issei and Tosaka don't get along.
Oh, sorry. I was the one who asked you for a favor and made you do all the work. Forgive me.
Whoa. Issei's pretty gutsy, talking to me and completely ignoring Tosaka like that. Don't worry about it. So what's next? There's not much time.
Yeah, next is the audio-visual room. Here it's been on its last leg for a while, but apparently it's finally given out.
If it's dead, I won't be able to fix it. It might be better to buy a new one.
That might be true, but I'd appreciate it if you'd take a look at it anyway. I might think it's dead, but it might just be playing dead to you.
You think so? Then let me take a look.
There's only about 30 minutes until homeroom starts. I'll need to hurry up and fix it or I'll run out of time. I head to the audio-visual room, but I realize completely ignoring Tosuka would be rude. I turn to face her since she's been standing there the whole time. You're here early, Tosuka. I blurt out the first thing that comes to mind and then follow Issei.
You made it just in time. Sorry for all the trouble, Emiya. I'm a bad friend for asking a favor from you and making you late for class.
Don't sweat it. It won't be a problem if I'm late. Where it might be an issue if you were late.
That's true, but I'm glad we made it.
Issei exhales a sigh of relief and heads to his desk. It's exactly 8 o'clock. 5 minutes after the bell for homeroom rings, Fujine will enter the classroom. Phew. My breathing is labored since I ran from the audiovisual room. I take a deep breath before I take my seat.
What's with all the commotion so early in the morning, Emiya? Didn't realize you became Ryudo's whipping boy after you quit our club. Not that I care, but since you have no principles of your own, don't do anything to ruin our rep.
Standing in front of my desk is Shinji Mato. He's been a friend of mine since middle school. His last name is Mato, and he's Sakura's older brother. He's 1 year older than her.
Yo, things at the Kyudo Club still going well, Shinji? Of course. There's no point in telling an outsider like you, but the club's nice and peaceful now, that there's one less member trying to hog all the attention. We're definitely gonna make waves at the next tournament.
Is that so? Guess Mitsuzuri is working real hard.
What the hell are you talking about? I'm the only reason the Kyudo Club is setting records. You've been an outsider for a long time, so stop acting like you know it all or you're gonna embarrass yourself.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Besides, I'm not involved with the club, so I won't really concern myself with it much. I put my bag on my desk and pull the chair back.
What's that supposed to mean? You saying my Kyudo Club's boring to you?
I'm not saying that. Just that I'm not involved in all. I'm not a part of the club anymore, so it's not right for me to just drop into the dojo. But if there's anything you need, just let me know. I'll help whenever you need it. I remember you weren't good at fixing and stringing bows.
Yeah? Thanks. I'll give you a call if ever there are chores to be done. Though I doubt that'll ever happen.
Well, that's good. A captain who leaves busy work behind wouldn't be much of a captain. Just try not to trouble Miss Fujimura. She's terrifying if she gets mad.
Mind your own business. Just remember that you're not a member of the club anymore, so don't go near the dojo.
And just like that, Shinji heads off to his seat, all self-important bluster, as ever. He does seem moodier than usual.
Unbelievable. How can he talk to you like that? He was the one who kicked you out. Oh, Issei. Were you there the whole time? What do you mean? How can you be so cold to me when I was listening attentively to the conversation out of concern for my friend?
What does concern have to do with it? I haven't done anything worth worrying about.
Fool, of course I'm concerned. You have a short fuse. Now granted, if you punched Shinji, that would have gotten you some applause, but it probably wouldn't make the girls happy.
Wouldn't be right for me to put my friend in such an unpleasant position. I get it. Yeah, good point. Thanks, Issei. I don't think that would ever happen, but I appreciate the concern.
Good, as long as you understand. But I was surprised. You usually get mad at the drop of a hat, but you're pretty tolerant with Mato.
Yeah, but Shinji's been like that for as long as I've known him. You get used to it.
Guess that's how it is.
It is. Now come on, go back to your desk if you're satisfied. It's almost time for Miss Fujimura to dash in.
More like float in.
Issei is a good boy. I like Issei a lot. He's like genuinely one of my favorite, like probably like my favorite side character. Also, just wait, he's like unexpectedly really fucking hilarious sometimes.
The bell to start homeroom rings. Normally, the homeroom teacher comes into the classroom 5 minutes before homeroom starts, but our teacher isn't what you call typical. Homeroom for Class 2C typically starts 1 minute after the starting bell, in other words.
I'm late!
Homeroom starts with the sounds of Fujine's short shouts and hurried footsteps.
Okay,
made it! Good morning, Gonk. Fujine tumbles and I hear some kind of unnatural sound. Contrary to the hectic sounds of a few seconds earlier, the classroom is now dead silent. The mood shifts sharply. It's no wonder Fujine is called a human roller coaster. But honestly, the way she felt didn't seem like a laughing matter. Fujine hit her head against the podium and she's still lying on the floor. Seeing her lying there, face down and unmoving, has everyone imagining the worst. Hey, someone up front, wake her up. No, I don't want to. She'll probably, bite me or something if I get too close.
She's not a mimic. Miss Fujimura wouldn't do that.
Well, why don't you wake her up then?
Pass. I hate stuff like this.
I don't like it either. You were gonna make... Oh, okay, I had these reversed, actually.
I don't like it either. And you were gonna make a girl do it? The boys should step up and take control.
The students in the front row start to get rowdy. Those of us sitting in the middle rows can't see what's going on, so we all stand up to get a look. Hey, she's not moving. Does she faint? Someone brings up the obvious. But the problem is, how will we get Fujine to the infirmary? We're all like comrades in arms after our times dealing with Fujine. Probably nobody is thrilled by the idea of taking a teacher to the infirmary.
Miss Fujimura? Are you okay?
A brave girl approaches. Fujine isn't moving. The class grows more concerned.
That didn't look good. Her head literally slammed on the corner of the podium. If that didn't hurt her, she really is invincible.
Maybe we can recruit her for the baseball team? That's more like a threat! The moment the Tiger becomes the head of the baseball team, we'll all be bound for the big Koshien tournament!
Miss Fujimura! Miss Fujimura! It's no use, she's not responding.
Hey, you're right next to her, wake her up.
What? I don't want to. If she's dead, I'll be good as dead too. But things could get worse if we just leave her. But nobody wants to go near her.
Fine, we have no choice but to go with our last resort. Yeah, that. Everyone's on the same page. Except Shinji and I. We keep quiet because the two of us dared not to be a part of what was about to happen.
Ready? Wake up, Tiger!
It comes out as a Oh, I should have guessed by the small text. Wake up, Tiger! It comes out as a whisper, even with so many students speaking in unison. The word tiger is especially inaudible, and yet, twitch. Fujine's previously motionless body reacts. Whoa, she moved! This might be working, everyone! Keep going! It's the punishment of the tiger! Everyone must be on edge since midterm tests are approaching. It's a terrible idea on their part, but some students start to wave their arms and chant Fujine's nickname.
Wake up, Tiger! It's morning! You need to tiger up! Don't give in, Tiger! Stand up, Tiger! Come on, wake up! Time to wake the sleeping tiger! Tiger! T-I-G-E-R! Gah! Don't call me Tiger!
Like a sudden bolt of lightning striking, Fujine stands valiantly as if the fall hardly scratched her.
Huh? What are you all doing? You guys shouldn't get out of your seats during homeroom. Come on, get back to your seats or we'll begin.
Fujine, back to her normal self, stands at the podium. It appears she recalled nothing between the time she jumped into the classroom and the time she woke up. Hey, Tiger doesn't remember anything. Sweet, we're lucky this morning. I don't know if you can call this lucky, honestly. The students shuffle back to their desks.
Did someone just mock me? No, absolutely not. Must be your imagination. Really? Then okay. We're going to start morning homeroom, so everyone listen up.
Fujine casually starts homeroom. She always goes on digressions between announcements, so it goes slowly.
Which is why everyone should go home at an appropriate hour. The gates close at 6, so everyone doing club activities shouldn't stay any longer than necessary.
But 6 is so early, Taiga. Don't the athletic clubs get an exception?
They will not. And Goto, you'd better call me Miss Fujimura. The next time you call me by my first name, I'll get mad, okay?
Yes, ma'am. I'll be careful next time. Goto sits back down. He doesn't seem particularly remorseful. Too easy. When Fujine says she gets mad, she gets mad. Doesn't matter if it's with a teacher or a student. And that is as close to a serious warning as she's ever going to give, but Goto doesn't realize it.
And that's it for today's homeroom announcements. I'll see you all at 3rd period's English class.
Fujine waves and leaves. So that was Taiga Fujimura, the teacher of room 2C. Her nickname? Tiger. That might seem like a joke, but it isn't. She got the nickname because it sounded like her name, Taiga, but Fujine hates it. According to her, it doesn't sound feminine. But she got the nickname because of how she acts, so she kinda had it coming.
Class will begin. Class duty, lead the greeting.
As Fujine exits the room, the first period teacher enters. Because Fujine takes up almost all the homeroom time, mornings are always like this for our class. And so another day of classes ends. There are many types of students. Some immerse themselves in club activities, some hurry home, and some hang out in the classroom after class for no particular reason. I don't really fit into any of those categories.
Do you have a minute, Emiya? Picking back up with what we did this morning. Do you have some more time?
Well, it's not like I don't have plans. It's not as if I don't do anything at all. The biggest reason I quit the Kyudo club in the first place was that I wanted to prioritize my part-time job. It's been 5 years since I started part-time jobs to earn money for living expenses on my own after my old man died. And when you do so many different jobs, there are some requests you just can't say no to. Today is one of them. I was asked to help restock some product for a bar, since they wanted as many strong helping hands as they could get. Though I'm sure I don't have to go help, the bar's likely asking everyone as an excuse to gather some folks and hang out afterwards. There are two options. I should
go get fucking crunk.
Yeah. I'll go to my job. I feel bad for Issei, but I should probably prioritize my part-time job. Actually, I haven't even saved yet, so let's go ahead and do that real quick. I never promised I would go, but since I said I'd try, I should probably keep my word. Sorry, Issei. I have plans already, so can I get a rain check on this morning's tasks?
Plans? Oh, you mean your part-time job. Yeah, sorry for troubling you. A couple of days won't make any difference, so go ahead and head to your other commitment.
Thanks. I'll get back to those tasks first thing in the morning, so please let me off the hook this time.
I thought I said this wasn't a serious issue. We got the urgent stuff done this morning. You can finish up the rest whenever you're free, Emiya.
If you say so. Is it okay if I pick up where I left off whenever I don't have work?
Certainly. I'll be counting on you when that time comes, Emiya.
Issei bids me a stiff farewell and leaves the classroom. Okay, then. I shouldn't dawdle. I may not have been given a specific time, but now that I've decided to go to my part-time job, I need to hurry over to the neighboring town. Jeez, thought I was going to help out a little, but they just gave me 30,000 yen. It's like an unexpected windfall or a stroke of good luck. Copenhagen, where I worked today, is like a bar and supermarket that sells liquor all in one, and it takes a lot of people to restock inventory for this place. It's a job that needs at least 5 people, but the more people you have after that makes everyone's lives easier. Yet the boss is always like, anyone who can help can just swing by. He mentioned it so casually to the part-time workers and seemed to think it was enough. But I'm the only one who showed up. The only people there for inventory were me, the boss, and Neko, his daughter. All hell broke loose. You dummy, of course nobody would come! Neko was scolding the boss, yet I was the only fool who came, ready to be sacrificed. The two of them unenthusiastically applauded when I showed up, and then we all decided to organize the storage room as much as possible. And then, we somehow finished the inventory in 2 hours. This was amazing. Going for extra brownie points or something? Oh, okay. The boss.
This was amazing. Going for extra brownie points or something, Shido?
The boss remarks as he eats a brown cake and surveys the afternoon's work. Not exactly. I'm just used to manual labor, and I've been working here long enough that I know where most things go in the storage room. I've been working here since I was young for nothing, you know.
Oh yeah. How long has it been already, Shido? 5 years?
Something like that. You're one of the only places that hired me soon after my old man died.
That's so. No wonder I feel old.
The boss stuffs his mouth with rum cake. Next to him, Neko is nursing a bottle of warm sake. The owner has a sweet tooth, while the daughter's the drinker of the family. They sure balance each other out well.
But honestly, you really helped us out. I feel bad if all you got from your hard work was just a few slices of cake, so here's a little something from me.
He waves 3 10,000 yen bills at me.
It's more than I'd get for a week's worth of labor, not 3 hours. Oh, thanks. I hesitate, but I take whatever I can get. Just as I'm about to leave Copenhagen. Hold up.
Oh, I believe this is Neko. Hold up. Emion, who'd you hear about today's job from?
Neko stops me. Yes, I was right. Neko stops me while she's curled up in front of a heater, resting. I think it was Furumi.
That idiot should know better than to push his own work onto a student. Well, whatever. So you're saying you came to help stock inventory even though you only heard about it secondhand?
Well, I was told to help if I wasn't busy.
Furumi is a dumbass, but you're no better, you know. Whatever. I bet you're the kind of person who can never say no. I know. I remember that one time when you watched the store when Dad and I both got sick.
That's not true. I won't do things for people when I know I can't. I only do things when I know I'm able to.
That right, huh? Seem to recall you were sick that day too. Whatever. Anyway, my point is that you're a good guy, but kinda dumb. Which leaves me a little worried about you, so tell Fujimoto to swing by soon, cause I got a beef with her.
Neko makes circles with her fingers in the air as she downs her sake. She seems to think I'm a dragonfly or something. Okay, so just tell Fujine that?
Yep, see ya. Try not to push yourself too hard, boy.
Wow, I've already crossed the bridge. I managed to walk back from the neighboring Shinto to Miyama without realizing. I walk through the still darkened town. It's about 7:30. There should still be people out and about at this hour, but there are no signs of anyone around. Oh, right. There was a crime committed in Miyama the other day. A burglar murdered someone, I think. It must be why there's no one around, and why the school curfew has been set to 6 o'clock. Gas leaks and burglars, huh? Seems like it's getting dangerous around here. No wonder people are avoiding walking around at night. It's probably not safe to let Sakura go home on her own anymore. Fujine might be fine, but Sakura's house is in the residential area on the other side of town. Guess I should walk her home starting tonight. I can't quite believe what I'm seeing. I must be wrong. I sense a presence on the uphill path I was sure was empty. Whoever it is, they're standing still and look to be peering down at me. I unconsciously hold my breath. A girl with silvery hair smiles and walks down the path without making a sound. And as she passes by,
"You'd better summon one soon, or you'll die, big brother."
what she says makes no sense. I climb up the hill and reach my house. The lights are already on, which means Sakura and Fujine are home. Water.
This one piece of ice just keeps getting caught in the fucking thing. It's really funny.
The moment I step into the living room, I smell the delicious aroma of dinner. Sakura and Fujine are both eating at the table. Tonight's meal is chicken stewed in cream sauce, and it's put Fujine in an especially good mood.
Welcome home, senpai. Please excuse us for eating ahead of you.
Thanks, and sorry for being late. Should have come home earlier.
That's fine. You still made it in time. Please wait while I prepare your plate.
Okay, thanks. I'll go wash up, so keep an eye on Fujine just to make sure she doesn't eat my portion.
Yes, I'll do that.
I go to my room. It's a sparse room compared to the storehouse, but it's still decorated enough, considering I don't have any particular hobbies. Though most of them are random things Fujine just left here. After I wash my hands and change, I head back to see my food on the table. Thank you for the meal.
Please dig in. I hope you like it.
Sakura is as humble as ever. Sakura's cooking skills have vastly improved over the past year. My cooking is no match for her Western foods. My Japanese dishes might be a little better. Neither of us is any good at making Chinese dishes. I'm glad to know she's improving, but it's also a little depressing when the pupil surpasses her master. It really is delicious. The longer you cook chicken, the tougher the meat gets, which is why you need to take the extra step of grilling the chicken to a crisp to seal in its juices and flavor. This requires exceptional skill, and it's something the clumsy Fujine would never be able to manage.
What do you think, Senpai? I think today's dish turned out quite well.
No complaints here. Cream sauce is perfect. My cooking can't hold a candle to your Western dishes.
Yep. Ever since Sakura started cooking all of... Wait. You or... No. You wouldn't... Yeah, no.
Ever since Sakura started cooking, all of her meat dishes have gotten better. Fujine, who's been concentrating on her meal until now.
Pipes. Oh, okay. It was just you off camera. I see.
Yep. Ever since Sakura started cooking, all her meat dishes have gotten better.
Fujine, who has been concentrating on her meal until now, pipes up.
And you're in trouble, Shiro. A student shouldn't stay out so late at night.
She looked to be in good spirits thanks to Sakura's meal, but the moment she sees my face, her mood turns sour.
I bet you were helping someone again. That's fine, but you really should be coming home early for now. Don't you remember my homeroom announcement about how it's not been safe lately? I was speaking directly to you, Shiro.
You really don't need to make a homeroom announcement for something you can just tell me at home.
You wouldn't listen if I told you here, though. You're more likely to listen if I tell you at school. That seems like an abuse of authority, or at least mixing business with private matters. Nope, this is just what I have to do to make things sink in for Shiro. He always gets the short end of the stick because he's busy helping everyone. That idiot should come straight home once in a while and relax a bit.
Huh? Who are you calling an idiot? What's wrong with helping people? I'm not losing out on anything as long as someone benefits from my help.
You're starting to sound like Kiritsugu, and that mindset has your big sister worried, Shiro.
Seeing Fujine eating so heartily makes me wonder what exactly she's worried about.
Miss Fujimura, just from that conversation, are you saying Senpai has always been like this? Yep, always. He's the type who would lend a helping hand whenever there's someone in need. It's not that he meddles in things, but he's always been a bit precocious.
Fujine grins menacingly. Fujine, I'm gonna get mad if you say anything you shouldn't. And you shouldn't ask such silly questions, Sakura. I glare at the two. Fujine clicks her tongue in disapproval, but...
Miss Fujimura, please continue.
Sakura presses on like an attentive student.
Then let me explain. You see, Shiro just can't help himself when he sees someone in need. It's like helping the weak and subduing the strong. When he was younger, he wrote an essay that said he wanted to be a hero of justice.
Quit bringing up the past, Fujine. I can't really jump in, though, because it's true. Besides, becoming a hero of justice is still my goal.
Wow, you really were a wonderful child, Senpai. Yep, it was astonishing. He'd swoop in to rescue a little girl from getting bullied by a boy twice her age, and he tried his hardest at doing housework because Kiritsugu was such a slob at home. He was so cute and innocent back then. Not sure how he got to be the stubborn, disobedient boy he is today.
That's on you, Fujine. That's what happens with children when they have bad role models. And if you want to say something to that, try making an entire meal all on your own.
What?
Fujine is shocked. I thought she would just lower her head and repent, but...
Big sister's so sad. Sakura thirds, please.
She holds out her rice bowl, asking for a third helping of dinner. We relax after dinner, and it's almost 9 o'clock. Well, what should I do? There's still some time before my evening training. Oh, whoops, I did not mean to do that. I guess I'll... Alright. I'm sorry, Miss Fujimura. Well, it might be good to see how Fujine is doing. It's sort of a way to get in some light after meal exercise. Yeah, I'll try getting back at her for telling Sakura that embarrassing story.
Oh, I thought you were taking a bath.
Fujine is silently peeling tangerines, eating them for dessert. 2 tangerine peels shaped like floating flowers are lying on top of the table. I feel like she's been cursed or something. She can't peel apples to save her life, but her tangerine peels are like works of art. I've decided to take a bath later. I've got a bone to pick with you about the stories you told earlier.
What? Oh, will you... Oh, let it go, will you? Anyway, here, you need to fulfill your quota. You gotta at least eat 1 a day.
She takes a small tangerine out from a basket on the table and tosses it to me.
Tyler Nelson, to answer your question, yeah, to get the straight path, at least on this one,
because I've already played it. Yes, I am following a guide just to remind myself. But not all of the choices are like super important. Yeah, it's as Ferris says, there are certain choices that matter and others that don't. I will typically save before a choice that really matters, so that later on, when we do go back to go through the bad endings, I will be able to just load into them and then choose the wrong one later.
She takes a small tangerine out from a basket on the table and tosses it to me. Well, hey, you're not gonna win me over with a tangerine. It's a good thing you only told Sakura, but never tell stories like that at school. People like Issei would be concerned. It wouldn't be good.
I bet Mitsuzuru would be rolling on the floor laughing if she heard the story. Kidding, kidding. I know. I won't talk about your childhood other than to Sakura.
That's not my point. I'm saying don't talk about it to Sakura either. I'm sure Sakura doesn't like hearing boring-ass stories like that. And I know you won't do it again, but if you do, I'll get real mad. I glare at Fujine with all my might, showing how serious I am.
Oh, I see. I get it. So that's what this is about, Shiro.
Despite my efforts, Fujine grins, clearly pleased with herself. Oh, you're really starting to piss me off. Why do you look so pleased with yourself, you dumb tiger? I scowl angrily at Fujine.
You can call me Tiger all you want, but let me get this straight. You didn't want Sakura to hear that story. You don't care if anyone else knows you want to become a champion of justice, but you're embarrassed about Sakura finding out.
Well, that's not true, think.
Okay, then I'm gonna keep on blabbing. Aw, Shiro's finally noticed Sakura. I'm a little concerned as an educator, but I'm relieved as your guardian, and at the same time, I might be a little heartbroken as your big sister.
Her speech is almost weirdly emotional, and then half a heartbeat later, she shoves a whole tangerine into her mouth. Fujine can fit anything up to the size of a fist in her mouth, an act that might be alluring if we were in the wild savannah or something, but such feral charm seems kind of unbecoming for a mature woman like her.
I don't know, Shiro. I mean, you know, you might be alone on this one, buddy.
Or at least lonely.
Oh, weren't you taking a bath?
In comes Sakura. She heads right into the living room, having finished up with the dishes. I put it off because there was something I had to talk to Fujine about. Want a tangerine, Sakura? I reach over for the stack of tangerines in a basket. It's unexpected, but the three of us relaxing together after dinner is kinda nice.
Oh, Miss Fujimura offered me some already. She saved some just for me, and they were delicious.
Sakura doesn't like to eat fresh fruit. She can only eat them if they're cooked or frozen like ice cream. Oh, hey, isn't it getting late, Sakura?
Yes, I finished cleaning up, so I'll be heading home now.
Got it. Guess it's time for me to go too. Let's go together, Sakura. I'll walk you home since it's been dangerous outside lately.
Fujine halts her mass consumption of tangerines and gets to her feet, somehow managing to look bold. The way she gives up the impression of gives the impression of a responsible elder.
Are you sure? Of course. I'm responsible for both you and Shiro, so I need to make sure you get home safe. You don't mind, right, Shiro? Don't forget to lock up once the two of us leave.
Got it. As long as you're with Sakura, I won't worry, even if you're attacked by perverts or bears.
I don't know about bears. Not much I can do against a bear. So Sakura and I will run right back here if that happens. Then the two of us will beat the bear up together, and we'll have bear stew for dinner the next day.
Fujine smiles fearlessly. Yeah. Fujine typically marches to a different beat, a beat so loud and discordant it wreaks havoc on everything around her. But as a teacher, she's also so courageous, it's almost admirable.
Let's go, Sakura. See you tomorrow, Shiro.
Have a good night, Senpai.
Yep. The two leave the mansion. I see them off from the front door, and then I lock the door behind them, as instructed by Fujine. And that's how my day ends. Just before midnight, Shiroemiya must perform the daily routine of utilizing magecraft. I cross my legs, take my position, and regulate my breathing. I try to empty my mind. I ignore everything around me and turn my focus inward. Trace. On. I muttered the familiar incantation as if putting myself in a spell. No, this is a kind of hypnosis. With no magic crest and no magical knowledge, the incantation I mutter is really just a way to focus myself and change my body. Typically, humans do not have any lines which allow magical energy to pass through their body. To temporarily change the body to create a pseudo-version of the lines, I need enough concentration to unify my entire physical and nervous systems. Magecraft is a battle with yourself. For example, I insert a burning steel rod into my backbone. The steel rod itself is the one and only magic circuit I can prepare for myself. By passing this deep within my body and connecting it to my other nerves, I can finally be a mage. This is not a metaphor, and if you look closely, a series of metal rods, which cannot normally be seen or touched, pierce my backbone. I'm a magician. Kiritsugu Emiya was a mage. He was a true mage who disciplined himself in a wide variety of mystics, plumbed the deeper secrets of the world and its workings, and even performed miracles. And as a young child, I admired Kiritsugu and begged him to teach me magecraft. But you can't just become a mage. You have to be born with talent, or inherit a tremendous amount of knowledge. I obviously never had that inborn talent, and Kiritsugu never imparted any knowledge about magecraft to me. I was told it wasn't necessary for me, something like that. I still don't understand what he meant by that. But it doesn't matter to me. It didn't matter to me as a child. I always thought learning magecraft would bring me that much closer to being like Kiritsugu. I was blessed neither with talent, that is, an abundance of magic circuits within me, nor was generations of magecraft knowledge handed down to me. The magecraft Kiritsugu possessed, the magic crest passed down from the Emiya family, can only be passed on to a blood relative. A magic crest, which is proof one is a mage, rejects any not blood related. As an adopted son, I could not receive the Emiya family's crest. Then again, since I honestly don't have any idea what the hell a magic crest even is, it doesn't even matter much whether I have one or not. It's just a matter of gaining the ability. If I want to be a mage, I just have to learn magecraft that suits the traits that I do have. Magecraft is, taken to its extreme, a skill supposedly meant to release magical energy. You could say that magical energy is a life force. Magical energy is separated into two sources: mana, which comes from the world's atmosphere, and
I can't remember. I remember there being a bit of debate on how to pronounce this word in particular. Could somebody who's a little bit more knowledgeable than me actually kind of pipe up in the chat about that one? Because I don't want to get it wrong. Well, I know, and I'm not talking about mana. I'm talking about the one that's it's just OD. Because I've seen some people saying ode, but I've also heard somebody saying odd. Okay, yeah, it seems like the consensus is ode. Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
Mana, which comes from the world's atmosphere, and ode, which is created within living creatures. Obviously, mana, which comes from the world itself, is superior to ode. The sheer power of the world's mana is simply not even comparable to the ode one human can create. No matter the form it takes, magecraft utilizing mana will always surpass anything created from an individual's ode. So a powerful mage is one who excels at drawing magical energy from the world. It's a lot like a filtration system. A mage will use their own body's circuits to draw in mana from outside and convert it into something usable. Mages call the circuits they use to accomplish this magic circuits. This is the inborn talent part. The number of magic circuits one has is determined at the moment of birth. Typically, humans have hardly any magic circuits. They're normally quite rare. That's why mages will spend generations trying to ensure their descendants have a body more suitable for magic. Some families even go so far as to practice selective breeding in order to increase the number of magic circuits in their children. And since I was raised in a normal family, I never had a chance of having much in the way of magic circuits. That left me only one option. According to Kuritsugu, everyone is well suited to one specific form of magecraft. He also said something about drawing out magical energy based on a person's origin, but I never quite understood that part. What I do understand is that even someone like me can use at least one form of magecraft. If I can do that, then maybe I can be like Kuritsugu. And that's why I've only learned this one magecraft. That was 8 years ago. After a lot of thought, Kuritsugu took me on as his disciple, though he never seemed happy about it.
Listen, Shido.
Oh, actually, for a flashback like this, why not?
Listen, Shido. Learning magecraft means leaving behind common sense. You die when the end comes for you, and you kill when you must. Life isn't at the core of what we do. Death is. Magecraft is walking the path of self-destruction.
I guess I knew no fear as a child. Kiritsugu smiled bitterly, placing a hand atop my head as I nodded enthusiastically.
What I'm about to teach you is the sort of thing that could cause conflict. So you should never use it in front of anyone. And you should never forget your training, because it's difficult. Then again, you don't really need to follow it either. The most important thing is that you always remember that magecraft is to be used for others, and not for yourself. And that would make you simply a user of magecraft, rather than a mage.
I guess Kiritsugu didn't want me to be a mage, but I didn't care about that. I admired Kiritsugu, not mages. As long as I can be the sort of person who lives to help others, like Kiritsugu, on that day of fire and nightmare. I got distracted. I feel the uncomfortable sensation of the iron rod in my backbone moving where it shouldn't. Losing control of my breathing now would be fatal. The pseudo-magic circuits would overwhelm my body and shred it to pieces, and that would be the end of me. Shido Emiya would simply be a novice who died because he failed at an elementary step. I grip my teeth and try to recover my connection. After pain like walking through a storm of needles, the iron rod finally sinks deep within my body and fuses with me. I've been working on this for a little over an hour, and after all that time, I'm finally able to create one pseudo-circuit, a circuit capable of creating magical energy using my own self. Basic structure. Analyze. All that's left is to allow the magical energy to flow naturally. Shido Emiya is no mage. He's just a user of magecraft who can only create magical energy within his body. Sorry about the bump! Within his body and channel it into objects. And that's why I can only do one thing with this magecraft, which is composition. Analyze. Atropus the $2. Bro's got scoliosis? Enhancing objects. It's just strengthening magecraft, where I apprehend an object's structure and channel magical energy to temporarily reinforce its abilities. Basic structure. Alter. I hold a broken iron pipe. I pass magical energy through it to execute the most basic magecraft, to enhance its durability. Passing magical energy into something other than yourself is like mixing poison. My blood is a far cry from the blood of an iron pipe. Forcing an entirely different sort of blood through an object may well destroy it rather than enhance it. To prevent that from happening, I need to properly understand an object's structure and pass magical energy into it between the small vacant spaces. Composition. Reinforce. This may be easy for a skilled mage, but since I have a hard time generating magical energy in the first place, even a task like this is as difficult as shooting an arrow and hitting a target several hundred meters from you. A typical archery target is 28 meters away, so it goes without saying how hard it would be to hit a target at 10 times that distance. My body temperature suddenly plummets. The fiery pillar passing through my backbone disappears, and my lungs seize in desperate need of oxygen. Yeah, Digimaniac, the iron rod is like it's a metaphor. It's like part of the magic, but yeah, he's visualizing sort of a thing that he is doing with his own body with these abilities. My back arches in an effort to keep me from passing out. Damn, I field again. The iron pipe is unchanged. The magical energy I passed into it appears to have dispersed. Damn. Adding to something that already has its set form is hard. What I'm attempting to do is like adding an extra brushwork to a completed work of art. Adding something extra to a completed object raises the risk of compromising the object's integrity. The paintbrush hoping to improve may actually devalue the work instead. Which is why, despite its simplicity, strengthening magecraft is so difficult, and not many mages willingly use it. And it's not that I chose this, but it's really all I can do. It would be much easier if I could make something from shapeless clay, but a substitute that just recreates its form is all show and no substance, which explains all the junk around. Whenever I fail at strengthening magecraft, I try to make substitute objects to practice and calm down on, but they all end up empty. I can visualize the structure of an object easily, and I can recreate something very similar, but it's hollow and obviously doesn't function at all. I wipe the sweat off my brow. I realize I'm absolutely dripping with sweat. If this is as bad as it got, I should consider myself lucky. But what happened earlier was really bad. Had I taken even a second longer to recover, my internal organs would probably be mush about now. If only pushing myself to the brink of death helped me improve, there'd be some hope here. But nothing comes that easily. At the same time, fear of death will stand in the way of improving my magecraft. Learning magecraft means courting death at every turn. Even rudimentary, everyday magecraft can spin wildly out of control from a single mistake, ending the caster's life.
That viewer count is like really going through it, I think, by the way. It keeps like switching between like 90 and 60 and 80, like, brother. I think it's just having a time right now. I wonder if there's any way to refresh it. I don't know. Whatever. Like, see, now it's like dropped down to 53. I don't know. That's weird. Borklaser 9,000 with the $5. To clarify the OD pronunciation, according to Oxford and Wiktionary, in terms of magic, it is pronounced like odd, but pronounce it how you want. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I don't know. My in-stream like display that like actually shows on the chat is very consistently set 84 during that entire thing, so I don't know why it's just fluctuating wildly back and forth in the corner there. Very weird. But you know, I don't know. It can just freak out over there. Sorry, my 30 friends are all watching on the worst Wi-Fi you've ever seen. I hope this is oh, that would be really funny if it were true. I hope this is true. I choose to believe it. Anyway.
Even rudimentary, everyday magecraft can spin wildly out of control from a single mistake, ending the caster's life. The very first thing a mage must do is resolve to accept death. Kiritsugu always looked sad whenever he brought that up. Maybe it was his way of saying that he didn't want to get me getting into any of this. Saving one person means not saving someone else. Being a hero of justice means you need to be an extremely egocentric person. That was always his line. Kiritsugu always said that whenever I mentioned wanting to be like him. I still don't know what he meant by that. All I'm certain of is that I want to save people, to be a hero of justice, like Kiritsugu Emiya. But I can't even manage the basics. I'm such an idiot for letting myself get distracted at the most crucial moment. It's not enough for me to just grasp at the object's structure visually. A skilled mage would be able to focus on the crucial areas and efficiently channel magical energy. My dream is to become a hero of justice. I remember what Fujine mentioned at dinner. I never really thought of that goal as embarrassing or impossible. That Shido Emiya will succeed Kiritsugu Emiya has already been decided. That's why I've been doing everything I can despite how sorely I lack in experience. I don't know exactly what it means to be a hero of justice, but because I don't know, I've trained myself to the best of my abilities in hopes I'll be useful to somebody. I haven't taken my eye off that goal these past 5 years, but whenever things go wrong like this, I start to have doubts. I just don't get it, old man. What the hell do I have to do to be a hero of justice? I look up at the sky through a window. It's not just about being good for someone out of the blue. Saving someone and being a hero of justice are two different things. I know that, but what do I have to do to differentiate them? I've yet to understand that crucial concept for the past 5 years.
Yes. Thank you for asking, game. I would like to save.
Okay. Yeah, this stream probably is going to be a bit longer than usual because we're still not quite at what I want to get to. It'll be a little bit. Well, it's definitely not going to be as long as that first Doomy Neko stream, though, I'll tell you that much.
I awake to darkness. I guess I'm not much for dreaming. Unless something big happens, I always have the same dream anyway. I always envision a sword. I have no idea why, but that's the only thing that pops into my head. There's no rhyme or reason to it. Perhaps this is what defines me as, well, me, as Shiro Emiya. I don't have any dreams of my own. The only things on my mind while I sleep are what others taught me long ago. For example, on how to be a mage. Even if I'm not a full-fledged mage, it's only natural for a mage to be aware of the world they're in. Put simply, a mage is an irregular, an outcast from society. But even outcasts need to band together to survive. My old man told me there's a society of mages called a Mages Association. He also told me that I shouldn't get involved with them. The Mages Association is said to conceal the existence of magecraft and manage mages. The Mages Association watches over mages and makes sure their magecraft doesn't affect society. But the strange thing is, they don't really prohibit mages from abusing magecraft either. According to Kiritsugu, the Mages Association is only interested in concealing mystics. Even if, say, a mage carried out an experiment that sacrificed, let's say, a lot of citizens, the association wouldn't punish them. Their priorities are expressly in preventing the public from becoming aware of magecraft, which does not mean magecraft is completely banned. Honestly, anything goes as long as the truth doesn't come out. At least that seems to be how that insane bunch conducts themselves. Whatever it is, the Mages Association's surveillance is absolute. Typical magecraft research sacrifices the lives of ordinary humans, which in turn risks revealing the existence of magecraft to the world. As such, the Mages Association doesn't permit research that would harm society. Ultimately, mages conduct their research in their privacy of their homes, while the world is none the wiser. So mages sometimes go into hiding to escape the association's scrutiny and oversight. So there may be some mages living in this town, and I just don't know it. I also hear Fuyuki is a spiritual hotspot of sorts. That probably means there's some prestigious mage with a storied history living here. They're called second owners, elite mages the association entrusts to watch over the territory. Other mages who live in the same area must visit these second owners first and get permission to build their workshops. My old man was an outlaw who cut ties with the association and moved here without the consent of Fuyuki's second owner. So in a way, our family is a bunch of trespassers living in a house without permission from the landlord. Which means the second owner doesn't know that Kiritsugu Emiya was a mage. So I tend to feel like our family status as mages is kind of unclear. But then my old man, the bona fide mage, died. And even though I'm his disciple and son, I don't know a thing about the Mages Association, and have no real knowledge about being a mage. I have a feeling the association would want to dispose of someone like me, but they haven't made any sort of move. Apparently the Mages Association doesn't have many eyes in Japan, so that's probably why I haven't been found yet. But that doesn't mean I can let my guard down. The eyes of the Mages Association are said to be everywhere, and if someone commits a crime using magecraft, the church's heretic hunters will make their move. Using magecraft, however half-assed you may be about it, makes you enemies. So with that all in mind, I honestly just want to study being a mage on my own. I wake up as the sunlight starts to pour in through the window. Looks like the sun's just now coming up. It's still dark out. It's cold. Waking up in the morning is getting tough. I get up, trying not to let the morning cold discourage me, and quickly fold up my futon. It's 5:30. I've always been an early riser. No matter how late I go to bed, I might mess up once in a while, like yesterday, but that's rare. Breakfast. I let Sakura do all the work yesterday, so look kind of bad if I didn't return the favor this morning. I should hurry up and finish making breakfast before Sakura comes. I cook rice and make miso soup. Yesterday, the soup had daikon radish and carrots, so I'm making onion and potato miso soup today. I make the egg omelet and use the leftover konnyaku to simmer it with bonito flakes. I make incisions into the sori fish, which will be the main dish, and sprinkle it with a little salt. All I have to do is broil it, but that can wait until the last minute. Okay, that'll do it. It's almost 6. I finished earlier than expected, so I have some time on my hands. So, what should I do with this extra time? Guess I'll work up a quick sweat if I have so much time. Morning exercise is my daily routine, so I might as well do some light workouts. There's a respectable dojo built in the Emiya house. It was added as a sort of afterthought when the house was constructed, which is why this dojo wasn't built for a specific purpose. Well, Fujine uses it on a whim sometimes. Fujine apparently used this place as her playground even before I came to this house. But then I became Kiritsugu's disciple and started using this place more often. Fujine hated me for that for a while. Anyway, there's only one thing I do here. Training to be a mage means I can't neglect training my body. One of the conditions of being a mage is maintaining yourself at your physical peak. When Kiritsugu was still alive, he and I sparred often. Well, more that he just kicked my ass every time, so I never really learned how to win myself. But at least I learned the difference between a fight and a battle. In other words, I learned the difference between killing and beating an opponent, and how to conduct myself in each situation. Knowledge and experience are different. Without the knowledge to know the difference, it's hard to tell if you've gotten yourself into a fight or a massacre. It's as simple as that. Learning magecraft means there's a risk of perishing on your own, as well as the risk of having to fight. And to mages, that means killing each other. That's why Kiritsugu wanted to teach me that I must always be ready to face death. But the person reminding me of that lesson is long gone, so the only thing I can do alone is some simple exercises. Stretching, push-ups, sit-ups. It's no different than what the members of the Kyudo Club do in the morning. The only difference is in the intensity.
Good morning. Ugh, sorry. Good morning, Senpai. Did you finish preparing breakfast already?
Yeah, Sakura, what was that noise you just made?
Don't worry about it. I'm fine.
I'm fine! Okay. Yeah, it's all done. All that's left to do is set the dishes and grill the fish.
Oh, I'll help. Leave the dishes to me.
Sakura is clearly eager in her reply, and coming in behind the ever-dependable Sakura.
I smell Shiro's omelet. So, he handled breakfast this morning, huh?
Fujine casually heads to the table. Well, let's just ignore her for now. I need to grill the prepared fish. Sakura, use the middle set of plates. The food will look better on those.
The plates with the bumps on the surface?
Yeah, those. Grilled meat tends not to look good if you don't plate them well, and I've already grated the daikon. Sakura reaches far to take out the plates. As she reaches out, I think I see a faint bruise on the back of her hand. Sakura, hold on a minute.
Yes? What is it?
What's that bruise on your hand? She averts her eyes, looking uneasy. Her reaction makes how she got the bruise clear. Is it Shinji again? Can't believe he beats his own sister.
That's not it, Senpai. I got this when I fell. You know how clumsy I am.
It's why
It's why I'm always falling and getting myself hurt.
How stupid do you think I am? Nobody gets bruises like that from just falling. Seems like Shinji needs some sense smacked into him.
No, Senpai, my brother really has nothing to do with this. I just hurt myself, so there's no need for you to be angry for me.
Sakura falls silent. Sakura may seem docile, but she's surprisingly stubborn. It's no use saying anything to her now. Fine. If you say so. I'll leave it at that.
Yes. I'm sorry, Senpai.
Why are you apologizing? Shinji's the one who's in the wrong. The moment I say Shinji's name, Sakura awkwardly looks away. It can only mean that he's the cause of the bruise on her hand. Shinji Mato has a bad habit of treating his younger sister like crap. I noticed it about a year ago. Every now and then I'd see Sakura injured, and she always made excuses when I asked what happened. When I asked Shinji about it, he revealed to my shock that he'd been the one who hit Sakura. I asked why, and he told me it was because she'd done something he hadn't liked. I got pretty pissed off, so I did to Shinji what he'd done to Sakura. We haven't been on great terms since then.
Senpai, have you made up with my brother?
Yeah, sure. We never fought in the first place, so there's not much call for making up.
Well, that may be how you see it, but my brother doesn't see it the same way. He thinks you're still fighting, so you should be careful.
What Sakura says strikes me as odd. Be careful? Of Shinji?
Yes, he's angry with you, and I hear he was the very reason why you quit the club.
Shinji had nothing to do with me quitting. Well, he might have been a factor, but it's nothing that you should worry about. And Shinji's right. This is a little unsightly. I point at my left shoulder. There's a little scar there. It happened about a year and a half ago. Something fell on me during one of my jobs, injuring my left shoulder. I ended up with just a broken bone, but I also came away with a burn to my shoulder. After the accident, I quit the Kyudo club. Our school's Kyudo club, out of respect for formalities, allows students to perform sacred shooting rituals. Male students participating in this exposed their left shoulder. Shinji pointed out that it may be disrespectful for someone performing a sacred shot to expose a scar, and since I was getting busy with my various jobs, I decided to quit the club.
Senpai, I may ask this often, but are you never going to school again? Are you never going to shoot again? Sorry. Miss Fujimura even said your injury shouldn't affect your performance.
Fujine would say that even if I'd broken every bone in my body.
Senpai, I'm being serious.
I know I should give her a serious answer, but unfortunately I can't give Sakura the answer she's looking for. I don't have time to do club activities. I like Kyudo, but it's not something I should prioritize, so I think I'll give it a rest for a while.
How long is a while?
However long I feel like, or maybe until it's time for you to graduate. I'm looking forward to having you to look after me there, Sakura. I pat Sakura's shoulder.
Oh, okay. I'll be waiting when that time comes.
She nods so violently it looks like she might drop the plates. It's almost 7:30. Sakura and Fujine have long since left the house for their morning club activities. I went to school early yesterday because Ise asked me to, but I leave the house at the usual time today. I noticed something strange as I walked down the hill towards the intersection. Several police cars are parked in front of a house. Something must have happened since a crowd's gathered. There are easily 20 people watching. I'm curious, but the mass of people prevents me from finding out what happened. What's happening. I don't have much time, so I should hurry to school.
Gee.
I make it to school 10 minutes before the first bell. As I cross through the gate with plenty of time, as usual. Hey, morning, Emiya. I don't know who this is. Oh, okay, it's Mitsuzuri. I run into a familiar student. You haven't even changed yet, Mitsuzuri? Homeroom's about to start. You really don't have time to say hi to me.
You're absolutely right. Matter of fact as always, Emiya.
I don't know what's so funny, but she laughs heartily, not caring about her surroundings. This is Ayako Mitsuzuri. She's been a classmate of mine since we were first years, and she's currently the captain of the Kyudo club. She's an unbelievably insightful person, and it was expected that she would be the team's next captain since her first year with them. Mitsuzuri is a precious sort, and people have always had high hopes for her, and even leaned on her, ever since she was a first year. Then again, she gets mad whenever someone mentions that in front of her, claiming she doesn't look as old as people think.
Huh? Were you just thinking something bad about me?
I wouldn't dare, just making an observation. If you want to get angry about it, that's your call.
You don't say. That may be your honest answer, but you never say out loud what's really in that head of yours. Because unlike Shinji, you never let your true self show.
Shinji? What's he got to do with this?
No matter how much either of you protests, you and Shinji are friends. You're his only male friend, and let me remind you that I'm the captain of the Kudo Club. Isn't it only natural for me to associate our club's troublemaker with our former troublemaker?
I guess. The Kudo Club's got nothing to do with it, but he and I go back a long way.
Huh, I see you just got ticked off. You always get frosty whenever the Kudo Club gets mentioned. You sure got some guts, quitting and leaving Shinji behind you now. Do you not consider how the other people you left behind might feel, like Sakura and me?
What? Did Shinji do something bad again?
We never have a day he doesn't do something. But he might have gone a bit too far yesterday. He made a first-year guy quit.
Mitsuzuri sighs gravely. Seeing her look so serious is rare to begin with, but the rest of her story is particularly alarming. What the heck? Why'd he quit?
Shinji took his anger out on him, gathered all the female members, and made the first year who barely learned how to handle a bow shoot his bow until he hit the target. Shinji mocked him the whole time.
What? How could you let something like that happen?
I would never let that happen, but the captain's got a lot to do, you know? You know very well that I don't live in the dojo.
Well, yeah, but what the hell was Shinji thinking? He may be harsher than the others, but he's not the type to make someone into a spectacle.
Listen to you.
You're something, Emiya. What do you mean by that? Were you just thinking something bad about me?
I wouldn't dare. Just making an observation. If you want to get angry about it, that's your call.
Why, you... using my own words against me. Fine, so what got into Shinji? Why'd he do that?
I heard Tosaka shot him down pretty brutally.
Eh? Tosaka? You mean that Tosaka?
Do you know any other Tosakas in this school? The second-year honor student in Class A, Miss Perfect, Rin Tosaka.
That's the first time I've heard that nickname. But it fits. It's no surprise Shinji got rejected. And knowing Tosaka, she probably had some pretty harsh insults to go with the rejection. Anyway,
Shinji's been acting out since yesterday. And that's why I've had to watch him like a hawk at the dojo up until now.
Shinji does have a low tolerance for some things. I know it might be tough, but good luck, Mitsuzuri.
Yeah, but you know how Shinji never lets go of anything. I'm just afraid he might really do something bad the next time he asks Tosaka and gets rejected again.
No, even Shinji wouldn't go near someone who just rejected him. He's good about that sort of thing.
But what if the person who turned him down comes near him instead? I don't know why, but Tosaka swings by the dojo to come watch. Well, you quit, so you probably don't know that.
That's news to me.
Rin Tosaka doesn't participate in any club activities because her family forbids it or something. She even turned down nominations to be a member of the student council, so I always thought that she went straight home after school. I guess this isn't horrible once in a while. He's always acted high and mighty, so it might be good for him to struggle for once. Sorry, but not sorry.
Mitsuzuri has a weird way of looking at this.
Now that I think about it, they say that Rin Tosaka has a lot of enemies. Wonder if Mitsuzuri is one of them too.
Hey, Mitsuzuri, that's kind of cruel even for you.
It's almost time. See you later, Emiya. You should swing by to see my bow work next time.
Mitsuzuri hastily runs off. Classic Mitsuzuri. I never minded just how forthright she always is. I feel a bit more at ease and head towards the classroom. It's lunchtime. Our school is quite the cafeteria, and most of the students eat lunch there. But there are some old-fashioned students who still bring their own lunches, including myself and the student council president sitting in front of me. Emiya, can I have some of your fried chicken? My lunch is kind of lacking in protein. Fine, but why is your lunch always so plain, Issei? I know you live in a temple, but there's no rule that prohibits you from consuming alcohol or meat, right? Absolutely not. That idea is anachronistic. This is just how my father does things. According to him, a young priest should not indulge themselves in luxuries, and if I want to complain, I should do something about it. So I'm actually considering joining the circus one of these days. That sounds like your old man. Issei's father is the priest at Ryudo Temple, a larger-than-life figure who's also friends with Fujine's grandfather. Anyone who gets along with old man Fujimura can't possibly be normal. Well then, here you go. You owe me. I passed my bento box to him. Much thanks. This is pretty much begging for alms. Issei bows deeply. I honestly question whether I should be reminded that he's the son of a priest at times like these. Oh, by the way, did you hear about the commotion at the 2nd District? Around the intersection you and I part ways going home? The intersection? Could it be the same intersection where I saw all the police cars this morning? Apparently there was a murder there. I don't know the details, but only one child out of a family of 4 survived. Both parents and the older sister were stabbed to death, but by some sort of long weapon instead of typical knives. A long weapon? Does he mean a sword or something? If it's a murder, then that weapon killed the parents and the older sister. I can't help but imagine it. Someone sneaks into the house late at night. Unreasonable violence. A horrible nightmare the victim neither imagined nor wished for, like a traffic accident. The parents are slaughtered. The older sister falls victim without knowing what's happening. A lone child hidden in the shadows is covered in their family's blood. Issei, did they catch the murderer? Doesn't look like it. Accident stemming from faulty construction in Shinto, and now a murder with something like a sword here. It's no wonder the school curfew is... What's wrong, Emiya? Did you choke on your lunch? Nothing. Why do you ask? Well, you had a stern look on your face, which surprised me. Sorry, I shouldn't bring this up while we're eating. Issei apologizes and tries to lighten the mood. I actually don't mind topics like this and didn't realize I was looking so severe. And then there's a gentle knock on the student council room's door. Sorry, is Ryudo here? Huh? Yes. What is it, sir? Mr. Kuzuki enters and Issei steps over to him to have a quiet conversation. Must be a casual student council matter since Issei looks relaxed. Look at that. Something I don't see every day. Issei's surprisingly shy. He keeps his distance from classmates and even teachers, but for some reason he's warmed up to the student council advisor, Mr. Kuzuki. Maybe they'll get along because they're both straight-laced. Soichiro Kuzuki is the homeroom teacher for Class 2A, and he's very serious and kinda weird. Some part of that is probably why he and Issei got on so well. Oh, Gona, it's just because he was standing farther away. Fate does that. With sprites, not all of the sprites are going to be the same size all the time. It plays around with depth perception a little bit to show if somebody's like standing farther away or closer to the camera or whatever. The two continue to talk. As I watch them, I can't stop thinking about the murder. Classes end and it's time to go home. I can't wander around because I have work today. I shouldn't do anything at school. I should head straight to the neighboring town, but... Ferris, mystic eyes of depth perception. I see you. I get your joke. Maybe the morning's conversations bothered me more than I realized. The next thing I know, I'm at the Kyudo Club. What the hell am I thinking? Mitsuzuri said Rin Tosaka frequently visits. Well, that... I hadn't thought of that, but I think it'd be a problem if Shinji got violent against Tosaka. Shinji is unstoppable when he gets mad. Shinji lashing out at Tosaka because she rejected him would be bad. Well, I don't know exactly how, but it'd just be bad. Oh, Tosaka's not even here. Tosaka's nowhere to be found around the dojo. Mitsuzuri worried for nothing. Who's not here? Who's not here? Oh, okay, it's Issei. I'm asking, who's not here? Issei, who I thought I'd parted ways with, is standing right next to me. Why are you here, Issei? Don't scare me like that. I saw you snooping around the dojo and couldn't help but come check it out. So, who were you saying is not here? Well, it's Tosaka. I heard she had a spat with Shinji yesterday, so I wanted to make sure things were okay. Is that so? Giving up more information than you have to is kind of suspicious for you. I only asked who wasn't here. What? It's none of your business what I do around here. Mm-hmm. But it's pointless, Emiya. Tosaka isn't here. She cut class today. What? Cut class? So she's absent? I see. Wait, Issei, why do you think she cut class? That's not the sort of thing she'd ever do. Of course she would. She's not the type that ever gets sick. If you want to know what I think, she's bad. Don't let her looks fool you, Emiya, or she'll swallow you whole. Somehow what Issei is saying irritates me. I may not know Tosaka that well, but I don't think that she's a bad person. Watch what you say, Issei. You know Tosaka's not like that. Have you got a secret crush on Tosaka too? My apologies if so. Forget what I said. Yeah. A secret crush, like hell! Don't make assumptions! I'm just worried Shinji's going to stir up some trouble. So you came here to sweep in and stop Shinji from attacking Tosuka. You really were going to take on some dirty work for nothing. It's not my place to say this, but you got bad taste, Emiya. I'm unscathed so far because nothing happened, but Issei, what was all that crap you were saying? What? That having the hots for Tosuka is in bad taste? Yeah, that. Tosuka is popular. I haven't heard any bad rumors about her. No, you haven't, and that's what bothers me. What part bothers you? Everything about her. That woman is a vixen, a minx, a monster. Anyway, I instinctually dislike her. My advice is for you not to fall for her. You're the one who always warns everyone not to go talk behind people's back. Not to talk about people behind their back. Oh, come on. This hardly counts as gossip. I'm even talking loud enough for others to hear. No wonder I sense people watching us. Well, that's a relief. I'm really glad Tosuka is absent today. Issei, please, can we talk a little quieter? If you say so, understood. But I'll have you know my words were hardly slander. I just wanted to let you know that I'm wary of Rin Tosuka. Everything I said is just now is my own personal opinion. Yet you used words like vixen and minx. I'm pretty sure minx is definitely a derogatory term. Don't worry about it, it's a compliment. There are good vixens and monsters too, you know. I simply use those terms to describe her in a good way. Ha! Issei laughs. So funny. I'll see you later. I'm going back to the student council room, but you're going to your job, right? You really shouldn't waste your time hanging around here then. Issei leaves calm and composed, perhaps because he felt satisfied having said everything he wanted to say. I've known him for 2 years now, but honestly, I still don't get that guy. I ride the bus from school for 20 minutes. I arrive at Shinto, the neighboring town across the bridge. Oh, it's not even 5 yet. I still have some time. There aren't many part-time jobs in the residential area of Miyama, but there are plenty in Shinto since it's a developing area. Our school allows students to hold part-time jobs, so I take on simple jobs. I prefer my jobs to be physical, and the tougher and shorter they are, the better. I get paid all while training my body, so it's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Today I'll work from 5 to 8 o'clock for a simple loading job. It may be 3 hours of work, but it feels more like 6 hours, since they make you work without a minute's rest. Which means I need to rest when I have the opportunity, even if it's just for 10 minutes. Walking around aimlessly would be a waste of energy, so I decide to rest at a park until it's time. This park is nestled between buildings, and it's like a giant plaza full of trees and shrubbery. A park should typically be filled with families and couples during weekends and holidays, but this one is deserted at this hour. In fairness, this place is always desolate, no matter the day or the time. This place is the same as always. I sigh in exasperation. The area is unkept, and it's really pretty ugly compared to other places that are properly landscaped and maintained. As if the desolate location had set the mood, the wind itself blows cold and harsh. This place is the remnant of the great catastrophe that happened 10 years ago. It's the very place where I was saved from the brink of death. Why don't they seed some grass here or something? It's a shame to keep it like this. The area is quite large, so if they leveled it, there'd be plenty of space to work on the park. I sit down on a bench as I think. With nothing else to do, I stare out over the burned area to pass the time. I don't remember anything that happened here. The only thing I remember is that it was hot, and I couldn't breathe, and that some people died trying to save others. I wonder why that happened. One adult here died because they were trying to save a child from a burning house. Another person was offered all of the available water to extinguish their raw, parched throat, while others in the same situation died. Someone here tried to flee the fire as fast as they could, but the people left behind died. And someone died here because they gave whatever it was that kept them alive to someone they didn't even know. I don't like thinking about that. Just thinking about people trying to help and becoming victims for their own trouble makes me angry. Is it too much to ask for everyone to be saved, and for them to get their happy ending afterward? All I want is to see people peacefully prevail. Why can't that happen?
That's a tough one. What you're essentially saying is that you want to save everyone.
That was Kiritsugu's response to the question when a very young me asked it. As a child, I obviously refused to accept that idea. But you saved me, Kiritsugu. I knew you were a magician and you could do anything. I knew you were a champion of justice who wouldn't let anyone suffer, and you did it without asking for any reward. That's why I always believed you managed to save everyone back then. In response to me shouting this at him, Kiritsugu looked more troubled than I'd ever seen him, and said something I remember to this day.
Shiro, saving one person means you don't save someone else. Listen, being saved by a champion of justice only means you're one of the few they managed to reach. It might be obvious, but that's what a champion of justice is.
Yeah, I get that. And now that it's been pointed out, it seems so obvious. Imagine if there was a burglar and some hostages, and the burglar intends to kill the hostages. Under normal circumstances, a majority of the hostages would probably die. But if by some miracle all the hostages were saved, there's someone who didn't get saved. The burglar, of course, since saving the hostages was done at the cost of his life. The people the champion of justice saves are only those who the champion of justice deems to save. That's why saving everyone is impossible. Even God can't do that. Especially if it's a natural disaster. No person is able to save everyone and everything. The fire 10 years ago was like that. As someone who was miraculously saved from the incident, it wasn't my place to say anything at this point. But I still don't like it. I don't want anything like that. I don't like the idea that there's a limitation to who can be saved. No matter how impossible it may be, I need to reach out to help. I can't stand to see people around me die like back then. If the person I am now had been there 10 years ago, I would have thrown myself into the fire. But then I would have died. And for nothing. That would have happened for sure. Jeez. Can't even fantasize in my head. Oh crap, I can't believe it's already 5. A bell in the distance rings, chiming 5 o'clock. I get up from the bench and hurry to my part-time job. By the time I'm done working, the sun has long since set. It's a little before 8 o'clock. I finished about 10 minutes earlier because I kind of overworked myself. Maybe it's because I stopped by that park before work. That might have motivated me to push myself harder. At the train station, the night is just getting started. There are a bunch of people milling about, and an endless stream of cars on the road. Guess there's no need for me to get something for Fujine. I walk along the path as I gaze up at a lighted building. It's the biggest building in Shinto, so I can't see all the way to the top. As I gaze at the building, enjoying the nighttime scenery. I think I see something bizarre. What is that? I stop and try to look to the very top. I squint, trying to bring what I see into focus, but it's like staring at grains of rice. It looks like someone I know, but I can't think why this girl I know would have a reason to be there. It doesn't seem like she's going to do anything up there, but she's just standing there, looking down at the city as the wind ruffles her hair. She doesn't seem to notice me down below. Actually, there's no way she could see me. Even my near-perfect vision, enhanced with magecraft, can barely distinguish what's up there. I'm able to tell she's up there because she's isolated, but there's no way that she would be able to pick me out of the crowd on the ground. She's just looking down at the town. It seems like she's looking for something. I can almost feel her sharp gaze even at this distance. I forget how long it's been, but I continue to look up at the girl standing in the void. She stands at the top of a high tower. She's like a magician, looking down at the surface world with the bright moon shining bright behind her. Oh. And then, she disappears, apparently done with whatever brought her up there. The rooftop stands empty, and the scenery returns back to nothing more than the beautiful night sky. Was that Tosuka up there? I can't be sure, but I'm probably right about who it was at least. There aren't many girls that I know who stand out like her, and besides, I'm not so out of it that I'd fail to notice a girl I secretly admire. Huh? It's just... Tosaka sure has a weird way of spending her time. Unlike Shinto, there's no sign of people anywhere in Miyama. There's nobody around after 8 at night, and the town is silent and still. The house I saw this morning stands across the intersection. There are no signs of life, and a no trespassing sign hangs over the door. In just a single day, the house has fallen quiet, almost like an abandoned building. A girl and her parents were killed by a burglar. I wonder what life awaits now for the single child who survived. I bite my lip, frustrated by my powerlessness. I promised I'd be just like Kiritsugu, but I couldn't do anything, even when something like this happens so close to home. I want to help people, but I don't even know what I can do. I reach the top of the hill where my house sits. The lights are on, so Fujine or Sakura are still inside. I'm home. Oh, it's just you, Fujine.
Oh, welcome back, Shido.
Fujine turns towards me, munching on a rice cracker. The TV's tuned to a lively variety show.
You're home again. You're home late again. Didn't I tell you to come home earlier since it gets so dark so fast in the winter?
I am home early. I had work until 8, so get off my back about that. So where's Sakura? I see dinner's already prepared.
Sakura went home early. She said she had something to do today, so she just came and made dinner.
Fujine cheerfully replies. As far as she's concerned, anyone who makes her food is a good person.
I see.
Oh, I see. That's probably a good thing for now. It's been dangerous lately, so maybe I'll take over making dinner until the new school term starts.
Objection! You come home so late. If you make dinner when you get back, I won't be able to eat until after 10.
Couldn't you just eat at home?
What are you talking about? This is my home.
Fujine tilts her head, puzzled. Honestly, I'm not sure if a response like that should make me happy or sad. Sheesh, fine. I know it's pointless asking you to make dinner. By the way, what's that you got there? You didn't bring over more junk, did you? Fujine has a tendency to leave a bunch of junk here. She'll bring stuff like bowls from restaurants that are too big to be functional, an unnecessarily heavy earthen teapot, or a weird guitar that plays itself. She must think this place is convenient storage or something. Show it to me. I'm gonna toss it if it's trash.
This thing? It's just a poster.
Fujine hands me the poster. It's probably a poster of some no-name singer. Let's see. I knew it. It's a poster of a young man wearing a military uniform, smiling with his thumbs up, all in front of a cheap-looking blue sky background. The caption on the poster, in bloody font, "Love's lovely Ranger Land. Come to the self-defense meetup." Hey, this is a recruitment poster for a youth group.
I don't want it, so you can have it.
I don't want this either. I quickly roll the poster back up and try to whack Fujine on the head with it.
You missed.
However, Fujine counters mercilessly with another poster she had been holding. Conk. Her poster sword bops me lightly. Gah! Stars! I see stars!
You thought you were going to hit me? You'll need to up your game if you ever hope to do that.
Ugh, that's not the issue here. How the hell does a paper poster make a sound like that? Did she manage some sort of technique only a true poster master can execute?
Huh? Oh, sorry. My poster's a collector's edition, made of fancy plate steel. Is your head okay, Shido?
Fujine, you're gonna wind up killing someone one of these days.
If that time ever comes, it'll all be good because you'll sweep up and marry me.
Yeah, not a chance. I'm not marrying a natural-born killer.
What? I don't think I'm that violent.
You would be that unaware of your actions. Pray that I survive. I'll have to be very careful from now on if I'm going to have any hope of avoiding being murdered.
Keep talking big, but now I'm hungry, Shido. I've been waiting for so long, so let's hurry up and eat already.
Fujine gets up. What's up with Fujine? She must be really hungry if she's offering to help, even if it's just help setting the table. Fine, then you take out the plates and bowls. You can at least scoop the rice into bowls, right?
Of course I can. Hey, do you think it'd be okay if I use a bigger rice bowl?
That shouldn't be a problem. Sakura's not here today, so we'll definitely have leftovers.
Good, good. Then you and I will have matching bowls today.
Fujine scoops mounds of rice into 2 large bowls. Whatever, I was gonna go for a second helping anyway, and if I meddle in what Fujine does now, we may really not have dinner. Besides, this is the kind of chaotic scene dinner at my home has been for years.
Indigo with the 5 pounds. Sir, have you considered that this junk is cute? How?
Another day ends. We finish our rowdy dinner, and after I see off Fujine, I take a bath. After that, I head to the shed for my daily training. I complete it as usual and then go to sleep. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. Today ends peacefully and without incident. Alrighty. February 2nd. Back to day 3.
I'm going to go to the bathroom really quick. It'll take like 15 seconds. I'll be right back. Okay, day 3 for real. We do it now.
I'm in a fire. Houses crumble, and people burn. No matter where I go, all I see is crimson. This is what I saw 10 years ago. It's a long-forgotten memory of the past. I run through the scenery, recreating what happened. I know it's a nightmare, but there's no way to escape. I run and run. I keep running. Every time the scene ends with me as a child running out of energy and getting rescued. I wake up feeling wrong. A hand to my forehead tells me I'm sweating, even though it's winter. Oh, it's late. The clock reads past 6. I hear the soft sound of chopping from the kitchen. Sakura is early again. Not really the time to be impressed by what an early riser she is. I need to hurry up and get ready so I can help her with breakfast.
Shido, what are you gonna do today? It's Saturday, so do you have work in the afternoon?
No, not today. I might help Issei out. Why do you ask?
Oh, no reason. I was hoping you could swing by the dojo if you had nothing to do, cause I'm in kind of a bind this month.
A bind? Why?
My bank account is hurting, you see, and it'd be a huge help if someone made me lunch for a while.
Yeah, not happening. It's your mess. You can afford to miss a meal or two.
I wasn't expecting anything from you, Shiro. The only person I can count on is Sakura, right, Sakura? Yes, if you don't mind having what I have, I can make you something. Good, good. Then let's eat lunch together today.
Breakfast goes smoothly. Today's menu includes the typical sides, and the main dish is braised lotus root, konnyaku, and chicken. Sakura probably didn't need to make such an elaborate dish for breakfast, but I'm guessing she made extra to pack for lunch. Sakura is a member of the Kyudo Club, and Fujine is the club's faculty advisor. Nobody would think it was weird for the two of them to have the same lunch.
Oh, by the way, Shiro, you woke up late today. Did something happen?
Fujine looks my way as she sips her miso soup. As much as she's just kind of out there most of the time, she's pretty sharp about this kind of thing. Had a dream about the past and woke up feeling crappy. That's it.
Oh, so the usual. Nothing to worry about then.
It's not an interesting topic for Fujine, so she shifts the conversation in another direction. That doesn't bother me one bit. 10 years ago, I used to have nightmares a lot, back when I couldn't shake the memory of that fire. But as time went on, those nightmares grew less and less frequent, and I've gotten to the point where the dreams don't bother me anymore. I've been told my nightmares were pretty bad back then, though. Fujine was already with us by then, and she's been sensitive about changes in me ever since.
Shiro, you hungry at all? Your dream this morning hasn't affected you, has it?
Nope, I'm fine. So quit using my dream as an excuse to try stealing my food.
Aww, I'm happy to see you turned out to be such a strong boy, but I wish you'd wound up a little more gentle.
Right back at you. Since I'm basically your younger brother, I kinda wish you'd end up more delicate and sweet yourself. We both huff and turn our heads away from each other. Seeing that as a sign that I'm fine, Fujine smiles in relief. Honestly, I appreciate her consideration, but I know she'll get an ego about it if I say so directly, so I pretend to grunt in protest instead. Sakura looks puzzled by our interaction. Soon after Fujine leaves, I lock up and Sakura and I leave as well.
Senpai, I won't be able to come help out from tonight until Monday. Will that be alright?
That's fine. Besides, it's the weekend. I bet you have friends to hang out with, so don't worry about me.
Oh, no, that's not it. It really is for personal reasons, so I'm still going to practice at the club. So if you need anything, just come to the dojo and I'll figure things out. And I'm not going to go out just because it's the weekend, so, please don't get the wrong idea.
What? Sakura is acting suspicious, or rather she seems nervous. I don't know why, but it's probably just that she can't come over the weekend. Got it. I'll go to the dojo if I need anything.
Yes, that would be great.
Sakura sighs in relief. But the moment Sakura lowers her gaze, her expression stiffens.
Senpai, your hand.
Sakura is staring at my left hand. I look down and see blood trickling from it. Huh? I pull up my shirt sleeve. Yep, blood. The hell? Did I cut myself with something last night? But I don't feel any pain. It looks like there's a welt on my hand. The bruise stretches all the way from my shoulder to the back of my hand. It looks like a snake that's trying to reach my palm from the top of my shoulder. Well, it doesn't hurt. I'm sure it'll go away soon. I don't think it's anything to worry about.
Okay, if you're sure, I won't worry.
The sight of the blood probably made Sakura sick, since she's keeping her head down. Sakura heads to the club while I head to the school building. The schoolyard's filled with the athletic club members training. This morning is practically brimming with enthusiastic energy. But something feels strange. Everything in the school is as usual. The students exercising for morning practice are lively, and the new school building is spotless. Maybe it's just my imagination. But when I close my eyes, the mood changes drastically. The building walls feel stained, like membranes have latched onto them, and the students themselves seem like empty dolls. Maybe I'm just tired. I shake my head to clear it and head onto campus. School ends early on Saturdays. Classes end in the morning, but by the time I finish helping Issei, the sun is starting to set. Guess it's time to go home. I pack my bag and leave the classroom. But then, Hey, you're still here, Emiya. I run into Shinji. There are a few girls behind him making a small commotion. I can't believe you're still hanging around when you've got nothing to do. Oh, right. You're still kissing the student council's ass. Look at you. You get into the school's good graces even though you don't go to any clubs. I'm not helping the student council. I'm just helping the school by repairing old equipment since we all use it. Huh. Listen to you. Anything is a given, according to Emiya. Did I ever tell you how much that pisses me off? Don't remember. I probably wasn't listening if you did. You say that kind of stuff all the time. I get it. So you're saying you'll fix anything as long as it's something that's in the school, huh? It's impossible to fix everything. Most I can do is take care of things. Then do me a favor. Our Kyudo club's kind of in a mess right now. We've got bowstrings lying around and the range hasn't been cleaned recently. If you got time on your hands, can you take care of that too? You used to be in the Kyudo club, so shouldn't you be helping us too instead of just kissing the student council's ass all the time? What? Shinji, didn't Miss Fujimura tell you to do that? Yeah, you'll get in trouble if you don't do everything you were told. But all the shops will close if you start cleaning up now. That guy's offering just... Oh, okay, that's... Yeah, I see it. Yeah. Yeah, you get in trouble if you don't do everything you were told. But all the shops will close if you start cleaning up now. If that guy's offering, just let him do it. It's kind of mean. Plus, an outsider can't possibly clean everything up. That might not be right. Shinji just said he's a former club member. Maybe we can let him do it. The girls behind Shinji are awfully chatty. They seem to be Kyudo members, but since I don't recognize any of them, they must be members that Shinji recruited recently. I'm counting on you then. Key's in the usual place, so just go in whenever. You don't mind, right, Emiya? No, I don't mind. I've got some time on my hands, so it's no problem. Thanks. So, let's go everyone. This clown will do the boring chores for us.
Don't leave me behind, Shinji! Oh, good luck with the cleaning, senpai!
I cleaned the Kyudo dojo without any problems, since I'm familiar with it. It's a big room, so it took a while, but it was kind of fun cleaning the place I used to spend so much time in until a year and a half ago. Midway through, I considered trying to shoot a bit, but decided not to. It would be rude to the owner of the bow. If I want to shoot, all I have to do is bring in my own bow and visit. I look at the time, and it's way past curfew. It's a little after 7. The school gates must be closed by now, so there's no need for me to rush out. Now that I look closely, I don't remember the dojo being so dirty before. There's dirt and grime all over the place, like behind the bow rest in the club room. Well, I guess another hour or two wouldn't make much of a difference at this point. I've already started, so I might as well clean every nook and cranny.
Every nook and cranny? Edgeworth reference?
The wind is starting to pick up. It's so cold, my cheeks start to sting. Fuyuki typically isn't cold at night during winter, but tonight is certainly an exception. My breath fogs the air with every exhale. No wonder it's darker than usual. The moon's hidden tonight. I look up and there's no light in the sky. The strong winds send the clouds speeding across the night sky. Curfew's long past, and there's no sign of life in the empty school. Not so much as a sound can be heard on campus, and it seems to be covered with colder air than any place in town. Huh? I think I heard something. I do hear something. Is it coming from the schoolyard? That night, under the frosty sky, I guess I just got curious about the sound that broke the hushed silence, so I headed toward the sound to investigate. I go to the schoolyard. Is that people? It looks that way, at least from a distance. It's just so damn dark. I need to get closer if I want to find out more. The sound grows louder, more intense. I know that sound. It's clashing metal. It sounds like a fight. This is so stupid. What the hell am I thinking? I'm being stupid, obviously. Who would ever fight in a school courtyard with weapons like that? And then, it was probably a gut instinct that sensed the danger, or maybe keeping out of sight as I approached was just a stroke of luck. Whatever the reason, I hid behind a tree big enough to conceal me and took a closer look at the source of the sound. There, my mind froze. What? I can't comprehend what I'm seeing. A man in red and a man in blue. The two of them clad in armor so ancient it's several steps beyond old-fashioned. It's a ridiculous sight, but their rapid, deadly movements make clear that their fight is no joke. I don't understand. I can't even follow their movements. They're too fast. Their movements look so surreal my mind can't function properly. The sound of their clashing weapons is the only thing convincing me the two of them are actually fighting to the death. But there's one thing I'm sure about. They're not human. They have to be something else in the guise of humans. My magecraft training isn't why I know this. Anyone can see that those two aren't human. To start, humans just can't move like that. Nobody should get involved with whatever that is. I can feel their intent to kill, even from a distance. I'm going to die. My body instinctively knows before my brain kicks in that I just won't live if I stay here. My racing heart is proof of that. I sense they're living things designed only to kill. No knife or blade would be a match for whatever they're wielding. They're clearly meant only to kill. I suddenly remember yesterday's murders. The family that fell victim is said to have been killed by a bladed weapon. Damn! I shouldn't stay and watch another second, but I can't move a muscle. I can hardly breathe. My mind is telling me to flee, but something else tells me that they'll find me the second I move. More than any internal conflict, though, I'm just paralyzed. I'm more than 40 meters away from them, but I still imagine getting stabbed in the back with that spear. I can't breathe. The sounds stop. The two figures separate and stand, facing each other. Just as I'm starting to feel a sense of relief that their fight is over, another, stronger sense of malice creeps over me. What? My heart feels like it's shriveled up in my chest. The numbness in my body turns to convulsions, and I clench my teeth in an effort to compose myself. Unbelievable. Who the hell is that guy? A nauseatingly high amount of magical energy flows into the man in blue. Kiritsugu once demonstrated to me how to draw in magical energy from one's surroundings. It was a kind of magecraft so beautiful that it impressed even an apprentice mage like me. But this is different. The same way even a simple act of drinking water can look revolting if done excessively. The man in blue appears to be binge eating. The sight is so extreme that anyone with magical energy would find it repulsive.
Indigo with the 10 pounds. It's like some kind of inciting incident. Perhaps so.
He's going to die. The man in red is dead meat. The attack will be infused with more magical energy than anyone could possibly defend against. He's going to die. That inhuman something in the guise of a man is going to die. But can I just let this happen? That question shakes me out of my paralysis. My body is suddenly free and I take a deep breath. Who's there? The man in blue glares in my direction. The man in blue crouches in a way that tells me one thing. I'm his new target. My legs are moving before I even have the thought of running. The rest of my body finally realizes that it's time to flee for my life, and suddenly all my energy is being poured into doing exactly that. I don't remember where I ran through or how I got there, but I'm in the school building. Real genius here. I regret my own actions as I huff and puff. I should have run toward town. I've got to be the world's biggest idiot thinking I can escape by running into an empty building. A school of all places. There must have been other, better places to hide. And what the hell convinced me I'd die if I didn't run to begin with? My chest burns from all the running. I turn around, but I don't sense anything pursuing me. The only sound is my own footsteps. I can finally stop. My feet can barely move another step. I gulp down lungfuls of air, trying to slow my heart down. And I breathe a sigh of relief. I survived. What the hell was all that? I try to recall what I saw as I catch my breath. One thing's for sure. I definitely wasn't meant to see that. Things that looked human fighting in the schoolyard at night. That's all I can really remember. But I'd seen something else out of the corner of my eye. I think that there was also someone else. I can't remember what they looked like, though. Honestly, I couldn't afford to look at anything other than the two figures locked in combat. But finally, guess our little game of hide and seek ends here. Huh. That voice comes from right in front of me. Hey, you ran pretty far. I can't breathe. My mind goes blank. I can't think. But I know that I am going to die. There's no way out of this. You get that, right? Don't worry. It's always like this when you're about to die. Nothing to be ashamed of. And with that, he raises his spear. Sorry, kid. You're just unlucky today, but you saw what you saw, so you gotta die. No mercy, no compassion. His spear pierces my heart. I didn't even have time to dodge. No training I ever did prepared me for this. I knew I was going to die. I knew the spear was going to impale me, but I couldn't move. The world distorts around me. My body grows cold. Numbness creeps from my fingertips into the rest of me. I cough up blood. Once. I felt like there should have been more, but it was just the one cough. That spear must have been special.
I really like the nightmare filter, but the crunch does make it hard to understand some words. Fair enough. I'll figure something else out for it later then. That spear must have been special. My blood slows and grows stagnant. My heart just stops, all from a single strike of that spear. Actually, hold on. I do have an idea real quick. Because it does have a slider, I believe. Sorry to just, like, kind of drop into the middle here. But, how does this sound by comparison? Does it go out as much? Or is it still picking out the same amount as before? I turned the slider down on it. Little worse? That's worse, dear God. Huh, that's interesting. I turned the slider down. That's weird. Then I don't know, let me do opposite, like turn it up and see what happens. Okay. If it's turned up to 100%, what does that sound like? I'm very curious now. Does that sound even worse, or does it actually sound better somehow? I'm going to assume that that's bad. Literally incomprehensible. Okay. I'll figure it out later off stream. I'm sorry for your ears. But yeah, I'll figure something else out for it later. Anyway, sorry to interrupt. I can't see anything. I don't feel anything. I'm like a jellyfish floating in the dark sea at night. I stopped feeling pain long ago. The world has turned white. I'm the lone dark spot. So rather than being aware that I died, it just feels like everything around me has ceased to exist. I know this. I experienced the same thing 10 years ago. This is what dying feels like. Dead men tell no tales, but the weak dying is just the order of things. My eyes can't focus. Oh, okay, that was a line from you. Dead men tell no tales, but the weak dying is just the order of things. My eyes can't focus. It's a dirty thing you made me do, after what I just did. Calling me a hero seems like a bad joke. Oh, wait. I can only hear his voice.
Okay, yeah.
I know. I'm not complaining. At least I saw the girl's servant, so I'll head back. He sounds so irritated. Afterwards, I hear footsteps fading down the hallway. Archer, huh? I want to settle the score, but I'm in no position to ruin my master's plans. Damn, my master is a nasty one. The voice suddenly disappears. He must have jumped out the window. Afterwards, the footsteps I heard earlier stop. There's an awkward silence. Then footsteps again. I can't hear that well anymore.
Go after him, Archer. Lancer will probably go back to his master. We need to at least find out what his master looks like. Excuse me.
I don't know who's talking. I muster up all my concentration as my mind fades, but I still can't put my finger on it. All I can hear now is the sound of my breathing. My lungs must still be functioning. I hear a loud whistling sound coming from my mouth, like a passing typhoon. I'm impressed he's not dead yet. I sense somebody peering into my face. My breathing must be loud, as the person reaches their finger out to try and close my mouth.
Stop. Seriously. Why does it have to be you?
Whoever it is, they grit their teeth, seeming troubled. The moment I hear that sound, the person touches me without hesitation.
Forging and replacing an entire heart. Honestly, if this works, I should be a shoo-in for the clock tower.
The voice sounds distressed, but at that moment, my fading consciousness finally flickers to nothing. Sensation returns to my body. Slowly, little by little, my bodily functions return, like dewdrops trickling down a leaf. Drip, drip. What's going on? The person hovering over me is sweating, intensely focusing on where their hands are pressed against my chest. The next thing I know, the palm over my chest grows extremely hot. It's so hot, my corpse jolts and my cold, stagnated blood starts to flow again. I sense the person take a deep breath and sit down. And beat. Clink. I hear something fall.
Well, I guess I couldn't help it. Forgive me, Father. Your daughter is just an extremely heartless person.
That was it. The person mocks themselves and they leave. My heart resumes beating, and then I finally pass out. But it's not the everlasting sleep I expected. I fall into a slumber, bound to wake again.
Oh. I actually kind of suspected that, Demily. But hi. Hey, how's it going? Glad to see you.
I wake suddenly. I feel sick, and my entire body aches. Every time my heart beats, a sharp pain stabs my head. What happened? My intense headache prevents me from remembering anything. My body is cold and stiff, likely because I've been sleeping in the hallway for a long time.
I finished You Mean Echo Chapter 2 and I don't fucking get it. Yeah, that's the reaction of most people when they finish episode 2. Sorry you're going through it. Don't worry. Chapter 3 will pick you back up. You'll be given a little salve.
Likely because I've been sleeping in the hallway for a long time. The only thing I can figure out is that the chest area of my uniform is torn, and my blood stains the whole floor. My head feels hazy as I get up. The spot where I'd been lying looks like a murder scene. Damn, seriously? Is my chest stabbed? I fight down a surge of nausea as I head into a nearby classroom. Staggering, I open a closet and pull out a rag and bucket. The hell am I doing? I'm still confused. I encountered something unbelievable. Then it murdered me. But here I am, still trying to clean up after myself. How stupid can I be? Damn, it's not coming out. I wipe at the floor with a rag I found. I managed to wipe off the blood despite the incredible weakness in my whole body, then gather up everything scattered around the floor and shove it into my pockets. This may be my way of hiding any evidence. I must be doing such stupid stuff because my head is all hazy. I put the rag and bucket away and stagger out of the school like a zombie. My body heats up with every step I take. It's so cold outside, yet my body seems to be on fire. By the time I reach my house, the date has changed. There's nobody in the house. Sakura and even Fujine left long ago. I collapse on the floor. Lying on the floor is what lets me finally calm down a bit. I inhale deeply. My heart feels like it cracks every time my chest expands to draw in air. Actually, it's the opposite. It's not that my heart is cracking. The hole in my heart was just patched up, so expanding my chest opens the wound. So I really was almost killed. That's also not true. I wasn't almost killed, I was killed. But someone saved me, and now I'm alive. I wonder who it was. I would really like to thank them. If they were in the area, it means they could be involved with the people fighting. But it still doesn't change the fact that they saved me, so I need to thank them properly one day. The moment I drop my guard, the pain returns. At the same time, nausea strikes me. I sit up to hold the nausea at bay. I place my hand on my bare chest, where the uniform is torn. I might have been saved, but my chest was, as a matter of fact, pierced. The feeling, the agony of the spear tip piercing my chest isn't something I can easily forget. Damn, I'm gonna have nightmares about this for a while. When I close my eyes, I feel the spear thrust again. I try to shake that delusion off, and I make every effort to regain my composure. Good. I'm calming down. This must be thanks to my nightly training. My thoughts clear as I take slow, deep breaths. The fever and nausea abate a bit. So, about what happened. The man in blue and the man in red. They looked human, but I know they're not. They could have been ghosts of some kind. But I've never heard of ghosts having forms that allow them to interact with humans like that. And the thing was talking, which makes it a little harder to believe it was a ghost, if it had a will of its own. From what I've heard, the only spirits that possess physical bodies are the elemental types, but I thought elementals didn't look human. Well, that's not the issue here. There's a more fundamental issue. Those two were trying to kill each other, and there was a robbery and a murder at a house nearby. Eerie stuff like that has been plaguing Fuyuki lately. With all of this in mind, the only conclusion I can come to is that the situation is out of my control. If only the old man was alive right now. I guess that was kind of whiny, but I'll put it down to the patched up chest wound that still feels so raw. Idiot. I've already decided to do whatever I can, even if I don't understand what's going on. I can complain later. First of all, I need to decide whether I should get involved or not. The bell on the roof of the house rings. No matter what anyone says, this house is still a mage's house. A bounded field is set around it, and if there's ever an intruder in the area, an alarm rings. A burglar at this hour? I berate myself for my own idiocy. Of course, it's not a burglar. Given the timing, right after that weird incident, there's definitely an intruder. It's no burglar, it's an assassin. They're here to take a life, not property. Because that man said so himself. You saw what you saw, so you gotta die. The house is dead silent. That same murderous intent I felt at school creeps closer through the hushed darkness. I gulp. A chill prickles like needles along my spine. It's no illusion, and it's not my imagination. I know that the moment I leave this room, I'll be stabbed again. I desperately try to contain my scream. The instant I scream, the assassin will just leap right in and kill me. And that would just be a repeat of what happened before. I'm not prepared, and I'm going to be impaled again. My breathing grows labored as soon as that thought crosses my mind. I'm mad. I'm mad at myself for being afraid, and I'm mad that I've put myself in a situation where I'll so easily lose my life after it was saved earlier this same damn day. I grip my teeth and hold my hand tight over my wounded chest to restrain myself. I need to get used to this. This is the second time. This is the second time I'm about to die. That alone motivates me not to die so pathetically as last time. Am I not a mage after all? And if I can't even defend myself from this, what were my 8 years of training for? Fine. Bring it on. I'm not going to agonize over complicated things anymore. Right now, I just need to drive away whoever is here. I need to find a weapon. I may call myself a mage, but the only thing I can do is reinforce something that might work as a weapon. You need a weapon to fight after all. There's plenty of things that might work as a weapon in the storehouse, but I'm not anywhere near there. If I leave the living room and get ambushed, I'm just going to expose myself and it'll be a repeat of what happened earlier. It won't be easy, but I've got to find a weapon here. Something long and thin would be good. My opponent's weapon of choice is a spear, so a knife would be all but useless. A wooden sword would be best, but I obviously don't just have one lying around. Something around here that might be suitable as a weapon. Whoa, there's only the poster Fujine left. I can't help but feel utterly dejected, but the desperation makes me all the more determined. The situation is so bad it can't really get any worse. Then, all that's left for me is to move forward until I have no energy left. Trace, on. I speak my incantation and inject magical energy into the rolled up 60-centimeter poster. I try to imbue as much magical energy as I possibly can into the poster to solidify it, since it needs to work as a weapon to go against that spear. Composition. Analyze. I focus my consciousness. Magical energy permeates the poster as if I'm staining its fibers with my own blood. Composition. Reinforce. I feel that I've hit the end. Right before magical energy spreads throughout the poster and spills out, I say, Trace, off.
Digimaniac 33 with the $5. If only Shido had gotten a poster from our sponsor, displayed.
I cut off my connection with the poster. I tremble with excitement. The poster is as hard as steel, but its weight remains the same as before. It's turned out great for a hastily improvised sword. I did it. How long has it been since my strengthening magecraft succeeded? My magecraft hasn't worked ever since Kiritsugu died, and so for it to succeed at a time like this seems ironic. Either way, now I may be able to defend myself. I at least have some discipline and swordsmanship. I grip the poster with both hands and stand in the middle of the living room. If I stay here, I'm dead, but I don't think I can make it outside the mansion either. So I just need to head to the shed and make a stronger weapon there. Phew. Just as I start trying to hype myself up. Every hair on my body stands on end. I'm not sure when he got in, but the guy drops from the ceiling straight towards me. What? A silvery flash strikes my head from above. I can only assume he came through the ceiling and he descends on me, meaning to skewer my head. Why, you!
Lord Omega 12 with the $2. Shido fighting Lancer with the power of flex tape. I roll forward in a frantic dodge. Can somebody draw that, by the way? Like, maybe for next time, but like Shiro blocking the lance with, or like the spear with the fucking like flex tape.
The man lands with an inhuman grace as I clumsily roll out of the way. I stop myself quickly and get to my feet, makeshift sword at the ready. The guy turns lazily, looking bored. You're making this whole thing kind of a pain. I was trying to be nice, thinking it'd hurt a lot more if you saw me kill you. He shifts the spear to the other hand in a slow, fluid movement. I don't know why, but he doesn't seem as aggressive as he did at the school, which might give me a chance at escaping him. I can't believe I've had to kill the same human twice. Guess the living world's a meat grinder no matter the era. He's complaining to himself, like I'm not even here. I slowly retreat back out of the room. Only 3 more meters until I reach the window. I'll run out, then it's only about 20 meters to the shed once I reach the yard. Then I should quickly... See ya. Don't wander around anymore, kid. He says it almost absent-mindedly, like it was just an afterthought. Pain shoots up my right arm. It all happens in an instant. He thrusts his spear forward, not even giving me time to react. I should have died for a second time right there. The makeshift sword in my hand spared me that fate. He probably thought I'd been holding up a rolled-up paper. He struck as if I hadn't been holding anything at all, but the reinforced paper sword deflected the attack so it only grazed my arm. Huh. Interesting trick you've got there, boy. His expression goes blank. His casual attitude from earlier vanishes entirely. He watches me now like a feral animal eyeing its prey. Crap, I was clearly wrong, thinking things would be okay. This thing before me is some kind of demon, unbound by logic. I keenly realized that letting my guard down even for a second was beyond ludicrous. That's right. Desperate as things are, I should have just made a break for the window right after whatever miracle let me dodge a strike from above. I thought you were just some kid. But I can sense a bit of magical energy from you. So, that's how you're alive even after I stabbed you in the heart. The end of his spear points towards me. I can't block that. There's no way I'll be able to block that swift attack. I could have at least braced myself if he had a sword, no matter how fast he might be with it. But he's holding a spear. A sword is a whole line, but a spear is only a point. How am I supposed to block a point when I can't even see how fast it moves? Fine. I'm gonna have a little fun. The man drops into a lower stance. In a flash, the spear swings in sideways. I instinctively parry the blow aimed at my face. Good boy, come here. Here comes another. It's a cyclone. I'm not sure how he's moving his spear in this small room, but it traces a beautiful arc without even touching the walls. The next swing comes from the opposite side, aiming at my torso. The force of the swing bends my makeshift sword as I try to parry. Monstrous! Is that a hammer he's swinging? Damn, the numbness in my arms is telling me that they might be broken. Why you? Huh? I instinctively swing my sword. He must be mocking me with the way he keeps flicking his spear at my sword without drawing back at all. Numbness creeps into my arms after going on the attack. My makeshift sword bends even more, and the man's spear changes trajectory slightly. You're hopeless. I gave you an opportunity, but you wasted it. Then again, I guess expecting a good fight from a mage is asking too much. He moves like this is just a game. Such confidence. He'd been letting me take a swing at him after he took a couple shots at me. I wasted my one opportunity as nothing more than a stopgap, so he sees no point in continuing this. What a disappointment you turned out to be. Okay, time to die, kid. The man readies his spear again. Don't jump to conclusions! During that microscopic opening. Say what you want, dumbass! I don't turn back to look. I just leap backward through the window. My back shatters the window and I roll out into the yard. I roll a few times, spring upward, and... I blindly make my next move. I twist my entire body and swing behind myself. I manage to bat the man's spear aside and he hesitates for just an instant. I knew it. If I jumped out the window, he was going to have to chase after me, and he would catch up to me and go in for the kill before I had the chance to get up. So I expected his fatal blow and swung my sword to the side with all my might. It was a risky move. He'd have killed me if I'd even been a second late, and I'd have been just as dead if I was early too. But knowing the incredible gap in our skill, I figured there was no way I could have been early. The only thing I had to do was get up as quickly as I could and parry the attack I knew would be coming at my back. The gamble pays off and my swing deflects his spear. I quickly reposition myself. Now I just need to run to the shed while he's still confused. Fly. He's not holding the spear anymore now, and he's right in front of me. He turns on the spot in a roundhouse kick. Scenery goes flying by. My chest goes numb where he kicked me. I can't breathe. The biggest surprise? I'm actually flying through the air. I never thought a guy kicking me would send me into the air like a damn ball. I fall hard onto my back. I slam into a wall, the impact likely breaking my back, and slide down to the ground. I can't breathe. My vision blurs. By a stroke of luck, he's thrown me into the shed I wanted to reach. I lean against the wall, trying to rouse myself. I try to track the man through blurry eyes. He kicked me nearly 20 meters away. The guy picks up his spear and rushes straight at me. I'm going to die. There's nothing I can do now. He's going to reach me. If I don't want to die, I need to get up and parry his hit. The tip of the spear surges. I can't even look back at him. My body on the verge of collapse practically greets the spear. Get on your feet if you're a man! What dumb luck. My knees give out. I can't hold myself up. The spear goes over my head and violently impales the shed's heavy door, pushing it open. And this is my last chance. If only I could get inside the shed, there should be something I can use as a weapon. I crawl into the shed on all fours. Just then, this ends now! He launches the spear at me. Damn you! I block it. I open up the rolled up poster to create a single-use shield. The impact makes a dull sound. The poster, unrolled, probably isn't as strong. It blocks the spear, but it tears apart, returning to a normal bit of paper. The spear's impact flings me against the wall. I fall on my butt and try to get my heart beating again after it feels like it's trying to quit on me. The moment I raise my head to try to grab something to use as a weapon. It's over, but that last move of yours surprised me, kid. The man points his spear in front of my face. I can't do anything else now. His spear is pointed directly at my heart. I know this feeling. It's the scent of death assailing my nostrils, reminding me of the pain I felt a few hours ago. Honestly, I don't get it. You're quick-witted, but your magecraft's complete shit. You got potential, but maybe you were just too young. I don't hear the man's voice. My attention is focused on the weapon pointed at me. Obviously. The moment he thrusts, I'm dead. What else is there to think of at this point? I doubt it, but maybe you were the seventh one. Either way, this is the end for you. His arm jerks. I wasn't able to see his movements earlier, but now I see every last one in slow motion. There's a bolt of silvery light. The tip seems like it's being drawn towards my heart. Blood will gush from the wound in just a second. I know this feeling. That sensation of iron piercing my body. That taste of blood that will well up in my throat. That feeling of the world around me fading. I experienced all of it earlier today. And now, I'm going to have to experience it again? Really? I don't understand. Why do I have to be the one who goes through this? This is bullshit. No, I can't die in vain in a place like this. I was saved. If I was saved, I can't just die like this. I need to live to fulfill my obligations. I won't be able to do that if I'm dead. The spear is still going to impale me, though. The tip will tear through my flesh, break my ribs, and bore into my heart. I'm mad. It shouldn't be so damn easy to kill people like this. I'm gonna die and it's bullshit. I'm gonna die twice in a single goddamn day. Everything is fucking bullshit! I'm gonna die and I didn't even have the opportunity to be afraid of this whole goddamn mess! No way in hell. I am not going to let myself die senselessly to the likes of you! Is absolutely the right word for this moment. What? Like magic. A figure appears out of a bright light shining from behind me. I can't think. All I know is that the figure is a girl. I hear a high-pitched sound, and the moment the figure appears, it pushes me aside. It pushes aside the spear pressed to my heart, and steps between me and the man without missing a beat. Are you effing kidding me? The seventh servant? He tries to regain his composure after his spear is pushed aside as the girl brandishes something in her hand. Sparks fly. Hard metal clashes and sparks fly again. The man stomps his foot after blocking the woman's attack. He must have realized he's at a disadvantage, because he leaps out of the storehouse with bestial agility. She must intimidate him, but she quietly turns towards me. The wind is strong today. The clouds slide away and the moon shines through for a brief instant. The silver moonlight shines into the shed, illuminating the girl, who appears like a knight. I'm speechless. And it's not because I'm confused by all the things that just happened. The girl before me is so astonishingly beautiful that I'm at a loss for words. The girl's eyes, like precious jewels, stare at me without emotion.
I ask of you, are you my master?
Her voice sounds so valiant. Master? I can only repeat her words back to her. I don't understand what she's saying, nor do I know who she is. All I know is that this slender, delicate-looking girl is similar to the man outside. She says nothing, continuing to look at me in silence. I don't know how to describe her. She's special. So special that I forget entirely about the man outside, even though he might attack at any moment. Time seems to have stopped. Even the fear of death I'd felt moments ago vanishes, and there's only the girl standing before me.
Servant, Saber, I have come in response to your summons. Master, please give me your orders.
It's the second time she speaks, and the moment I hear the word master and the name Saber echoes in my ears. Pain shoots through my left hand. It's hot, like being branded by an iron. I unconsciously press the back of my left hand. Taking that as a sign, the girl silently nods her beautiful head.
Henceforth, my sword creates your destiny, and our fates shall be intertwined, and thus our contract is formed.
What? Contract? For what? I'm still a mage in training, so I understand what those words mean. But the girl doesn't respond to my question. She simply looks away with the same grace she'd shown when she nodded. She turns toward the shed's ruined door. Outside, the man readies his spear. She moves faster than expected. The girl in knight's armor leaps out of the shed without hesitation. What? I forget all the pain I feel and get up to follow her. She can't possibly go up against that guy. No matter how heavily armored she is, she's smaller than I am. Stop. The echoing clang drowns... Oh, okay, that was still shit. Stop! The echoing clang drowns out my words. What? I can't believe what I'm seeing. My head really does go blank this time. Who the hell is she? The clash of swords echoes around me. The moon slips behind the clouds, and the yard grows dark once again. And within the darkness, sparks fly as steel strikes steel. Without saying a word, the spear-wielding man meets the girl who leaped from the shed. She parries his spear and knocks away his other successive attacks, driving him back with each attack. I can't believe it. This girl, Saber, is somehow overpowering the man. The battle has begun. What happened between that man and I earlier doesn't even count as a battle. A battle? That's a fight between two people, each able to kill the other. No matter the difference in ability, it can still be called a battle as long as both are able to kill the other. In that sense, these two are fighting a battle. The man attacks her, swinging his spear so quickly I can't even see his strikes. Somehow, she parries his every attack perfectly with something as she closes in on him. Damn! The man backs up slightly, clicking his tongue hatefully. He holds his spear vertically to ward off her attacks to the side. For a moment, his spear glows. His attack almost looks like it caused an explosion. The man's spear sparks as if electrified every time whatever weapon the girl is wielding strikes it. The man and I both could tell what it is. It's furious magical energy, so dense it can actually be seen. Her attacks are charged with incredible amounts of magical energy. The unbelievable amount of magical energy crackles along her opponent's weapon every time they make contact. The sheer force of her attacks must be staggering. The man's spear strikes are precise, like a sniper rifle. Her blows must be like the overpowering blast of a shotgun. Each of the girl's attacks bathes the yard in flickering light. And yet, that's not what's overpowering this man.
Coward! Where are you concealing your weapon?
The man curses at the girl as he evades her unrelenting attacks. She doesn't respond other than to step up her attacks with her invisible weapon.
You...
The man retreats, having hardly so much as a chance to counterattack. Her weapon is invisible. Without being able to determine the weapon's range, it'd be reckless to go in for an attack. That's the trouble with an invisible weapon, but she's definitely got something in her hand. I can't make out anything of its shape or length. Maybe it's transparent to begin with. No matter how many times sparks fly from it, I never get a look at the weapon's profile. Parrying her strikes must be taking a lot out of the man. His movements aren't as sharp as they had been. It's the first sound the girl makes. She attacks all the more furiously. It's a merciless, unyielding dance of blades. The flying sparks remind me of a blacksmith striking iron. And the spear-wielding man continues defending himself as he disapprovingly clicks his tongue. Honestly, I can't help but to admire the man, even though he tried to kill me. He's able to defend himself from an invisible weapon, relying only on reading the girl's swings and footwork. But that's all he can do. When an opponent is so completely on defense, the only thing you need to do is beat them down. The girl steps in closer. She smashes down, striking with all of her might.
Don't get carried away, fool!
Seeing his chance, the man disappears. Or rather, he retreats back as if to disappear. As if to disappear. The girl's swing cuts through the air and smashes into the ground, kicking up dust. Her massive swing, which seemed to be a fatal blow against the cornered spearman, proved easy to dodge.
That fool, what the hell is she thinking?
Even I could tell what happened, even at this distance. Her careful, precise attacks earlier may have worn the man down, but the tremendous swing meant to deal the finishing blow would never touch him. The relentless attacks must have put an incredible strain on the man's body as he tried to defend himself. Yet he suppressed that pain for a single moment to jump away. He knew that her last attack would determine the victor. The man jumps back several meters, then comes in to strike once again, the moment his feet touch the ground. He jumps in a triangular pattern and leaps towards the girl as if revisiting his steps. The girl's sword is still embedded in the ground. It's a fatal opening. The red spear returns in less than a second. The girl twists her body around like a top, while her sword is still embedded into the ground. The whole thing happens in a matter of seconds. The man sees his mistake and tries to correct, as the girl uses the brief moment to use her whole body to attack. Both the man and the girl seem unsatisfied, though. Both struck, intending to kill. Both survived, so everything leading to this moment was in vain. The two open a bit of distance between themselves. They both just quietly stare at each other. The strain the battle inflicted on them seems to be too much.
What's wrong, Lancer? Would you tarnish the name of all warriors of the spear by just standing there? If you aren't going to attack, then I will.
Huh. Running to your death already? Fine by me. But let me ask you one thing first. Is your noble phantasm a sword? He phrases his question so bluntly. He glares as if trying to look through her.
Who can say? It might be a battle axe, a spear, or a sword. Perhaps even a bow.
Keep talking, Saber. Somehow this conversation seems to be amusing him. The man called Lancer briefly lowers his spear. It looks as if he's saying he doesn't want to fight anymore. The girl seems puzzled by Lancer's move, but I know what his stance means. I remember the fight at school a few hours ago. It's the killer move that was supposed to have ended the battle. I'm gonna ask you one more thing, since this is the first time we've met. Want to call it even for now? Not a bad deal, right? Your master over there looks pretty useless, and my master's a big coward who won't even show their face. Don't you think it's in both our best interests to hold off fighting until we're in better conditions?
I refuse. You will die here, Lancer.
Is that so? Man, I just came here to check things out. I wasn't going to stick around once a servant appeared.
The air wavers. Their surroundings appear to distort. Lancer lowers his stance. A chill creeps into the air. The same thing happened earlier. Magical energy rumbles as it forms a vortex at the tip of the spear. A noble phantasm. The girl readies her weapon and glares at her enemy. I don't need to speak up. She knows very well how dangerous the enemy is. She is the one confronting him.
See ya. Your heart is mine!
The beast kicks the ground. Lancer appears in front of the girl so quickly he may as well have teleported. He takes his spear and aims at her feet. Even to me, that seems like a poor choice. I can't see any way an attack would be effective until with the spear pointed at the ground in front of her feet. Apparently thinking the same, the girl leaps over the spear toward Lancer, intent on striking him down. But at that moment...
Guy...
His words alone radiate immense magical energy.
Boom!
The spear released from below angles towards the girl's heart. Her body hangs in the air. The blow sends her flying into a wide arc. She smashes heavily into the ground. She's bleeding. She had been unscathed until now, but her heart is pierced and she's bleeding profusely. A curse. Or a reversal of fate. I'm just as bewildered, but watching from afar may have given me a better perspective on how bizarre the attack was. The spear had been aimed at her feet, I'm sure of that, but then it just changed direction, moving and stretching impossibly to pierce the girl's heart. And yet, the spear itself neither stretched nor changed direction. It seemed, bizarrely, as if the spear had been thrust into her chest from the beginning, almost naturally. It wasn't as simple as a spear changing its trajectory and piercing the heart. The spear didn't change course, it altered truth itself to make that happen. The moment he spoke those words and released his spear, the intent of piercing her heart had been realized. Essentially, his attack reversed cause and effect. The result of the attack piercing the victim's heart is predetermined, so the spear's trajectory is merely an afterthought to establish the fact. It's a demonic splinter that breaks through all defenses. The moment it determines the target, the spear pierces the heart every time it's used, without exception. How can anyone defend against such a completely insane attack? Ollie Mega, yes. This is Fates Stay Night Remastered. You can look it up on Steam. And you can get it there. No matter what effort the target makes to evade, the spear will always pierce their heart, which makes it fatal. An accursed spear that always pierces the opponent when used. However, the girl evades by a hairbreadth. The spear did penetrate her, but it didn't hit anything vital. Her actions in evading the spear seemed even more impossible than the spear itself. The moment the spear was thrust, the girl turned and reversed direction with an incredible effort of will and strength, as if she knew what was going to happen. She was either incredibly lucky, or had just enough protection to dampen the spear's curse. Whatever it is, the girl manages to avoid the fatal blow, and so survives Lancer's ultimate attack.
The girl tries to get her labored breathing under control. Although she had been losing a lot of it, blood stopped seeping from her wound, and even the wound itself is closing up. So, this is what a truly extraordinary person can do. I knew she wasn't normal, but she's more than outstanding. In terms of her skill, in the fight against Lancer, in terms of the incredible amount of magical energy used for every attack, her body recovering on its own, she is obviously superior to Lancer. But that's only up until now.
Okay, guys, let's cool it with the potato stuff. I don't think that's great. You shouldn't be doing that.
She may be healing even now, but her wounds are deep. If Lancer attacks now, she won't be able to defend herself. And yet, even though he's at an overwhelming advantage, Lancer doesn't move. He audibly grinds his teeth, and he glares at the girl.
How the hell did you evade my fatal Gaiabolk, Saber?
His voice seems to rumble up from the ground itself.
Did you say Gaiabolk? So, you're Ireland's child of light?
Lancer's expression darkens. His hostility dissipates and he clicks his tongue in annoyance.
Damn, I screwed that up. If I pull this move out, it's really gotta be fatal. Sometimes being famous is a bit of a pain, you know.
The oppressive mood lightens. Lancer no longer seems to have any intent of attacking the wounded girl. He turns his back as he walks to the corner of the yard.
Now that my identity's been revealed, the usual servant rules say that we should fight to the death. But like I said, my master's a coward. They're even telling me to retreat since my spear failed.
Are you running away, Lancer?
Yeah, follow if you'd like, Saber. Just know that if you do, I'll kill you.
He lightly bounces off the ground. It's a wonder how agile he can still be. But Lancer jumps effortlessly over the fence and disappears before anyone can stop him.
Wait! Lancer!
Oh, it is actually pronounced gay. Okay, I see. Yeah, I figured with the E, that was like, I was kind of leaning more toward the guy with that, but I guess I will take it from, yeah, I'll take it from Evie, especially. Well, I just thought it sounded cooler, but I'll pronounce it the right way from here on.
The injured young girl turns and starts running in pursuit.
You've got to be kidding me!
I cross the yard as fast as I can. If I don't stop her, she'll go after him and maybe get herself killed. It turns out I don't need to chase after her. She tries to jump over the wall, but the moment she crouches to jump, she doubles over and grabs her chest. I hurry over to check on her. Well, I'd intended to just approach and call out to her, but that went right out the window the moment I got near her. She is completely unbelievable. The shining silver armor she wears looks extremely heavy. The clothing she's wearing, dated as it is a bright, vivid blue. I've never seen anything like it. No, her clothes are not what really enthralls me. She's absolutely beautiful. Her golden hair, illuminated by the moonlight, is extremely fine as spun gold. Her face is graceful with a trace of innocence, and her smooth white skin all but glows in the moonlight. I'm speechless. Her beauty completely takes my breath away. How'd this happen? Seeing a girl wounded in a fight made me absolutely furious. As I stand there gawking, the girl remains silent, her hand clamped over her chest. I manage to quit staring pretty quickly. She lifts her head and lets her hand fall from her chest, her pain seeming to have eased. She looks directly at me. I don't know how quite to respond to that gaze, but then I notice something. Your wound is gone? The spear missed her heart, but it did pierce her chest, yet there's no outward sign of a wound. I've heard that there's a kind of healing magecraft, but she didn't seem to use anything like that. That must mean that she can heal herself, no matter how wounded she is. My mind switches gears. I shouldn't be gawking at her. This girl is unbelievable, and I absolutely should not let my guard down around her until I know who she is and what's going on. Who the hell are you? I take half a step back as I ask the question.
What do you mean? I'm Saber, a servant. You were the one who called me here, so you needn't ask.
Saber? A servant?
Yes, so please address me as Saber.
She says it so casually. There's a touch of contempt in her tone, but it remains mostly gentle, and hearing her voice makes my head go blank. What? Why the hell am I getting agitated? I see. That's a weird name. I cover my burning face with a hand and respond stupidly, but I honestly don't know what else to say. Besides, how else would she respond when I just ask her what the hell she is, and it'd be rude for me not to respond. I'm Shiro. My name is Shiro Enya, and I live here. There's something wrong with me. I'm saying the dumbest things, but, well, she did give me her name, so it's only polite that I give mine. I know I'm confused, but it's still important to remain rational no matter what I'm dealing with. The girl, Saber, just keeps watching me in my confusion. She moves not an inch. Forget all that. That's not what I was asking. It's that
I know very well that you are not a typical master.
Huh?
Yet you are still my master. As long as we have formed a contract, I will not betray you. You need not be on your guard around me.
Crap. I hear her, but I couldn't be more lost. The only thing standing out to me is that she keeps referring to me as Master. You got it wrong. My name's not Master.
Very well. Then I will call you Shiro. Yes, I like that better.
The moment she said my name, I thought my face might actually burst into flames. Isn't it a bit more normal to call someone by their last name when you first meet? Wait, why would you choose to address me that... Ouch! A strange sensation tingles through my left hand. It's hot. The back of my hand is burning. A strange pattern appears on the back of my left hand like a tattoo. What?
Those are called command spells, Shiro. There are 3 spells which command a servant's obedience. They are a master's very life, so please use them carefully.
On you?
Shiro, please heal me.
Her tone is cold now. It seems she's not focused on me, but something elsewhere. Wait, are you asking me? Sorry, but I don't know how to use complicated magecraft like that, and you're already healed anyway. Saber frowns. I feel like I've said something that disappoints her.
Then I shall face them as is. My regeneration has only repaired the superficial damage, but one more battle shouldn't affect me.
One more battle? What do you mean?
There are 2 enemies outside. From what I can sense, I'm sure that I can defeat them in a few seconds.
Saber leaps over the wall effortlessly. Just like Lancer, she makes it look easy. And now I'm just alone in the yard. Enemies outside? I realize what she means as soon as I say it. Wait! Are you gonna keep fighting? I move without thinking. I run as fast as I can towards the gate. I reach the gate, unlock it with trembling fingers, and jump out. Saber! Are you here? I strain to see in the darkness. Clouds have completely obscured the moon, leaving it pitch dark. Now of all times! But I hear something nearby. There! I run to an empty pathway. It happens all in an instant. I see a familiar man in red and Saber fighting. Saber rushes him and breaks through his guard in a single sweep. She easily cuts the man in red. Saber raises her arm, ready to... But before she's able to take his head, incredibly powerful magecraft causes him to vanish. Saber doesn't stop. She dashes right at the person standing behind the man in red, and effortlessly negates the potent magecraft that they'd unleashed. What? I knew she was strong, but this is just unreal. That was a sort of intervention magecraft way beyond anything I'm capable of. My old man might have been able to cast something with a bit of weight to it, but I'm not sure even a first-rate mage could cast something so powerful at the drop of a hat. Even so, Saber nullifies the magecraft as if it were nothing. The enemy must be a mage, which means this match's outcome is decided. The mage's attack doesn't work on Saber, and Saber drives at them mercilessly. The mage falls backward with a thud. The enemy miraculously dodges Saber's attack, but they can't move anymore. Saber corners the enemy and levels her invisible sword at them. My mind freezes. Maybe it's a momentary glimmer of moonlight, but I see that Saber is attacking a human. I can't tell who it is specifically, but the image of Saber killing someone, their blood staining her hands, suddenly fills my mind. Saber moves in. She's going to slit open their throat with that invisible sword. Saber, stop! I scream as loud as I can. Her blade stops cold. It's probably best for my sanity that I can't see her sword. But the tip of that invisible sword isn't wet with her opponent's blood just yet. Stop! I beg you, Saber! I glare at her as I speak. If I'm going to stop her, I need to prepare myself to give everything I've got to do so.
Why are you stopping me, Shido? She is Archer's master. I must put an end to her here and now.
No! Oh, okay, that wasn't a line of dialogue. No, Saber has absolutely no intention of stopping. She only stopped because I told her to, but she still holds her sword at the ready. I'm telling you, wait! You keep calling me master, but I still don't understand what's going on. If you're going to address me that way, then wouldn't it be right to explain yourself first? Saber doesn't answer. She just stands there, staring at me. We're going about this wrong, Saber. I don't even know who you are, but I'll listen if you tell me, so please, don't do this. Saber is silent. She still holds her sword to her opponent and stares at me, her lips downturned in dissatisfaction.
What do you mean, don't do this? Is this an expression of your idealistic belief that people should not needlessly harm another?
Eh? Don't needlessly harm another. Well, yeah, it's better to avoid conflict as much as possible, but I'm not so soft-hearted as to feel sorry for someone who's attacking me.
So you are saying that nobody should take the life of another, even should they be an enemy, correct? I will not obey such an order. One's enemies must be defeated. If you still wish to stop me, then use your command spell to order me.
Huh? I'm talking about you. A girl shouldn't go swinging swords around, especially if she's already hurt. Oh, wait. I don't even know if that's a sword to begin with. Anyway, you shouldn't be doing this. In that moment, Saber's mouth falls open in stunned silence. I don't know how much time passes with her just standing there like that. So, I'm wondering when Saber here is going to lower her sword. The person... Oh, okay.
So, I'm wondering when Saber here is going to lower her sword.
The person who'd fallen to the ground speaks up out of nowhere. Saber instinctively grips her sword.
Give it up. I would never lower my sword in the face of an enemy.
Even though your master is telling you...
Even though your master is telling you to? Is that so? I didn't know servants, especially sabers, defy their masters.
Saber grits her teeth. Oh, wait. I think that was Shido, actually.
Because Rin would have no reason to say that. She knows. Yeah, Philip is correct about that. Without getting into it now, I will say that Shido's sexism in this route has a purpose and isn't actually how he is. I'll leave it at that for now, though. Yeah, this is true. It is going to be really annoying, though. I will warn you, it is going to be really annoying, and you're not going to really, like, be able to figure that out until way later. I'm very sorry in advance. It is the thing that, like, annoyed me the most about reading this route. I have it on good authority that he gets a lot better about it in the ones after that, though, so. It is what it is, I suppose. Every VN's got its quirks.
But she lowers her sword, loosening her grip a bit. She must have put her sword away or something, because she seems suddenly much less hostile. Okay, so I can stand up now, right?
Oh, okay, no. Why am I saying that as Shido? Sorry, got distracted.
Okay, so I can stand up now, right?
Whoever it was that's been on the ground finally stands. They act brazen as they pat the dirt from their bottom. Wait a minute. That's... You're... Tosaka!
Yes, good evening, Emiya.
Rin Tosaka replies with the biggest smile on her face. This is unbelievable. I don't know what to think anymore. The way she greets me so casually makes me question whether everything that happened was even real. Well, So, you were the one who cast that magecraft earlier, which makes you...
A mage. Well, we're pretty much the same, so I guess there's no sense hiding it anymore.
Hearing her be so blunt about it makes me seem like an idiot here.
Anyway, let's talk inside. I bet you have no clue what's going on, right, Emiya?
As she says that, she walks toward the entrance to my house.
Wait, Tosaka, what the hell were you thinking?
At that moment, when Tosaka turns around, her smile is changed into something completely different.
Don't be silly. I'm thinking about a lot of things, and that's why I'm offering to talk. Emiya, I know you're surprised by all the things that just happened, but sometimes you just have to accept certain things or you'll wind up dead. This, by the way, is one of those times.
She glares at me, and I can see actual animosity in her eyes.
I'm glad you understand it. Now, let's get inside.
Tosaka walks through the gate. She seems really pissed. Well, I don't blame her. Just a moment ago, she had a sword pointed at her and she was about to die. But still, maybe it's my imagination, but I think the Tosaka at school and the one I see right now are completely different people. And this is just weird as hell. Rin Tosaka, the most popular girl in school, the girl I admire, is walking in front of me. A blonde girl named Saber, who calls herself a servant, is silently following behind me. The hallway feels like it's in a different dimension, but I can't stay a coward forever. I may still be in training, but I'm still a mage. Tosaka, who's apparently a fellow mage, is as bold as brass, so I have to hold my ground too or else I'll look stupid. Though I can't really think of anything all that significant here. Like, Saber still following me. She keeps calling me master and we formed some sort of contract, which probably makes her a kind of familiar. I've heard a familiar is an assistant mages use. Most mages transfer a part of their own body into something else, then use it as their double. But typically they're small animals. Things like cats and dogs are just easier to control. Some mages do use humans, but to do that, they need an incredible amount of magical energy to constantly feed into the human to control them. Doing that would require a mage to use over half of their own magical energy just to sustain the familiar, though. So it's not exactly efficient. Familiars are supposed to be tools to help mages, which is why they usually use small animals, who can be controlled with minimal effort and so aren't any burden. At least that's what I was taught.
Is something the matter, Shiro?
No, nothing. Saber obviously looks human, and she's clearly superior to her master, that is, me. I don't have enough magical energy to restrain someone, let alone the magic circuits to control familiars in the first place.
Master 3000 with the $5. Gotta go for now, plus this is where I managed to get in the game before stream tonight. Take this parting gift and have a good night. You too. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. We're probably gonna stop, like, very soon. I'm just kind of trying to find a good, like, cliffhanger point, I guess. But we're pretty much winding down, and then we'll do fan art.
I don't have enough magical energy to restrain someone, let alone the magic circuits to control familiars in the first place. Which means Saber is nothing like a familiar. She called herself a servant. I don't know what she is, but that man named Lancer, and the man in red Tosaka has in tow are probably all the same.
Yes, I mentioned that earlier, uninspired name. The equivalent SFW scene does not still have that line. But I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it's still canon. I mean, it's literally in a published version of the game. The very first published version of the game, mind you. So, I mean, you know, I'll take that information and run with it.
Which means Tosaka can also be called a master. I've already seen enough of her magecraft skills. I'm less than a fledgling, but based on what I've seen, Tosaka is probably worth 3 mages, though there's not really much sense comparing any mage to someone like me, who can only do strengthening.
Yeah, I mean, that's also fair during Ocelot. I'm pretty sure her first reaction to Saber kind of implies it. A lot of her behavior still implies it. Yeah, pretty much. Ah, okay. I see, Philip. I didn't know about that, but good to know.
What's clear is that Rin Tosaka is an exceptional mage. In spiritually strong lands, there are mage family lines which oversee a given area. The Emiya family came during Kiritsugu's generation, so our family is essentially outsiders. That's why I didn't know Tosaka came from a family of mages, and I don't think Tosaka knew I came from one either. There are several mages in this town I don't know about. If that Lancer guy is another mage's familiar too, that means I've gotten myself in the middle of some sort of fight between mages.
Wow, this place is roomier than expected, and the Japanese style of this room's unique. Oh, Emiya, is this the sitting room?
I should really just stop thinking for now. Now's the time to pay attention to what Tosaka has to say. I turn on the lights.
Sorry on birthdays. Welcome back, but yeah, as I said just a moment ago, yeah, we're trying to kind of find a wrap-up line here in just a second, but we will still be looking at fan art, so we'll be online for a little bit longer.
It's already past 1 in the morning.
Whoa, it's so cold here. Hey, the windows are all broken.
That's not my fault. The Lancer guy attacked me. I didn't really have time to worry about windows.
I see. So you're fighting that guy all by yourself until you summoned Saber?
I'd say I was more of a punching bag than an opponent, really.
Huh. So you don't try to act all tough. I see. So you really are exactly as I thought.
I don't know what's so amusing to her, but Tosaka walks over to the broken window. Tosaka picks up a broken piece of glass. She stares at it for a second.
I don't know. Give me a translation. There's no translation because Shira doesn't know German. He's like, what the fuck is she saying? Schweissen. Okay. Gotcha.
She cuts her fingertip and lets a single drop of blood fall into the window. What kind of magecraft is that? The shattered window begins to reassemble itself, returning to its original undamaged state in mere seconds. Tosaka, what did you just do?
Just a little demonstration. It's not really a fit thank you for saving me back there, but I figure I should at least be gracious.
Well, I'm sure you would have fixed it without my help, since doing it...
I'm sure you would have fixed it without my help, since doing it this way is just a waste of magical energy. I know you could have just replaced the windows, but I'd rather not talk in the cold.
She says all of this like it's a normal thing. Her skills are just beyond my comprehension. That's amazing, Tosaka. I can't do anything like that, so I appreciate you fixing it.
What? You can't do this? No, that can't be right. Handling glass is one of the most basic skills. Fixing broken glass is like an entrance exam for any school.
Is it now? I only know what my old man taught me, so I don't really know what you consider the basics.
Huh?
Tosaka stops abruptly. Crap, sounds like something I said something I shouldn't have.
Wait a minute. Are you telling me you're not even a full-fledged mage with his own workshop to manage?
Huh? I don't have a workshop. Well, actually, I have the shed I use for training, but I think calling that a workshop would just make Tosaka angrier. Wait, don't tell me.
Don't tell me. Do you not know how to handle the 5 great elements or make a magical path?
I just nod. Whoa, that is terrifying. Beautiful as she is, she gets intense when she goes quiet.
So you're, what, a complete amateur?
Not exactly, no. I can at least do some strengthening magecraft.
Strengthen. Kind of a useless skill if you ask me. So you don't know anything else?
Tosaka just stares at me. Honestly, probably not. Her stare is so intense I can't help but be vague in my answer.
Ugh. I just don't get how the likes of him wound up summoning Saber.
She sighs, disappointed. I don't much care for that. It's not like I've been playing around here. Sure, I'm not a full-fledged mage, but that's not the issue here.
Fine, what's done is done, so there's no sense complaining now. More importantly, I owe you and I need to pay you back.
Tosaka takes a breath.
So let's begin. Let me get started by asking, do you really not know anything about the position you're in here?
I nod.
I knew it. It was pretty obvious, but I just wanted to check. It'd be a waste of time if I explain all of this to someone who knew everything. Like a bit of extra mental flab.
That was a really weird way to put that, but I feel like if I get smart with her, she'll smack me.
Let me get straight to the point. Emiya, you've been selected as a master. You see those sacred marks on your hand? They vary from person to person, but they're typically on the back of your hand or arm, and there should be 3 strokes of command spells engraved there. They're the mark that proves that you're a master.
Back of my hand. Oh, you mean this?
Right. Take good care of it. Those are the spells that control servants. They're called command spells, and as long as you have them, you can give orders to your servant.
What do you mean, as long as I have them?
Command spells are absolute orders. You might have already figured out that servants have free will, but those engravings in your hand overrule their will and force them to obey. There's no need to chant any kind of incantation. They activate when you think about using them. But each time you use one, you'll lose a stroke, so try to keep yourself to only using 2. Anyway, just be careful. I'm pretty sure you'll die the moment you run out of command spells.
Eh? I'm gonna die?
Yeah, Masters defeating masters is pretty much how a Holy Grail war goes, and the master who defeats the other 6 is rewarded with the Holy Grail.
What?
Hold on a second. I don't understand what the hell Tosaka is saying. Masters defeating masters, and then they're granted the Holy Grail. And is the Holy Grail the Holy Grail? Still don't get it? Look, you've basically been dragged into a game. It's called the Holy Grail War, and it's a battle between 7 masters. It's a fight between mages that won't end until only one master remains.
Tosaka talks about this like it's the most normal thing in the world. Everything she says swirls around in my head. I was chosen as a master. Tosaka claims to be a master. Familiars called servants. And the Holy Grail War, a battle to the death between 7 mages. Okay, wait, what the hell are you talking about?
I understand your confusion, but I'm only telling you the truth here. And I'm sure you understand deep down that you're in no position to run away from all this, since you've nearly been killed by a servant not once but twice.
That Lancer guy did nearly kill me.
Oh, right. You weren't almost killed, you were killed. I'm impressed you managed to come back from that.
Tosaka's comment is the final nail in the coffin. She's absolutely right. That guy killed me. I died. There was no chance for me to talk him out of it, nor convince him otherwise. And I was only there to die. That's why me backing out of this incomprehensible death match doesn't mean the others will do the same.
Get it? Okay, I'm gonna tell you a bit more. I don't know why there's a Holy Grail War in the first place, but what I do know is that every few decades, 7 masters are selected and then given servants. I'm also one of the chosen masters. That's why I formed a contract with a servant, and you formed one with Saber. Think of a servant as a familiar given to you by the Holy Grail to use to win the Holy Grail War. And as masters, we need to work with our servants to get rid of the other masters.
Tosaka explains things matter-of-factly, but it feels totally unreal to me. But one thing she mentioned raises a question. Wait, you say Saber is a familiar, but I don't think she is. Familiars are usually cats or birds. Sure, there are some folks who use ghosts, but Saber has a physical body. Plus, she doesn't look like a familiar to me. I glance over at Saber. She's been quiet the whole time. Saber looks completely human to me. I don't know who she is, but she looks to be a girl about the same age as me.
A familiar. Well, servants might be in that category, but they're on a different level. See, that girl over there is a ghost liner, considered to be one of the strongest of all familiars.
A ghost liner? So does that mean that she really is a ghost? The spirit of a human, someone who died long ago. The residual thoughts of a person of exceptional ability, who remains in this world even after their death. But that doesn't make sense. Ghosts don't possess a physical body. Ghosts can only hurt other ghosts. So how could I, who possess a body, be killed by a spirit?
A ghost. Well, they are similar, but Saber will kill you if you keep thinking like that. Servants are incarnated heroes of the past, so they're a kind of spirit well beyond humans.
Huh? Incarnated heroes of the past?
That's right. Whether they're from history or the modern world, these spirits of dead, legendary heroes are summoned to materialize here. Well, the role of the Master is just to summon them, and the Holy Grail is what helps the materialization. There's no way a mere mage could give spirits form, so we need to rely on a powerful artifact.
Wait a minute. Are you saying that a hero from the past is... What? I look at Saber. So she's a hero of the past, too? Well, sure, nobody in the modern era would dress like her, but still. But that's impossible. I've never heard of magecraft like that.
Of course not. This isn't magecraft. Just think of this as a phenomenon brought by the Holy Grail. Otherwise, there's no way a soul could be recreated and actualized.
A recreation of a soul? Does that mean these servants are different than phantoms?
Nope. Once something, whether that be humans, an animal, or even machinery, achieves something great, they're removed from the cycle of reincarnation and sublimated into something with a higher rank. Didn't you ever learn about that? That's what heroic spirits are. Put another way, they're kind of like pseudo-gods who are all worshipped in some way or another. Seances, mediums, and other common magecraft that deals with spirits just borrows some of the spirit's powers to perform miracles. But servants are heroic spirits themselves, used as familiars. That's why they typically accompany you in spirit form, but materialize when it's time to fight if they're needed.
So they can switch between spirit form and being corporeal. I don't see your servant right now, so does that mean that he's in spirit form right now?
No, he's healing his wound in my compound summoning circle right now. Remember, Saber wounded him earlier. If I'd made him withdraw even a heartbeat later, that blow would have annihilated him. Listen, only servants in spirit form can defeat other servants in spirit form. We can attack them like when they're materialized, so we might be able to defeat them like that. But you've noticed all the servants are monstrously strong, right? That's why we should leave the monsters to deal with the monsters while masters hang back and serve as support.
Tosaka's explanation ticks me off. I don't know what the other servants are like, but calling servants monsters doesn't feel like a fair description of Saber.
Anyway, humans who become masters use their summoned servant to defeat the other masters. Did you at least get that much?
In theory, yeah, but I'm still not convinced. First of all, what kind of sick mind thought to do this in the first place?
That I don't know, nor could I even answer if I did. That sort of question should go to the person overseeing the Grail War. The only thing I can tell you is that you really don't have any choice but to fight, and to use your servant well, because they're powerful.
As Tosaka says that, she turns to Saber.
Saber, after talking to Emiya, looks like you're not in your complete form. You're incomplete since you were summoned by an apprentice mage who has no idea what it means to be a master. Yes, you are correct that I am not in my complete form. Shido does not have enough magical energy to fully materialize me, which means reverting to spirit form and replenishing magical energy are difficult. I'm surprised. Your situation is worse than I expected, and I didn't think you'd be so honest with me about it. I was actually just kind of subtly trying to find out your weakness. I'm reluctant to reveal my weakness to an enemy, but I also do not think that I can deceive you. There's no point in hiding our situation from you. As such, we're better off if you know our circumstances, and give Shido a better understanding of the situation. Exactly. How very insightful of you. I still can't believe it! If only I was Saber's master, I would have as good as won this thing!
Tosaka, are you saying that I'm not fit to be your master?
Obviously not, you freaking sham.
Well, anyone with a heart might have softened that blow a bit.
What? You have more questions?
But she doesn't realize how hurtful her words are. My image of her as the perfect honor student at school slowly crumbles. Issei sure was right about her. She's fiendishly relentless.
Okay, now that we're at a good spot, let's get going.
Tosaka announces this curtly, but it's kind of weird. What? Go? Where?
I told you, we're going to see the guy who knows all about the game. The Holy Grail War you got roped into. You want to know why it happens, right?
Yeah, of course, but where are we going? It's already late and it's too far.
It's fine, he's just in the next town over. We can get back home before dawn. Plus, tomorrow's Sunday, so it doesn't matter if we stay up late.
That's not the issue here. So much has happened today and I'm utterly exhausted. I just want to rest and organize my thoughts.
What, you don't want to go? Fine by me, but what about you, Saber? For some reason,
Tosaka is asking for Saber's opinion. Wait, Saber's got nothing to do with this. Don't push her.
Oh, already acting like a master, are we? You don't like me talking to Saber?
That's not it. It's just that if everything you said about this whole thing is true, then that would mean Saber's a hero from the past. That means she wouldn't know anything about the modern era. That's why... Shiro, you are incorrect. Servants can adapt to any time as long as they are summoned in the human world. So I am very aware of this age. Eh? You are? Really? Of course. This is not the first time I've been summoned to this age. What? Seriously? What are the odds? Oh, hey, Tosaka is surprised too. That must mean what Saber said is at least somewhat unusual. Shiro, I agree with her. You lack knowledge as a master. As your contracted servant, I would prefer that you be stronger. Saber silently stares at me. The look on her face tells me that she's saying this for my sake, not for her own safety. Fine. Guess I have to go, don't I? So, where is this place, Tosaka? We can still get back from there, right?
Of course we can. Our destination is Kotomine Church. Kotomine Church, just in the next town. That's where the sham priest, the one who oversees this whole battle, lives.
Tosaka flashes a mischievous grin. It's the look of someone who's enjoying teasing me since I have no clue what's going on. At least that's what I think. I'm starting to believe Tosaka has a really nasty side.
Alright. So we made it to the end of that scene. Next time we'll be meeting my mans. My very, very normal mans. But we're gonna save here and call it for the night. Thank you for sticking around for the long haul, everybody. I think that was a great first stream, and I really enjoyed it. Obviously, we're not going offline quite yet. We got fan art to look at, so stick around for that for just a moment. I have to actually pull it up first, though. And while we're doing that, I guess I'll turn back on this chill music. Oh, no. Okay, there we go. But, anywho, yeah. I think this went really well. I had a great time with this. For those of you who were submitting late Higurashi fan art from last time, by the way, I'm going to go ahead and save, just slide all of those to the end of the fan art section. I'm going to prioritize the Fate stuff first, so that way I can kind of, have a little warning there to be like, oh, hey, this is Higurashi stuff, so... But thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate all of your kind words. Lord Omega 12 with the $2. Glad to have been here. You rocked it like crazy. Thank you. I appreciate that. I was really excited to get to this stuff. So I'm glad that it worked out. Okay. So let's see. Ah, yes. Wonderful, wonderful. We have some great art this week. I'm so glad. I'm so happy that we got art. So we're probably going to be going around in a little bit of a bit of a weird order with some of this art. I'm going to have to hop between sites and stuff a little bit just because I'm doing Fate stuff first, Higu stuff second. But I appreciate your patience while I kind of bob and weave a little bit. Uninspired name. By the way, I remember, because I remember you'd read partway through the VN, where'd you gotten to? I forgot. I got to the end of Fate Route. Yeah, I had not started UBW yet. So. So, let's see. Stream art channel and Discord. Yeah, there we go. Ah, this is cute. Let's see. Oh man, there's quite a bit of stuff in the Discord. Oh, very cool. Actually, I meant to ask, was it because you planned on doing this or some other reason for stopping? I did plan to get further through the VN before I started streaming it. Streaming it was always like kind of a plan that was in my back pocket. The only reason I didn't get further into it is just because I just got really busy with a bunch of shit. As is, unfortunately, the life of a YouTuber. But streaming it in this way at least kind of guarantees that I will finish it either way. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus. Oh. That's a perfect, perfect transition into there. The Higu stuff transition, like transitioning into the Higu fan art, that'll be good to do with that piece, Dav. Okay. Let's see. Put that here. I know. I know you can't see anything yet. I'm just opening the links right now. It takes a minute. I apologize. Okay. Got this. Got this. There's quite a bit of fan art this week. Believe it or not. Got this. Okay. I think that's everything. I think that's everything. Pretty sure that's everything. Okay. Cool, 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 cool. I think we can probably start showing stuff then. Okay. Alrighty, let's go to the fan art tab. And pull it up. And turn it on. Yay! Okay, so first off we have, once again, another wonderful banger from Chiyoko. Finally back with more sketches after a bit of a break due to burnout, as NezumiVA will be starting on Fate's Day night. Hype! Here's a sketch of Saber, always so cool looking. This is fantastic! You did a great job with this! This looks great! Oh man, I really like this. Your coloring, once again, is absolutely fantastic. Really did a good job with the blues here. I really like the way, like the kind of like almost spacey texture in the garment there, and the shine of the armor. Really, really good. That's a very, very good Saber. Really, really good job with this. Dang. Oh yeah, you're right. It is the sword. It is, or like it is the weapon. Yeah. That is really cool. Actually, yeah, I didn't even think about that until you pointed it out. The bow. Yeah, of course, the bow. The axe. My axe. But yeah, this is really good. This is really cool. Yeah, fantastic. Moving on over to Tumblr here. This is from Dingo's Trash. Fate streams? No way! I'm sad I fell off the Higurashi streams near the end. It's okay. I understand, life gets busy. But I'll try to keep up with the Fate ones. It's been years since I read Stay Night, so a refresher will be nice. And I start off with this Shido. I love being normal. Least normal guy alive! And this Saber, Sakura, and Rin, which is absolutely adorable. They're so squishy looking. I was really hoping that that we would get some stuff from you, Dingo, because I know that you do a lot of Fate related arts, or Type Moon related art in general too. So like, I was very much hoping to see you come up in the tag this week, and I'm very glad that you did. I hope everything's going well with you, friend. I know things were going a little tough last time we heard from you, but I hope everything's going all right. And this is fantastic, as always. I mean, your art is always fantastic. It's always really, really good. I love your style. Great job. And next up, we have this from Ubi-Ubi on Tumblr. Quick Saberdoodle. I'm going in completely blind, so I'm excited. This is really, really pretty. I really like this. The like sort of like simple coloring with the blues is also really nice. Really like the facial expression here. Really good job with the armor. Like the armor is very complex, I will say. So I totally get why a lot of people kind of shy away from drawing the armor, but you did a great job with this. Really, really pretty. We have this from the Death Dashbird. Here is a chart as a visual aid of relationships for both Nezumi and the general viewer, as well as myself. I will be posting an update every stream if I am able. Hope this helps. Dang it, Ren, why are you like this? Didn't think I had to remove command spells so quickly. Jeez. That's actually, yeah, that's gonna be an interesting chart to see evolve over time. I'm interested in that. Issei over in the corner there. Man. But yeah, pretty good. All right, moving over to some stuff from the Discord now. We have this from Harmonia. Here's a little doodle I did of Fate Stay Night PNG tuber Marcy and her regular PNG tuber. Made her look EP to me because she gives off that vibe to me. That was definitely intentional. But thank you. This is really cute. That is just definitely the contrast between my everyday life and, you know, when I try to like do something a little more like special with like dressing up or whatever. That's definitely the duality of Marcy. But yeah, this is great. Very, very cute. Thank you. We have some doodles from Pining Tree now. Saber, tiny Saber. Master? Do I look like? Very good. My father went out to get milk. I'll even get you that fancy grail too to drink it from. Yay! And he never returned. Oh jeez. Poor Ren. Speaking of shit posts, we also have this from June. I'm Arch. Jesus Christ. It's really funny. God. Another doodle from Pining Tree.
After seeing your Funko Pop collection, I fear your command may not be so effective anymore. Boxed, too.
I hope that Ren doesn't collect Funko Pops. That would bring my respect for her down just a little bit. Like, Ren is my favorite character. Like, you know, full disclosure, Ren is my favorite character in the novel, at least of what I've read. But yeah, that would definitely do a number. Next up, also from the Discord, we have this from, sorry, I see you're like, I got confused there for a second because I saw your fucking like joke username. Anyway, this is from Crosstech. Wanted to do something simple, so I went about recreating Archer's battle pose. Wanted to do more with this, but I've been super busy, so I didn't have the chance. This is a warm-up render to prepare me for more in-depth renders down the line. Heads up, any models I use will be from Fate Grand Order Arcade, unless said otherwise. See you next stream. This looks really cool, though. I mean, like, yeah, it is simple, but, like, still posed, like, very effectively and, like, nice lighting and stuff. Yeah, you did a really good job with this. And I know very little about Fate Grand Order Arcade or otherwise. I did not delve into the gacha hell. I just know about some certain characters whose designs I like. But still, good job. Next up we have this from Gloomy. Gloomy Squids. First Fate stream, let's go! Can't wait to see what the deal is with all these silly characters that have been present throughout the entirety of my internet usage. This is gonna be epic, y'all. This is fantastic. You did a really good job with this. I know you like showed me some of this earlier, but like, yeah, definitely the coloring is really good too. I really like what you did with the background here, especially. I think this came out brilliantly. Very, very good. Also, yeah, like as you said before, like, you know, the armor too definitely came out really well. Which again, very hard. I commend anyone who puts in the effort to do the armor. Next up we have this from Meavy Curry in the Discord. I forgot how to draw. Here's this thing, because yeah, I did see several of you motherfuckers making the Lancer Deltarune joke when Lancer showed up, and I'm very glad that this is a thing.
It'd be a shame to erase it, you sweet little clowns!
I gotta stream Deltarune sometime. I definitely want to do that at some point. But God, like this is like Rin's face of terror at Lancer Deltarune. This is fantastic. I think this should definitely be a running thing. I think we should do more situations where Lancer is just replaced with Deltarune Lancer. I think that would be really good. I think we should do that. I think we should carry that on. I mean, you know, we're one stream in. We have to establish the ripe ground for bits here and now. We have to get the bit train rolling so that we can get to the end of the playthrough and look back with nostalgia about all the funny bits that we had over the course of the playthrough. So, starting off strong here. Next up, speaking of Rin, we also, this is what I was talking about, the Dav sent in, something girls forced up to take the mantle of their storied family who talk about having multiple sides to themselves. Oh, yes. You know it, buddy. I actually did kind of ponder briefly giving Rin a little bit more of a, like a voice more similar to the voice that I did for Mion. You'd actually be surprised, though, listening to, like, if you've never heard a Japanese voice before, just based on her vibes, you'd be surprised. Her voice is actually quite high. It was actually way higher pitched than I was expecting. But, I mean, it's still a good voice. But that being said, I decided to kind of, like, strike somewhere in the middle. Try to bring kind of, like, a harmony between the two ideas. And I hope that worked out, because I do really like Rin a lot, and so I was kind of hoping to do justice to the character. But yeah, this comparison is very apt, at least from what I know, especially. And I mean, hey, two of my favorite girls as well. So, I mean, hey, there you go. Very fitting. Oh boy, Philip, jumping the gun, but this is absolutely not the only Higurashi parallel we'll be making with characters. I will keep my eyes open. Very interesting. But yeah, great work, Dav. Next up, we have... Okay, yeah. So, just so you know, yeah, we're going into the leftover Higurashi stuff. So if you don't want to see any, like, Higurashi spoilers, then now would probably be the time to, like, dip out, or, you know, you can skip over this part in the VOD or whatever else. But yeah, just letting you know ahead of time that this art will have some Higurashi spoilers. So, yeah. Anyway, but yeah, so we have this from Twink Tank, Flowers of Hell, Higurashi / Utena. Finally finished this. Have two tiny girls who deserve better. And yeah, I remember you submitting this before, but seeing the finished product is even better. The accompanying, like, higambanas with, like, the wine glass and the glasses are really, really cool. I like that a lot. That's a really, really nice touch. This was already a fantastic piece before, but you've, you know, really blown it out of the water yet again. I really, really like all of the subtle details here. Your coloring, by the way, is just like... I know I've always said this whenever you submitted something, but your coloring is fucking immaculate. It's really, really good. The Higambana nearly killed me. I don't doubt it! It looks really, really good. Man, this is fantastic. You did a great job with this. Absolutely. Speaking of girls, this is submitted on Tumblr by Indigo at Torrential Stardust. Higurashi, Toxic Yuri, getting this in just before it's too late. Love me some Yuri, and Marcy's call for action could not be ignored. I have not ruminated on the actual ship dynamic here beyond thinking it would be funny, but I still put it in my A game. I wanted to do this earlier because I couldn't conceptualize the pose and needed practice first, but I am very happy. I'm very proud of how it turned out. You should be. It looks really good. This is very cute. We do love Takachie in this house. I could talk about them for a while. She'll probably get back into writing fanfic sometime or something. Maybe someday. We'll see. But yeah, this is very cute. And then also some follow-ups here. I would have simply seduced her. If a random fascist woman can do it, it surely can't be that hard. And then Tomitake train. What were you doing? And I was also considering trying to write a short fanfic about Rika before tonight, but I am much slower than writing than visual art. I might finish it someday though. It's gonna include the word fruitcake. I won't be awake when stream starts tonight/this morning, but I might tune in at the tail end. I only know things about the Fate franchise that I have learned against my will, so I'm very excited to watch the VOD back and get a fresh pair of eyes on it. Lots of love. Happy birthday, Chad. Thank you, Indigo. And yeah, I'm very excited too. Thank you for your wonderful lesbians and trained Tomitake. I very much appreciate it. And yeah, other than that, I guess we don't have anything else in particular to go through. It doesn't look like. So yeah, I think we had a very great and productive first. Oh, I ask again, am I still in time to submit one real quick? Yeah, if you've got a finished one, go ahead. Feel free. Just let me know where you're posting it, and I will pull it up. What was he doing? Bro is incompetent. Jeez. I'm definitely gonna have to fix that fucked up filter next time, though. I'm sorry again about that. It's almost finished, so you give me 5 minutes for a meme. Okay, cool. I will give you 5 minutos. Well, let's just tab back through some of these for a moment. Wow. How great. How wonderful. How talented everyone is. I love it. Is Lancer's Noble Phantasm his bike? Yeah. The nightmare filter is really awesome. It'd be great to have it work. Yeah, I would like to. I do wonder, unfortunately, I do wonder if there's any way I'm going to be able to get around the skipping thing on that filter. Because, full disclosure, the filter itself is called Broken Microphone. So it's probably why it does that. I just didn't realize that it would be often enough for it to be a problem, but, you know, maybe I can either try to lessen the effect and try to see if I can find a way to smooth it over, or I can maybe just find another filter that has, like, sort of a similar effect, but doesn't do that. So yeah, hopefully I can find something, or some kind of solution to that. And again, I apologize for the ear bleed earlier. But jeez. I was vindicated in not using headphones personally. Yeah, that's probably fair. June messaging me like 20 minutes ago, do I need to send you a Red Bull or something? No, thank you, I'm okay. But thank you for sending me a Cash App earlier. I really appreciate that. I didn't get a chance to say so because we had just started, but I do appreciate it. I'll probably use that to get me some food, late night food after this, actually, because it's been a while since I kind of ate in the middle of the day. So, yeah, I appreciate that. Actually, while I'm thinking of that, why don't I go ahead and withdraw that? Yeah, just standard, that's fine. Done.
What was the pre-stream music on the waiting screen? Oh, that is a track that is in the game. It is called Emiya. That is just the name of it. It is the original version of that track, because apparently it was replaced in other versions of the game. Okay, gotcha, an inspired name. I will find that real quick. Stream discussion. Okay, yeah, I'll get it. I will absolutely get it. There it is. Absolutely fantastic.
It would be a shame to erase it, you sweet little clown.
the fucking CG edit with the fucking Lancer face. Oh god, it's really good. Oh man. God, this is great. Thank you for this. This was definitely worth waiting for. All right, though. Now that we've gone through that, I think it's probably. Also, yeah. To Ferris's point, it plays in a few heavy spoiler sections, so I'd be careful about looking up the tracks. Yeah, absolutely. Like, same logic as you would go into with any of these long visual novels. I'd definitely be cautious about looking up fan art or music or whatever, because you're definitely probably going to get spoiler suggestions in your YouTube recommended if you do that. So play safe, everybody who's going through this for the first time. And I mean, me too, considering I have only finished one of the 3 routes, but you know what I mean. But yeah, I think this is probably a good place to stop. I did not reckon that we would last nearly a little over 7.5 hours. That is not what I was thinking was going to happen. But you know, you underestimate the length sometimes. I just wanted to get to the wraparound. I just felt like, you know, after the prologue's massive cliffhanger with the stuff with Rin, I felt like it would be mean not to at least make it back to that point, so that you guys could see that she was okay. But yeah. Anywho, I think we're good for now. I don't know what my stream schedule is gonna look like next week. There are a couple of things up in the air as to like whether I'm gonna be able to do a Tuesday stream or not. To be safe, I would just assume that we're probably only going to be able to do a Friday stream again next week, but I promise that after that we'll be getting back on more or less a regular schedule. I do appreciate everybody's patience during the summer. Summer is always a very busy time for me, so it's just, you know, that's just how it is. But yeah, I appreciate everybody being cool about that. But anyway, I will see you guys later. Thank you so much for watching, and take care. Bye, everyone.